The Occult, A History. Colin Wilson. 1971. Chapter 6. The 19th Century, Magic and Romanticism. In the first years of the 19th century there died a man whose name deserves to be better known to students of mysticism and the occult, Louis Claude de Saint Martin, the unknown philosopher. His immense significance is that he was midway between the traditional mystics of the East or West and a new evolutionism. His philosophy is informed with an extraordinary air of optimism. Man is fundamentally a god, says Saint Martin, not a worm. In this atmosphere of health and light, his work resembles Swedenborg's. As the epigraph of my book The Stature of Man, in England, The Age of Defeat, 1959, I quoted a passage that catches the essence of Martinism. Speaking of the idea that the earth is a mere speck in the universe, he says, "It is perhaps this wrong connection of ideas which has led men to the still falser notion that they are not worthy of their Creator's regard. They have believed themselves to be obeying the dictates of humility when they have denied that the earth and all the universe contains exists only on man's account, on the ground that the admission of such an idea would be only conceit. But they have not been afraid of the laziness and cowardice which are the inevitable result of this affected modesty. The present-day avoidance of the belief that we are the highest in the universe is the reason that we have not the courage to work to justify that title, that the duties springing from it seem too laborious, and that we would rather abdicate our position than realize them in all their consequences. Where is the pilot that will guide us between these hidden reefs of conceit and false humility?" After studying the bewilderingly eventful lives of Casanova, Cagliostro, Saint Germain, John Dee, and the rest, it is a relief to come across a man to whom almost nothing happened. He was born at Amboise, in Touraine, in the same year as Cagliostro, 1743. His family were aristocrats of reasonable wealth, and although his mother died soon after his birth, his stepmother proved an excellent substitute, and he adored her. His family were devout Catholics, and he was sent to the college of Pont-l'Avoie while still very young. It was there that he discovered a book on self-knowledge by a Beatty, and it seems to have exercised an enormous influence on his mind. He studied for the law, and in due course was called to the bar. But he felt nothing but distaste for the affairs of everyday life, and managed to persuade his father to allow him to abandon the bar for the army. It may seem an odd choice, but he no doubt reasoned that an army commission in times of peace is something of a sinecure, and after the 7 Years' War and the Treaty of Paris, Europe was more or less at peace in 1766, the year Saint Martin entered the army. In this he proved to be correct, for he was able to devote a great deal of time to study while his brother officers were out drinking. At the age of 24, when he was with his regiment in Bordeaux, Saint Martin met the man who was to be the major influence in his life, Don Martinus de Pasquales de la Tour. Martinus was a Rosicrucian of a peculiar kind. The Rosicrucians were a secret society bearing many resemblances to the Freemasons, but their emphasis was on occultism. They were said to be followers of Paracelsus. Most of the legends about their origins seem to be fabrications. They can all be found in A. E. Waite's Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. But the notion of this mystical brotherhood, the thought of a worldwide society of magical adepts, seems to have satisfied some demand in the imagination of the 17th and 18th centuries. There were many small Rosicrucian societies all over the continent, many of them affiliated with the Freemasons. Don Martinus was a member, perhaps the founder, of a curious group of Masonic Rosicrucians called the Elect Cohens. Martinus had already established an order of so-called Illumines in Paris. Illuminism was another form of Rosicrucianism, but associated with political aims. It would be roughly correct to say that the Illuminists were to the Masons and Rosicrucians what the Jesuits were to the Catholic Church. Martinus was something of a Cagliostro figure. He claimed to be a magical adept who had attained a very high level indeed. The ceremonies of his group included incantation in the manner of the Key of Solomon and a complex number mysticism, which differed in many basic respects from that mentioned in the last chapter. But all this magic was held to be only the means of attaining ultimate mystical illumination, which is no doubt why Don Martinus liked to call his group Illumines although they were non-political. Saint Martin was initiated into the elect koans in the second half of 1768. The effect was as deep as Cagliostro's induction in the Freemasons. Saint Martin became a dedicated man. 3 years later, in 1771, he left the army and devoted the remainder of his life to mysticism. And although the master withdrew to Santo Domingo in the West Indies, dying in 1774, and although Saint Martin became poverty-stricken as a consequence of the French Revolution, there was no deviation from this lifelong endeavor to bring to the world this vital insight that man is somehow a god who has forgotten his heritage and come to accept that he is a beggar. In Saint Martin, this position does not involve the belief that there is no God. On the contrary, his philosophy is completely God-oriented. Being profoundly religious, he accepted the religion in which he had been brought up, but, like Swedenborg, interpreted Jesus and the Virgin in his own way. His mysticism was deeply influenced by Jacob Boehme, for whom his respect was so enormous that he placed him next to Jesus himself. But the core of his philosophy is his belief in the importance of man. He comes very close to Sir Julian Huxley's statement that man is now the managing director of evolution in the universe when he writes, "The function of man differs from that of other physical beings, for it is the repair of the disorders of the universe." This notion of repairing is of central importance in his philosophy, and it explains the importance he attached to Jesus as the archetypal repairer. What fascinates Saint Martin is that man keeps having quite clear flashes of God-like faculties. It is as if some dormant power wakened up in him. Man possesses innumerable vestiges of the faculties resident in the agent which produced him. This must not be taken as just another assertion that the kingdom of God is within us. It is far more exciting than that. If you believed that the engine of your car was completely dead, due to some fundamental fault, and you casually pushed the starter, expecting nothing, and the engine gave a cough and a roar, then stopped again, you would be excited because you would realize there is nothing fundamentally wrong with it, after all. Without realizing it, man possesses immense powers. He is engendered from the fount of wonder and the fount of desire and intelligence. And his most vital faculty is his imagination in the sense that Paracelsus used the word, the faculty for reaching beyond himself, beyond his everyday life. Man wears blinkers, imagination is the power to see beyond them. Most men sit dully, like sheep in a field, imagining that there's nothing to be done, that everyday reality is a kind of prison from which there is no escape except through drugs, drink, or suicide. In fact, the doors are open. Man's chief trouble is his curious passivity, which is like hypnosis. The beginning of his salvation are the glimpses of freedom that come in times of crisis or in moments of sudden ecstasy. Blake had spoken of the 5 windows that light the caverned man, the 5 senses, but added that there is one through which he can pass out what time he will. Saint Martin wrote, "The soul leaves the body only at death, but during life, the faculties may extend beyond it, and communicate with their exterior correspondents without ceasing to be united to their center." He is speaking about faculty X. At every moment, man is freer than he realizes. Saint Martin produced most of his books under the pseudonym The Unknown Philosopher. Living in a time of violence and of aggressive rationalism, he wanted to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Besides, he was convinced that his writings would appeal only to a small audience. In this he was wrong. By the time he died, at the age of 60, his health was always frail. Martinism was a European movement like Swedenborgianism or Freemasonry, and it continued to exercise considerable influence after his death. The Freemason who converts Peter in War and Peace, a real person called Basdev, was also a Martinist. It is a pity that he has been forgotten in our own century, for his ideas are more relevant than ever. Unlike Cagliostro, Saint Martin had no political influence on his time. By no stretch of the imagination can he be called a harbinger of the revolution. But he was a vital influence on a far greater revolution, the great movement called Romanticism. Romanticism, the new spirit created by Goethe, Schiller, Hoffmann, Wordsworth, Shelley, Berlioz, was the artistic expression of the mysticism of Claude de Saint Martin. Underlying it all are those glimpses, those moments when the engine starts up for a moment. Romanticism is based on moments of ecstasy. And what is ecstasy? Perhaps the least controversial definition would be a sudden bubbling up and overflow of pent-up emotion. And when a man experiences ecstasy, all commonness disappears, he is rocked in a cradle of delight, and life is almost unbearably sweet. It is in such moments that he realizes what a poor thing his skinny, starved everyday consciousness is. The Romantics were driven by the spirit of magic, which is the evolutionary spirit of the human race. And it was Fichte who noted the basic paradox of Romanticism: to be free is nothing, to become free is heavenly. Frei sein ist nix, frei werden ist der Himmel. When you have freedom, you yawn and take it for granted, because man's will is mostly in neutral gear. When you suddenly become free after a long period of misery and bondage, everything is delightful and life seems infinitely rich. It is the same when you suddenly get something you want very badly. Even the most mediocre male gets a glimpse of the immensity of freedom as a girl yields to him for the first time. This is why Casanova and Frank Harris and the author of My Secret Life spent their lives in pursuit of sex. They were after the flashes of lightning that reveal man's freedom. The romantic with the most powerful obsession with magic was E.T.A. Hoffmann, known to most modern readers through Offenbach's opera The Tales of Hoffmann. In him it is possible to see at once the weakness and the peculiar strength of the Romantics. Their chief weakness was that they did not think. But their strength was an ability to be carried along on a flood of emotion that took them a long way towards mystical insight. The Romantics used the imagination to release pent-up frustrations and to conjure up the kind of world they would like to live in. Agrippa, Paracelsus, Cagliostro were unhappy wanderers. The Romantics were wanderers in the world of imagination. I traveled through a land of men. A land of men and women too. And heard and saw such dreadful things as cold earth wanderers never knew, wrote William Blake in The Mental Traveler. In his masterpiece, The Golden Pot, Hoffmann creates a weird farrago of myth, magic, and alchemy. Everything that happens to its hero, the student Anselm Muse, is the wish-fulfillment fantasy of a frustrated magician. A clumsy, preoccupied young man, he sits beneath a tree on the river bank and hears magic snakes whispering to him of love and another reality. The eccentric archivist Lindhorst hires him to copy magical manuscripts for him, and he realizes that Lindhorst is a salamander, exiled from Atlantis for falling in love with a green snake. The snakes in the tree are Lindhorst's daughters, and the youngest, Serpentina, is in love with the student. However, so is the daughter of the dean of the university, Veronica, who expects Anselm Muse to rise one day to the rank of privy councillor, highest rank in the civil service. There is the fundamental situation, the tug of war between the world of magic and the boring real world, which is disappointing, whether it is offering you success or drudgery. The world thinks Anselm Muse insane. What could be the objection to settling down with a beautiful girl, and accepting a comfortable job through the good offices of her father? And can he trust the strange visions conjured up by the half-mad Lindhorst, with his wild talk about how the youth Phosphorus embraced a white lily and fought with a black dragon? When the university registrar interrupts Lindhorst with a request that he tell them a true story instead, Lindhorst declares that this is the truest story he can possibly tell them. It corresponds to a deeper level of reality than this dreary, repetitive world. And in the end, Anselm Muse has the courage to choose Lindhorst and Serpentina rather than Veronica and the rank of privy councillor. And in most of Hoffmann's stories, this decision would lead to tragedy, but in this, his most fantastic tale, he allows Anselm Muse and Serpentina to live happy ever after in Atlantis. In this story occurs one of Hoffmann's most striking symbols. At one point, Anselm Muse finds himself corked up in a glass bottle standing on a shelf. In other bottles there are church scholars and law clerks, and they all look perfectly happy. When he asks them how they can be so cheerful, confined in a glass bottle, they reply that he must be joking. They are standing on the Elba Bridge looking down into the water, and later on they intend to go and have a drink in the tavern. The episode plays no real part in the story, and has obviously been inserted because Hoffmann thought it so important. Most people are unaware that they are imprisoned in a glass bottle, they are convinced they are free. It is the misfortune of the man of deeper perceptions to realize that he is imprisoned. But this image also points to the central fault of all the romantics: they are pessimists and defeatists. They see no way out of the glass bottle except into the unreal world of imagination, which weakens its devotees and makes them unfit for real life. With the exception of Goethe, the romantics seem unaware of that other form that ecstasy takes, the violent, raging appetite for more life. There are moods in which the whole world seems so beautiful that man feels he can plow through life like a tank, smashing down every obstacle. Our usual state is one of poor appetite. We are like a man recovering from a long bout of retching, feeling that he never wants to eat another large meal. In moments of intensity he develops an enormous appetite, and feels as if he could keep on eating for a week. Everything in the world is fascinating, including an old tramp blowing his nose in the gutter and the smell of gasworks beside the canal. This is ultimately the reason that we have to reject the romantics. Wrapped in self-pity, they fail to stay the course. It seems to be almost a law that we have to accept one unsatisfactory extreme or another: the magician who gets too involved in the world, or the romantic who is afraid to get involved. But at least the Romantic revival brought a magical revival with it. The 19th century was a noisy, industrial century, a century of dirt, smoke, bad drains, sooty chimneys, but also of railroads, canals, exploration, of good beef and good beer, of the great exhibitions of Paris and London, the Crystal Palace, the England of Dickens and Cobbett, the France of Flaubert and Maupassant. It was perhaps the most energetic century in mankind's history. And in all the frantic money-making and empire-building, 95% of mankind was pushed against the wall. Hence the revival of magic, which is fundamentally a revolt against coarse-grained reality. The country in which this first occurred was France. Strangely enough, the man who gave it impetus was that arch-historian of moneymakers and go-getters, Honoré Balzac. Balzac had a strong mystical leaning, which emerges in such works as Louis Lambert, Seraphita, and the Quest for the Absolute. But for Louis Lambert, as for Balthasar Claes, the hero of the last novel, the quest of the Absolute ends in death, not in triumph. In 1810, when Balzac was only 11 years old, there was born in Paris the man who was to become the source of the modern revival of magic, Alphonse Louis Constant, who wrote his books under the name of Eliphas Levi. The parish priest was impressed by his intelligence and was instrumental in having him sent to Saint Sulpice. In due course, Constant became a priest, but within a few years he was thrown out of the priesthood for preaching doctrines contrary to the Church. Exactly what these were has not come down to us. In his late 20s, a literary friend, Alphonsus Quiros, took him along to hear a strange prophet called Gano, an aged man who wore a woman's cloak and babbled about the creation of the universe and the fall of man to a group of disciples. Constant describes him in the History of Magic, a bearded man of majestic demeanor. He was surrounded by several men, bearded and ecstatic like himself, and in addition there was a woman with motionless features, who seemed like an entranced somnambulist. The prophet's manner was abrupt and yet sympathetic. He had hallucinated eyes and an infectious quality of eloquence. He spoke with emphasis, warmed to his subject quickly, chafed and fumed till a white froth gathered on his lips. The entranced woman was Gano's wife, whom he believed to be a reincarnation of Marie Antoinette. He believed that he was a reincarnation of Louis XVII. After Gano's death, his wife continued to be convinced that she was Marie Antoinette, becoming indignant only if anyone questioned it. Constant and Quiros, who had gone to Gano's attic to laugh, were overcome by his eloquence and became his disciples. I have quoted Levi's description of Gano, not because it is of any historical importance, but because it gives something of the flavor of Paris in the mid-century, all the talk of ecstasy and occultism and revolt. Levi even has an extraordinary story of a disciple of Gano's called Sabrier, who one day in 1848 began shouting on a street corner, advising the people to march to the Boulevard des Capucines and express their dissatisfaction directly to the ministers. Finally, half Paris was marching behind him, whereupon he slipped away. The mob stopped before the Hotel des Capucines, someone fired a shot at them, and suddenly the revolution had started. Sabrier had played his part in history in an almost trance-like state. At 30 Constant married a girl of 16, Noémie Cadillet, who bore him 2 children and subsequently left him. He was drawn increasingly to the study of magic, although he made some sort of a living on the edge of the literary world. In 1856 there appeared his Dogma and Ritual of High Magic, one of the books Spolsky kept in his drawer when reporting the Hague Conference. These were followed by a history of magic and a number of other books on occult subjects. Disciples and pupils gathered round him, and he died at the age of 65, in 1875, having started a magical revival virtually single-handed. He admits that his own inspiration was Balzac's Louis Lambert, Balzac's study of a brilliant, highly strung young mystic. It must be admitted that Levi's books do not inspire confidence. For what he is claiming is, unfortunately, a lie. Behind the veil of all the hieratic and mystical allegories of ancient doctrines, behind the darkness and strange ordeals of all initiations, under the seal of all sacred writings, in the ruins of old Nineveh or Thebes, on the crumbling stones of old temples and on the blackened visage of the Assyrian or Egyptian Sphinx, in the monstrous or marvelous paintings which interpret to the faithful of India the inspired pages of the Vedas, in the cryptic emblems of our old books on alchemy, in the ceremonies practiced at reception by all secret societies, there are found indications of a doctrine which is everywhere the same and everywhere carefully concealed. This passage reveals a highly romantic imagination, and little else. It is not true that there is a secret doctrine known only to adepts. The Stone Age shamans did not possess a secret doctrine, only a curious oneness with nature and a contact with man's subconscious powers. There is no secret doctrine apart from science, as we have clearly seen in the course of this book. Pythagoras, Agrippa, Paracelsus, thought of themselves as scientists, and they also happened to possess a certain degree of shamanistic powers. This is not to deny that magical ceremonies work, they do. Rainer C. Johnson mentions a description by George and Helen Sandwith of fire walking in Fiji, an annual ceremony. The essential feature appears to have been that those who participated had to be fully charged with some unknown type of energy, presumably generated on the etheric level, and 10 days of ritual preparation were devoted to this. Numerous tests were made before the culminating event. Their flesh was pierced by skewers without the feeling of pain or loss of blood, and they were lashed without pain being felt or wheals appearing. The same energy appears to have remarkable therapeutic powers, and the cases described of the almost instantaneous healing of a Hindu girl whose legs had been paralyzed from birth. Nurslings of Immortality, 1957, p. 117. For the fire-walking ceremony, 40 tons of logs are burned, and the heat is so great that their faces had to be shielded from scorching at 12 feet. One of the fire-walkers remarked to the Sandwiths, "This is something that really works, it is not just talk and promises." The evidence for such feats is beyond dispute, but it does not prove that the 10 days of ritual preparation involved some secret doctrine. Whatever the ritual, its aim is to put the shaman in contact with the etheric energy that Johnson mentions. He also mentions that tragedies have occurred due to insufficient preparation. And so Eliphas Levi's books are based on a false premise. Even A. E. Waite, who translated them, himself not the most reliable of historians of magic, feels impelled to warn the reader that Levi uses his imagination too much. His aim is to impress his readers with his own knowledge of the secret doctrines, of the Kabbalah, etc. In fact, he knew little or no Hebrew. In short, he is another in the long line of magical charlatans. This is not to say that he is no more than a confidence man. He studied magic and believed in it, and even E. M. Butler, who remarks that his so-called science becomes more transparently bogus with every page one turns. E. M. Butler, Ritual Magic, 1949, pages 283 ETSEQ, is willing to accept his account of raising the spirit of Apollonius of Tyana, as described in Chapter 13 of Transcendental Magic. According to Levi, a mysterious lady, an adept, showed him her magical cabinet, and asked him to evoke the spirit of Apollonius to ask it a question. The cabinet was a room in a turret, with concave mirrors, a marble altar, a copper tripod and a white lambskin rug. He observed a vegetarian diet for 3 weeks before the invocation and had to fast completely for the last 7 days. During all this time he meditated on Apollonius and held imaginary conversations with him. At the end of 12 hours of magic incantations, all detailed in the appendix of Transcendental Magic, the shade of Apollonius appeared in a kind of grey shroud. It vanished several times, apparently objecting to the sword Levi was wearing, and at one point touched his arm, which remained numb for days. It answered his 2 questions telepathically, prophesying death for the subjects of both. Afterwards, Levi says, something of another world had passed into me. I was no longer either sad or cheerful, but I felt a singular attraction towards death, unaccompanied, however, by any suicidal tendency. He claims to have invoked the shade on 2 subsequent occasions and learned 2 important Kabbalistic secrets. He adds, however, that he does not believe the shade was necessarily Apollonius, but that the whole manifestation was a kind of drunkenness of the imagination. Bearing in mind Paracelsus's concept of the imagination, we need not take this to be a total disclaimer of a genuine occult experience. In fact, he adds that he did see and did touch, apart from dreaming, and this is sufficient to establish the real efficacy of magical ceremonies. And at the beginning of the chapter on necromancy, he remarks sonorously, Eliphas Levi's aide, who writes this book, has evoked, and he has seen. Levi exerted a considerable influence upon the novelist Bulwer Lytton, who became something of a disciple, and the description of the magician in The Haunted and the Haunters is a fanciful portrait of Levi. There are also echoes of him in A Strange Story, Zanoni, and The Coming Race, the first of which is a classic of occultism and suspense that has been oddly neglected in our own time. One of the focal points of Levi's magical doctrine is the notion of the astral light, Levi's name for the invisible magical ether that we have encountered in other occultists, and which he describes as a force more powerful than steam. In Lytton's novel The Coming Race, this appears as vril, a magical form of energy. It is an amusing thought that the manufacturers of Bovril beef extract borrowed Lytton's word and united it with a cow to form the name of their product. Levi's astral light lives on. It was Bulwer Lytton who made the idea of occultism fashionable in England, and was chiefly responsible for the magical revival that involved Mathers, Yeats, Crowley, Waite, Dion Fortune et al. The revival might have started 50 years earlier if a certain Francis Barrett had been a better writer. In 1801, Barrett published a large study of ritual magic called the Magus, whose portraits of demons may still be found in most histories of magic and witchcraft, and in an advertisement at the end of the book, appealed for students and disciples to help him create a magic circle. But the book is dull, if informative, and cannot bear comparison with Levi. The Reverend Montague Summers, that credulous historian of witchcraft and vampirism, asserts that Barrett did succeed in founding a circle and that Cambridge subsequently became something of a magic center as a consequence. What should by now be quite clear is that the spirit of magic underwent a complete transformation in the 19th century. With Paracelsus it had been a science. With Cagliostro it became the instrument of his religion of the regeneration of mankind. But with Levi and Lytton it became a romantic literary property, surrounded by dense clouds of incense. Goethe's Faust turns to magic because he is sick of his human limitations, and he wants to explore those moments of godlike intensity that St. Martin wrote about. 19th century man found himself high and dry in a materialistic and boring world. In the Middle Ages, devils were a reality that everybody accepted without question, hence the morbid fascination aroused by the legend of Theophilus. Now the shadows were gone, the common daylight made everything hard and clear. And the Romantics looked back nostalgically to the age of demons and incubi, altogether more stimulating to the imagination than railways and paddle steamers. The universal complaint was boredom. In Obermann, 1804, Etienne de Senancour created a Byronic hero who broods among the mountains of Switzerland upon man's inadequacy and his own failure to establish contact with the magnificence of nature. The real problem of life is not its misery but its meaninglessness. He remarks that cloudy weather makes him feel sad, but when the sun comes out it strikes him as useless. He feels tired and without desire. He is neither happy nor unhappy. Even unhappiness would be a relief from the dullness. 150 years before Samuel Beckett, Obermann sits waiting for Godot. This feeling of futility and boredom was the foundation of the occult revival. But what about the feeling that man possesses godlike powers, the feeling that is obviously based on reality, if the claims of the Fiji fire walkers are true? How is it that the most intelligent men, like Obermann and like Matthew Arnold, who wrote a poem about him, are crippled by a feeling of helplessness, of contingency, of being a mere plaything of forces greater than themselves? There can be only one answer. Because they are mere rationalists, obsessed by the scientific view of nature. Men like Bulwer Lytton and Eliphas Levi recognized this instinctively and took steps to combat it. Hence the magical revival. But the really explosive impetus for the revival came from America. A completely new epoch in the history of occultism opened on the evening of March 31, 1848, in the house of the Fox family in the town of Arcadia, Wayne County, New York. For some time the family had been disturbed by rapping noises, and on this evening, the two Fox girls, aged 12 and 15, asked the mysterious knocker to repeat noises made by snapping their fingers. The spirit did so. 12 days later, a roomful of neighbors heard a man called William Dussler ask the spirit questions, which were answered by raps. The spirit said that it had been murdered for money, and buried in the cellar. Digging in the cellar later produced some decayed human remains, which were presumably those of the peddler who had been murdered by a previous tenant of the house. It was then discovered that the Fox sisters seemed to incite rapping noises wherever they went. A relative of the Foxes later declared that it was all fraudulent, produced somehow by the girls cracking their double joints, but by that time, spirit rapping had caught on and spread all over America. Undoubtedly, much of it was fraudulent. Equally certainly, much was genuine. These phenomena will be discussed more thoroughly in the third part of this book. They are mentioned here only to introduce one of the most flamboyant figures in the history of occultism, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. She was born Helena Hahn, the daughter of a Russian colonel, in 1831, and she was the cousin of Sergei Witte, later Prime Minister and friend of Rasputin. She seems to have been an explosive madcap. Married at 16 to a man 24 years her senior, she deserted him after a while, the marriage still unconsummated, and began her wanderings around the world. Count Witte said she became a bareback rider in a circus, taught the piano in Paris and London, became assistant to the medium Daniel Dungla's home for a while, managed an artificial flower factory in Tiflis, and periodically turned up at her home in Ekaterinslav looking plumper and stranger than ever. She had been beautiful as a young girl, with curly dark hair, a large, sensual mouth and great azure eyes. She soon put on weight, reaching 16.5 stone, 232 pounds, in middle age, but no matter how much her bulk increased, she never lost a gentle, feminine, appealing quality. It comes out even in her last photograph. She also traveled, according to her own account, in Mexico, Texas, India, Canada, and Tibet. The last was almost impossible for a woman to enter, and she was turned back twice. The circus job seems to have ruined her sex life. She fell off a horse and displaced her womb, which, a doctor certified later, made abstention unavoidable. She later declared, "I am lacking something, and the place is filled up with some crooked cucumber." Returning to Italy from Greece in her 40th year, the Eumonia blew up, and only 17 of its 400 passengers survived. She described limbs and heads falling around her as she swam. She enters the history of occultism some 2 years later. It is true that she seems to have acquired some reputation as a medium in Russia, but details are lacking. In 1873, she went to America, and found the country in the grip of the spiritualist craze. It had progressed a long way since the Fox sisters had produced wrappings 20 years earlier. Now the spirits turned tables, made articles of furniture fly around the room, played musical instruments, and even materialized at seances. Two brothers named Eddie were the most prominent materialization mediums, and it was at their farm near Chittenden, Vermont, that Madame Blavatsky met a bearded lawyer who possessed the honorary rank of Colonel, Henry Steele Alcott. Alcott was a bearded, gentle, naive American, with eyes that tended to look in opposite directions. He was much taken with Madame Blavatsky, whose character was certainly striking. She was enormously vital, direct of speech, as the remark about the crooked cucumber demonstrates, a nervous chain smoker who often soothed her nerves with marijuana, which was not illegal in those sensible times, and capable of colorful and imaginative profanity. The bumbling, serious-minded colonel found her a magnet. He wrote about her in the newspaper for which he was correspondent, and saw much of her when she returned to New York. Other newspapers interviewed her because she was good copy. There was no romantic involvement with the colonel. In fact, she married a young Georgian named Michael Bettinelli, 7 years her junior, on his promise that he should not try to invade her bed. When he failed to keep it, they separated. She was breezily indifferent to the existence of her Russian husband, Vice Blavatsky. She is admittedly on record as saying that sexual love is a beastly appetite that should be starved into submission. Madame Blavatsky had definite mediumistic powers. Throughout her life, acquaintances spoke of strange knocks and rappings that occurred in her presence. The colonel was glad to call upon her help when it was a question of investigating mediums suspected of fraud, for example, a couple named Holmes, who were accused of hiring a Mrs. Eliza White to impersonate a materialized spirit called Katie King. The famous socialist Robert Owen was much taken with Katie King and gave her presents of jewelry, which Katie took back with her to the spirit world. With Madame Blavatsky's help, Alcott was able to tell his readers, in a book called People from the Other World, that the Holmeses and Katie King were undoubtedly genuine. It was clear to HPB, as she became known to her admirers, that her future was tied up with spiritualism. The trouble was that it was already becoming less fashionable, and a spiritualist newspaper she helped to launch soon failed. She and the colonel started a miracle club, which was basically simply another seance group, but this did not prosper. The colonel was a total believer in HPB's powers, and he contributed greatly to her support in the year after he met her. Occasionally when he was with her, notes dropped out of the air detailing her needs, and she explained that they were from certain secret Mahatmas she had met in Tibet, spiritual adepts who would one day regenerate the world. The colonel always followed their instructions. There was also a Brotherhood of Luxor. In these early days, HPB tended to emphasize Egypt rather than Tibet, whose members sent messages to the readers of the Banner of Light, the spiritualist newspaper that publicized her doings in exchange for a certain amount of financial support. It was one of the Luxor Brotherhood who suggested that the colonel should leave his wife and 3 children and move into the same building as Madame Blavatsky. The marriage was not entirely happy and he was glad to follow the suggestion. It was on September 7, 1875, that Madame Blavatsky embarked on the career that was to make her world famous. A certain Mr. Felt had lectured to a small study group about the hermetic secrets embodied in the measurements of the pyramids. He explained that those secret laws of proportion could also invoke spirits, although, he added, the spirits he had seen showed no sign of intelligence. The colonel suggested that perhaps they ought to form a society to study this kind of thing. HPB nodded vigorously. And during the next week they thought of a name for it, the Theosophical Society. The word was not invented by HPB. It had been in use, as a synonym for mysticism, for centuries. For example, Bishop Martinson refers to Jacob Boehme's system as a theosophy in his classic book on Boehme, 1882. But after HPB, theosophy meant primarily a curious system of Eastern and Western mysticism, secret doctrine and spiritualism. As soon as the society was formed, HPB set out to write its Bible. She wrote endlessly, day after day, chain-smoking and occasionally glancing up to read some book held out for her by spirits. The result, Isis Unveiled, came out in 2 volumes in September 1877 and sold amazingly well. An incredibly erudite work, blending doctrines from the Kabbalah, Cornelius Agrippa, Pythagoras, Buddhist, Hindu, and Taoist scripture, Isis Unveiled can still be studied with enjoyment, if only for the extraordinary boldness of its conceptions. We have already touched upon her doctrine of root races in discussing Atlantis. The first root race lived near the North Pole and they were invisible, being made of fire mist. The second, living in northern Asia, were just visible, they invented sexual intercourse. The third root race were the ape-like giants of Lemuria, who communicated telepathically and could not reason in our sense. The fourth were the Atlanteans, who were destroyed through black magic. We are the fifth, and according to the occultist Lewis Spence, we are also heading the way of Atlantis. The sixth root race will evolve from the present human race and will live on Lemuria, in the Pacific. Again, after the seventh root race, life will leave our Earth and start up on Mercury. Buried in all these remarkable assertions is the vitally important notion that man is in a privileged position. It is true that his spirit is trapped in an unprecedented weight of flesh, but he possesses the will and intellect to cope with it. He could, with confidence and courage, become godlike. For 3 years, the Theosophical Society more or less flourished in America. Then HPB decided that interest was declining, and that they should go to India. An odd coincidence prompted this decision. In 1870 the colonel had met an Indian named Mulji Thackeray on shipboard. 7 years later the colonel happened to be talking to a friend who had just returned from India, and he asked him if, by any chance, he had met Thackeray. His friend had indeed, he even had his address. Alcott wrote to him about the Theosophical Society. Thackeray wrote back about a new Indian religious movement called the Arya Samaj, started by a remarkable teacher called Swami Dayananda Saraswati. Alcott also wrote to the Swami, and soon the Theosophical Society had accepted the idea of amalgamation with the Arya Samaj. And when, not long after, Daniel Douglas Home made some slighting remarks about Madame Blavatsky and her society in one of his books, she decided to leave the treacherous and unspiritual West and seek light in India. The trip began badly: seasickness, heat, and a large bill for expenses from the president of the Bombay Arya Samaj, which made HPB erupt into a volcano of profanity. All the same, they had made the right choice. India was getting tired of British domination. These cultured Westerners who thought that the wisdom of India was preferable to the technology of the white man were a great moral boost. Swami Dayananda found them naive and too interested in occult phenomena, but the rest of Bombay accepted them with enthusiasm. Their magazine, The Theosophist, sold better than it had ever done in America. The tide was all in their favor, even though there were aspects of India they found jarring. One old gentleman of high rank brought a pretty 10-year-old girl into the room, and HPB smiled charmingly, but when he said, "Allow me to present you to my little wife," she roared, "You old beast, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." Her occult powers seemed to increase. She caused a shower of roses to fall on the heads of a company of scholars and pandits, made a lamp flame rise and fall merely by pointing at it, and materialized a cup and saucer at a picnic. On this last occasion, 2 Englishmen suggested that Madame Blavatsky might have buried the cup and saucer in the place where they had been found, and HPB was so angry that she seemed to take leave of her senses. Nevertheless, she agreed to provide further proof of her powers, or rather, the Mahatmas, that evening. She asked their hostess if there was anything she particularly wanted, and the hostess mentioned a brooch lost some years ago. After asking her to envisage it clearly, HPB announced that the masters had deposited it in a flower bed outside. The company went into the garden, dug among the flowers, and unearthed the brooch. A new disciple, A.P. Sinnott, asked if he might be allowed to correspond with the Mahatmas, and HPB said it might be possible. Sinnott gave her a letter to be transmitted, and a few days later he found a reply on his desk from a master who called himself Kudhumi Lal Singh. Another disciple, A.O. Hume, wrote to Kudhumi, and also received an answer. The letters from Kudhumi continued until there were enough of them to publish in a volume. They are at present preserved in the British Museum in 7 volumes. Sinnett and Hume certainly had no doubt whatever that the letters came from a secret master in the Himalayas. On one occasion, they asked him whether it would not be possible to establish direct contact with him instead of having to use HPB as a mailbox. The result, after this letter had been handed, sealed, to HPB, was a violent scene in which her profanity reached a new level of colorful inventiveness. The colonel went to Ceylon and became converted to Buddhism, to Swami Dayananda's disgust. The colonel could not see any important difference between these various Eastern religions. The Swami insisted on disaffiliating the Arya Samaj from the Theosophical Society, and even came to refer to HPB and Occult as a couple of charlatans. I have already spoken of his sudden development of thaumaturgic powers in Ceylon. This, and the publication of a work called A Buddhist Catechism, which achieved remarkable popularity, gave the colonel a certain independent standing in the society. HPB was not entirely happy about this either. But her downfall was the result of her generous and open nature. In Cairo in 1872 she had met a certain Emma Cutting, who subsequently married a one-eyed Frenchman named Coulomb. After various business ventures failed disastrously, Madame Coulomb read in the Ceylon newspaper that HPB had founded a Theosophical Society in Bombay. She wrote to her. HPB replied warmly. The Coulombs went to Bombay, and were soon installed as HPB's housekeepers. This was a mistake. Madame Coulomb was a sour, trivial-minded woman who stored up grudges. She began by adoring HPB and ended by hating her. In 1884, 5 years after her arrival in India, it seemed that HPB was firmly established as the leader of one of the most influential movements in the country. Occult, an indefatigable traveler, had set up branches throughout India and Ceylon. Her position seemed impregnable. She decided it was time for a visit to Europe. She stayed with Lady Caithness, another occult enthusiast, in Nice, and borrowed her flat in Paris. She went to London, and cheerfully agreed when the Society for Psychical Research asked if they might investigate her claims. Then, back in Bombay, Madame Coulomb blabbed. She chose a Christian missionary, editor of the Christian College magazine, as the recipient of her confidences. He was only too delighted to pass on her revelations to his readers. The Christian missionaries had been HPB's bitterest opponents ever since she arrived. Madame Coulomb showed him letters from HPB that made it clear that many of her effects had been achieved by fraud. She claimed that she had made a model of Kudhumi and walked around with it on her shoulders on moonlit nights, and that she had caused Mahatma letters to be precipitated at the dinner table by the simple expedient of dropping them through cracks in the ceiling from the room above. The scandal was enormous. A report was immediately telegraphed to the London Times. An American spiritualist, Henry Kittle, added fuel to the flames by pointing out that Kudhumi had stolen several paragraphs from one of his published lectures. Kudhumi replied, in due course, that he had somehow caught the words floating through the psychic ether, and written them down without thinking. The Society for Psychical Research had intended to publish a more or less favorable report, but these events made them think again. They sent an investigator to India. But when he was finally admitted to the room which had contained the shrine, a cedar wood cabinet in which Mahatma letters had often been precipitated, he found it empty, and the walls newly replastered. For some faithful disciple, wishing to demonstrate that fraud was impossible, had slapped the rear wall of the shrine, saying, "You see, it's perfectly solid," when, to his dismay, a panel had shot open, revealing another panel in the wall of HPB's boudoir. They were convinced that all this had been deliberately planted by the treacherous Coulombs, and indeed, it was true that M. Coulomb was a carpenter, and so removed the shrine to another room, and subsequently burnt it. Inevitably, under the circumstances, the report of the Society for Psychical Research was distinctly skeptical. Madame Blavatsky, who was at the time suffering from a complication of diseases due to her great weight, retorted angrily that the phenomena would continue after her death, which would certainly not be long now. But it was not the end yet. HPB recovered and rushed back to India, determined to sue the missionaries. Her legal advisors told her not to. A magician is always at a disadvantage in a court of law when faced by skeptics, for the trial is bound to turn into a debate on the reality of the magician's claims. The missionaries thereupon decided to force the issue by issuing a writ for libel against an old general who had called Madame Coulomb a liar and a thief. This would also have had the effect of raising all the same issues in court. Madame Blavatsky was forced to flee back to Europe. She had fulfilled the magician's destiny of triumphant rise and sudden downfall. She traveled through Italy, Switzerland, and Germany. She was dying of Bright's disease. She decided to write another book that should clarify the obscure points of Isis unveiled and began the secret doctrine. Again, the manuscript pages piled up as her pen raced over the page. The published version is over 1,500 pages long. She told W.B. Yeats, who had met her on her second visit to England, "I write, as the wandering Jew walks. Yeats noted a quality that is not apparent to readers of her works, her sense of humor. She told one serious disciple that the Earth had another globe stuck on it at the North Pole so that it was shaped like a dumbbell, and the disciple swallowed it without blinking. HPB reminded Yeats of an old Irish peasant woman. He records that her cuckoo clock hooted at him when he was alone with it, although it was not ticking and there were no weights on it. When HPB took a strong dislike to a priggish female guest, she described how her master had cured her of rheumatism in the knee by placing a live dog, which he had cut open, over the knee. Perhaps Yeats's funniest story about her concerns a female penitent who became entangled with two of HPB's more serious male followers. HPB spoke to her sternly, "We think that it is necessary to crush the animal nature. You should live in chastity in act and thought. Initiation is granted only to those who are entirely chaste." And after several more minutes of this, she concluded, "I cannot permit you more than one." But when another young lady, a Miss Leonard, successfully seduced a budding Mahatma called Mohini Chatterjee, of whom Yeats wrote a poem, HPB became so angry that she wrote her a thoroughly libelous letter and had to apologize. The manuscript of the secret doctrine was a huge pile of jumbled papers. Various friends read it and said it was incomprehensible. She told them to get to work on it, so the book was typed, then rearranged. The book came out in 1888. Annie Besant, who had been a Fabian and Bernard Shaw's mistress, reviewed it, and wanted to meet the author. Her first reaction was aversion, but when HPB said, "Oh, my dear Mrs. Besant, if only you would come among us," she melted. She subsequently became the leader of the Theosophical Society. It would not be inaccurate to say she became a theosophist on the rebound from Shaw. The recent end of their affair had hurt her deeply. Years later, when her adopted son Krishnamurti met Shaw in Bombay, Shaw asked how she was. "Very well, but at her great age, she cannot think consecutively." "She never could," said Shaw. HPB died on May 8, 1890, in her 60th year. She had been seriously ill for at least 6 years, and in spite of a complication of heart disease, kidney disease, and rheumatic gout, her enormous vitality not only kept her alive but crackling with sparks. Her biographer, John Symonds, is not exaggerating when he calls her one of the most remarkable women who ever lived. She was larger than life size. Aleister Crowley believed he was a reincarnation of Eliphaz Levi. If so, Madame Blavatsky must have been a reincarnation of Cagliostro. She had the same charisma, the same adventurousness, the same mixture of humor, roguery, and genuine psychic ability. As to this last, there can hardly be any doubt. She could not have held so many disciples entirely by means of confidence trickery. She was a medium in the same sense that Home was, and in the sense that many adolescent children are. Phenomena happened when she was around. Her companion in later years tells of how she went into HPB's room one night to turn out a lamp that was burning. She turned it out and got back into bed. The room was divided by a screen, when the lamp was lit again. She turned it out again, and this time watched until the last spark had vanished, Suddenly, it lit again. The third time she did it, she saw a disembodied brown hand turning up the wick. When she finally succeeded in waking the sleeper, HPB explained she had been in her astral body, conversing with Master, and that the sudden awakening was dangerous. It almost caused her heart to stop. The first time she met Sinnott, he remarked that they had tried spiritualism but couldn't even get a rap. She replied, "Raps are the easiest thing to get," and raps immediately began to sound all around the room. Occult and various other theosophists actually saw Kudhumi and other masters under circumstances that rule out HPB's interference. And on several occasions, the masters left behind souvenirs of the visit, a silk handkerchief, for example. It is true that Occult and the other disciples may have been lying. But on other occasions, the possibility of trickery seems much reduced. Major General H.R. Morgan was being shown the shrine when Madame Coulomb knocked off a china tray and smashed it. While M. Coulomb was trying to repair it with clay, the general remarked that surely the masters ought to be able to restore it if they thought it important. The tray was placed in a cloth in the shrine. A few minutes later, it was found in its original unbroken state with a note saying cryptically that the devil was not as black as he is painted. W.B. Yeats tells of how he saw some kind of light floating around the portrait of Kudhumi, which HPB had painted under guidance. It vanished when he approached. HPB remarked, "I was afraid it was mediumship, but it was only clairvoyance." The difference, she explained, was that if it had been mediumship, the light would not have gone away as Yeats approached. Swami Dayananda was undoubtedly correct when he criticized the theosophists for being interested chiefly in phenomena. The Hindu ascetics insist that any advanced yogi can produce phenomena, and that they are a waste of time, a red herring across the path of spiritual advancement. The works of the theosophists, which include such notable classics as Annie Besant's The Ancient Wisdom and Sinnott's Esoteric Buddhism, are full of references to the Upanishads and Buddhist scriptures. But anyone who turns from theosophic literature to the original scriptures soon realizes that there is an abyss of difference. The purity of the religious impulse has been lost in transition. It is not that Hinduism lacks its preposterous tales of miracles. Paramhansa Yogananda's Autobiography of a Yogi, a recent work by a man who died in 1952, contains stories as extraordinary as anything in the lives of the medieval saints. There are not only stories of telepathy and projection of the astral body to distant places, but of the creation of a magic palace in the Himalayas, and the overnight healing of a yogi's arm when it has been almost severed from his body. Even so, Yogananda's book breathes the true spirit of Hinduism, and can create the peculiar spiritual intoxication that can also be found in the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna and the Bhagavad Gita. By comparison, the secret doctrine is on the level of children's fairy tales, a muddy torrent carrying all kinds of strange objects on its surface. Again, we feel strongly that interest in occultism often involves a certain immaturity. This becomes even clearer when we consider the magical revival in France that followed the death of Eliphas Lévi. Lévi's chief disciple was the young Marquis Stanislas de Guaita, who wrote poems in the manner of Baudelaire and took morphine. Together with another young student of the Kabbalah, Oswald Wirth, Guaita formed an order of Rosicrucians in Paris. He wrote a curious work in several volumes called The Serpent of Genesis, with the subtitle The Temple of Satan, in which he violently attacked a false prophet, Eugene Vintres, and a base idol of the mystical Sodom, a magician of the worst type, a wretched criminal, called Joseph Antoine Boulin. The two objects of this attack occupy a prominent place in the history of French occultism in the 19th century. Pierre Michel Eugene Vintres was a Norman peasant and visionary who achieved something of the same celebrity as Swedenborg. He was born in 1807, and in 1839 he became manager of a cardboard box factory at Tilly-sur-Seulles. One evening he had a curious experience. A ragged old workman knocked on his door and addressed him by his Christian names, Pierre Michel. He got rid of the old man by giving him 10 sous, but the old man apparently did not leave the building. Puzzled, Vintres asked a workman to help him search. He did not find the old man, but he found a letter and his 10 sous. He now became convinced the old man was an angel. The letter was not addressed to Vintras, but he read it all the same. What he read impressed him very deeply. For the letter concerned the pretender to the French throne, Louis XVII, son of the king who had been executed. Historical evidence seems to indicate that the son of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette died in captivity at the age of 10 in 1795. The unfortunate child had been kept locked in a dark room for 6 months, his food pushed through the grating in the door, and eventually died of scurvy. But no one seems to have seen the body, and it was rumored that he had escaped. Even the Encyclopedia Britannica admits that this is just possible. At all events, he was never heard of again. But in 1832, a German forger called Carl William Naundorff settled in France and announced that he was the missing heir to the throne. He was expelled in 1836, but by then he had many enthusiastic supporters. Naundorff's followers, who called themselves the saviors of Louis XVII, declared that France was about to enter a period of terrible calamities, which proved to be true enough, and that these could only be averted when Louis XVII returned to the throne. Then a golden age would begin, a period of unparalleled prosperity, spiritual and material. The letter Vintras read was full of these prophecies about the exiled Naundorff. Convinced that the angel who delivered the letter had been Saint Michael, Vintras instantly declared himself to be a convert to the pretender's party. He was a powerful ally, for he now began having apocalyptic visions, which he communicated so convincingly that he soon had hordes of followers, including a scholar called Charves, the cure of Mont Louis. Vintras set up a chapel in the cardboard box factory, and on the altar placed a number of hosts which, he said, had been sent to him by various disciples who had rescued them from desecration. At this period, there was a certain amount of stealing of consecrated wafers from churches, presumably for use in black magic ceremonies. And a miracle occurred, the hosts began to bleed. Medical tests verified that the blood was genuine and human, although it should be borne in mind that it was not until 1900 that Uhlenhuth discovered the method of testing a blood sample to establish its origin. Like the Abbé Vacher, of whom we have already spoken, Vintras seemed to have the odd ability to cause blood to materialize out of thin air. He was undoubtedly slightly insane, and his visions have many parallels in the annals of medical psychology. For example, he describes a dream in which his chapel was full of demons and monsters while the voice of the devil invited him to become one of his elect. The Virgin Mary, whose face hovered above an abyss, confirmed that he was damned. In spite of such nightmares, he continued to preach the work of mercy, and the followers of Naundorff, who had probably engineered the first visit from the angel, had no reason to regret their decision to recruit him. However, his publicist, the Abbé Charves, disregarded his advice to proceed with caution, and announced the miracle of the bleeding hosts in a widely distributed pamphlet. The authorities became nervous, a bishop denounced Vintras, and in 1842 Vintras and an agent of Naundorff's called Ferdinand Geoffroy were arrested and charged with fraud. They should have been acquitted, since the old ladies whose money they were accused of embezzling stated publicly that they had given the money of their own free will and had no regrets. Nevertheless, Vintras was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and Geoffroy to 2. An appeal was dismissed. It was while Vintras was serving his sentence that an ex-disciple named Cotsoli published a pamphlet called The Prophet Vintras denouncing the sect as a cover for sexual perversions, and alleging that Vintras performed black masses and masturbated on the host while he prayed. A police investigation of these charges exonerated Vintras. He came out of jail in 1845, the year that the pretender Naundorff died in Holland, and went to London, where his sect continued to flourish. He now declared himself to be an incarnation of the prophet Elijah, as Cagliostro had done before him, and even the Pope's declaration that the sect was heretical did not diminish his widespread influence. He returned to France in 1863, consecrated a number of priests in his Church of Carmel, and died in December 1875. One of these priests was a dubious character called Bullen. Bullen, born in 1824, was a defrocked priest. The summary of his life that is given by Robert Baldock in his biography of Huysmans sounds too fantastic to accept without reservation. But Baldock, a fellow of Pembroke College, Oxford, asserts that at a study of the priest's private papers, recently discovered in a remote French village by M. Pierre Lambert, and of a confession which he wrote in the prisons of the Holy Office, leaves no doubt that these reports of his depravity were well founded. Bullen founded a religious community near Paris in 1859, and taught that sexual intercourse was a road to salvation. His disciples believed that they had copulated with Cleopatra and Alexander the Great, as well as with saints and archangels. In 1860, says Baldock, Bullen sacrificed a child born him by a nun, the co-founder of the society, in some satanic rite. As a result of these activities, he was imprisoned until 1870, when he returned to Paris, only outwardly repentant, and founded a dubious magazine called Annals of Sanctity in the 19th century devoted to occult matters and accounts of Satanism. The basis of his teachings was still, apparently, sexual, and he taught his disciples how to dream they were having sexual intercourse with the saints of Jesus Christ by means of autosuggestion. The Archbishop of Paris finally intervened, and Bullen was defrocked. Vintres, now in the last months of his life, was in Lyons. Bullen became his disciple. And when Vintres died later that year, Bullen, to the indignation of other members of the Church of Carmel, declared that Vintres had appointed him his successor. The result was a schism in the church. Bullen was finally accepted by a minority in Lyons, and settled there under the care of a housekeeper, Julie Thibault. She participated in a ceremony called the Union with Life, which seems to have been, to put it mildly, Dionysian in character. Bullen taught that since Adam and Eve fell through sex, man must learn to regenerate himself by the same means. Sexual intercourse with people on a higher spiritual level than oneself raises one to their level, hence the importance of hallucinatory acts of intercourse with Jesus and the Virgin. Since Bullen was also on a higher spiritual plane than the female members of his congregation, it followed that he could give them a start on the upward path. It was this sexual doctrine that Stanislas de Guaita, Levi's disciple, denounced in the Temple of Satan, 1891. He said that it amounted to incubism and succubism, intercourse with male and female demons, and that Bullen's doctrine that one should help inferior beings by copulating with them could be used to justify bestiality. Guaita and Worth decided that Bullen should be exposed the year after he succeeded Vintres, 1886, and they wormed their way into his confidence, and that of his housekeeper, by pretending to be humble seekers after knowledge. Bullen was naturally cautious. He kept his sexual doctrines secret, to be communicated only to trusted adepts, but he finally expounded them to his new disciples. Guaita and Worth then revealed that they were wolves in sheep's clothing, held some kind of mock trial in Bullen's absence, and finally informed Bullen that he had been found guilty and condemned. Bullen naturally assumed this meant that the two Rosicrucians meant to kill him by magic. He now recalled bitterly that he had taught them some particularly murderous spells. If these were now flying through the psychic ether between Paris and Lyons, he would obviously have to counteract them with spells of his own. Guaita and Worth, who later wrote on the tarot, were joined by two other Rosicrucian adepts, a poet, Edouard Hubes, and a highly eccentric novelist who called himself Tsar Paladin. The battle went on for several years, with both sides experiencing inexplicable fits of oppression and nerves which they set down to the incantations of the other. The novelist J.K. Huysmans had become well known for his remarkable novel A Rebours, Against the Grain, about a rich young man, Des who detests the banality of everyday life, and locks himself in his villa, surrounded by exquisite food, liqueurs, pictures, and books to live a life of the imagination and senses. Des is one of the greatest symbols of the Romantic revolt against the world. As for living, our servants can do that for us, said Axel, in Villers de l'Isle-Adams' play. Huysmans had begun as a follower of Zola and the naturalist school, but his sympathies were closer to the aestheticism of Oscar Wilde. A Rebours becomes the Bible of Dorian Gray in Wilde's novel. He became increasingly fascinated by Satanism and decided to write a novel about it. First, he had to collect his material, and it was necessary to meet a Satanist. He heard about Bullen, and wrote to him in Lyons, asking for information, and offering to represent him in his novel as the Superman, the Satanist, far removed from the infantile spiritualism of the occultists. For some odd reason, believers in magic were violently opposed to spiritualism. Bullen, glad of such an ally, welcomed Huysmans to Lyons. He told him the whole story of the battle against the Black Rosicrucians, explained that his own magic was strictly white, and gave him all kinds of strange information. Huysmans kept faith. The novel, La Basse, Down There, appeared in the spring of 1891, with the flattering portrait of Bullen as the misunderstood white magician, Dr. Johannes, a name Bullen had assumed, who performs miracle cures and unbewitches people who have been bewitched by black magicians. La Basse is not a good novel, it is hardly a novel at all. But it is a very remarkable document that throws light not only on the psychology of French magicians of the 19th century, but upon the nature of black magic in all ages. There is very little plot. The writer Dürtel, Huysmans himself, is engaged on a life of Marshal Gilles de Rais, the sexual pervert who derived pleasure from killing children, and excerpts from Gilles' biography are interspersed throughout the book. One senses a curious immaturity in Huysmans's interest in Gilles, when he describes him disemboweling children and masturbating on their intestines. He is not really aware of the horror of the subject. It strikes him as bizarre, freakish, and therefore fascinating. Dürtel receives passionate letters from an unknown woman. The letters, which Huysmans had actually received from a female admirer, make it clear she is neurotic and hysterical, but Dürtel, bored and weak-minded, is intrigued, and decides he is in love with the unknown. He eventually discovers that she is Hyacinthe Chantelouve, wife of a rather sneaky Catholic historian. There is a typical scene in which she finally agrees to give herself to him and undresses. Dürtel has an immediate sense of anticlimax and finds the act of love-making sickening. He discovers that she knows a priest who performs the Black Mass, the sinister Canon Docre, based on a Belgian abbé, Louis van Heck, and persuades her to take him to one. The Black Mass scene is obviously the high point of the novel. It has a remarkable feeling of authenticity. The altar boys are aging poofs, covered with cosmetics. The chapel is dingy and damp, with cracked walls. The face of Christ on the cross is painted so that it laughs derisively. Canon Docre pours out Swinburnian invective on the crucified. Thou hast forgotten the poverty thou didst preach, thou hast seen the weak crushed, thou hast heard the death rattle of the timid. The women then begin to have convulsions in the manner of the Loudon nuns. One of the aged choir boys performs an act of fellatio on him. Docre ejaculates on the host and tosses it to the convulsed women. He also apparently defecates on the altar. Huysmans's language is not explicit, but orger obviously plays a central part in the Mass. Dürtel finally drags Madame Chantelouve away. She takes him to a room in a cheap bar, where, in spite of his protests, she possesses him. As far as Dürtel is concerned, that is the end of the affair. What comes out so clearly in the description of the Black Mass is the desire of the participants to shock themselves out of their normal state of dullness. One of the most curious features of all such ceremonies, witches' Sabbaths, and so on, is this emphasis on orger and dirt. In Huysmans, it becomes clear that the whole thing, far from being horrifying and sinister, is merely an expression of bourgeois frustrations. Parents demand that children keep clean, therefore it gives a sense of wickedness to wallow in dirt. The blasphemies sound completely harmless to anyone who is not a Catholic and who does not accept that disbelief in the divinity of Christ involves eternal damnation. The convulsions are intended to afford the same kind of relief as pornography. I have commented earlier on the element of deliberate nastiness that some pornographers throw in as a final touch of naughtiness. This is also present at Huysmans's Mass. Another woman, sprawling on her back, undid her skirts, revealing a huge and distended paunch, then her face twisted into a horrible grimace, and her tongue, which she could not control, stuck out, bitten at the edges, harrowed by red teeth, from a bloody mouth. The devil's realm is supposed to be ugliness. But the reader can sense an element of self-contradiction in Huysmans's account. So much ugliness and unpleasantness can hardly make the mass sound wicked, for who would want to witness anything so nauseating? So he takes care to mention that there are attractive women present, Junonian brunettes, even a young girl. And in doing so, he reveals the paradoxical absurdity of Satanism. The element that makes the black mass attractive is perfectly normal, healthy, pagan sex. The driving force behind it is the sexual repression that is inevitable in all civilization, where leisure gives everyone time to daydream about sex. The ugly crones with bitten tongues are an attempt to disguise this truth. A mere 20 years after La Basse, D.H. Lawrence was undermining the whole foundation of this kind of infantile diabolism by emphasizing that sex is a liberating activity, the penis is the rod that connects man to the stars. After sexual intercourse, a healthy couple should experience something of the oceanic feeling that characterizes mysticism, and this oceanic feeling is an intuition of the godlike, not the demonic. If Huysmans's diabolists had possessed any powers of self-observation, they would have noted that they experienced a sense of release, of cosmic consciousness, after their orgy, and that this is inconsistent with their professions of diabolism. Diabolism is an artificial antithesis, conjured into existence by bigotry and frustration, not a genuine expression of man's revolt against the godlike. This conclusion is underlined by the weakness and immaturity that Huysmans reveals in his self-portrait as Dürtel. His troubles arise out of boredom, inactivity. It is boredom that makes him work himself into a state of romantic fervor when he receives the letters from the unknown. When he discovers that the unknown is a society hostess whom he has met, he feels a mixture of disappointment and pleasure, disappointment because Hyacinth is less alluring than his imaginary unknown, pleased that she is, after all, quite sexually desirable. When she denies herself to him, he begins to want her frantically. His moment of greatest pleasure occurs when she kisses him when her husband is in the next room. As soon as she surrenders, he is revolted, and the morning after their depressing adultery, thinks longingly about chastity. As an excuse for not sleeping with her again, he tells her that he has a mistress and an ailing child, and is so touched by his own lie that he comes close to tears. Dürtel is an addition to the long line of weak heroes in French literature: Obermann, Constance Adolphe, Stendhal's Julien, Balzac's Rubempré. The only objection is that Huysmans was not aware of this. He thinks that Dürtel's torments, which finally draw him back into the church in La Cathedral, are the agonies of sensitivity and intelligence, not of mere self-indulgence and lack of discipline. I have dwelt on La Basse because it makes it possible to see the great magical battle between Bullen and Guaitau for the futile and rather silly business it really was. The Abbé Bullen died on January 3, 1893, at the age of 69, the day after writing an ominous letter to Huysmans. At 3 o'clock I awoke suffocating. From 3 to 3:30 I was between life and death. The numbers 8, 9, 3, in the year boded evil, he said. Madame Thibault, who later became Huysmans's housekeeper, wrote to him the same day telling him that after dinner, Bullen had struggled with congestion of the lungs, and then died suddenly. It was fairly obviously angina pectoris and a heart attack. It was not the first. But Huysmans immediately decided that the Rosicrucians had killed Bullen with their spells, and accused them of it in letters to newspapers. Guaitau and Worth declared flatly that there had been no spells at any time, no doubt telling the truth. Guaitau fought a duel with Huysmans's friend Bois, who had also accused him, but neither was hurt. The horse taking Bois to the duel came to a halt, trembling, no doubt telepathically sensing its rider's fear, and his pistol failed to fire. Naturally, he attributed both these occurrences to Guaitau's magic. Phoebus, the Rosicrucian poet, boasted that it was his magic that had killed Bullen, but he himself died shortly afterwards, after telling Huysmans that he was pursued by voices. Guaitau died in 1898 from an overdose of drugs. It may be doubted whether anyone tried actively to cast death spells. If Guaitau was, as Baltic asserts, only 27 when he died in 1898, then he was only 15 when he and Worth inveigled the secrets of the union with life out of Bullen in 1886. It sounds more like an adolescent prank than a calculated act of hatred. Huysmans may have added fuel to the flames with his novel, but since it does not directly attack the Rosicrucian group, it cannot have made all that much difference. If that magical battle hastened Bullen's death, it was because he worked himself into a state of nerves about it. It is doubtful, in any case, whether Guaita or any other member of the Rosicrucian group possessed the kind of nervous vitality necessary to project malice telepathically, in the way that John Cooper Powys believed he could. The Daily Express for July 22, 1970, reports the suicide of a 35-year-old gardener, who became convinced that an ex-girlfriend had bewitched him. His landlady told the inquest, about 18 months ago he was introduced to a girl who was involved in black magic. He went out with her for a week, and she told him she belonged to a cult and that she had killed 3 men. She said she could put a curse on him. I told him to give her up, and he did. Mr. Harrington began to brood, and spent 6 weeks in hospital receiving treatment for nerves. Last Friday she returned from shopping and found him hanging from the banisters. He told me about a nightmare he had that shattered his nerves. He said he dreamed of a man upside down on a crucifix in a field. The parallel with Bullen needs no underlining. Huysmans records Doertle's future course, and his own, in 3 subsequent novels, En route, La Cathedral, and El Oblat. These volumes, like La Basse, can hardly be called novels. They detail Doertle's path into the bosom of the Church. He ends as a Benedictine oblate, with lengthy discussions of medieval theology and the lives of the saints. The reader does not get a sense of a solution of Doertle's problems, because Catholicism is not the solution. Doertle is self-divided, unhappy, thoroughly dissatisfied with his life and with himself. It is an evolutionary craving that drives him, the desire to achieve the violet end of the spectrum of consciousness, and he fails. At the British Museum reading room I often saw a man of 36 or 37, in a brown velveteen coat, with a gaunt resolute face, and an athletic body, who seemed, before I heard his name, or knew the nature of his studies, a figure of romance. Presently I was introduced. He was called Liddell Mathers, but would soon, under the touch of the Celtic movement, become MacGregor Mathers, and then plain MacGregor. He was the author of the Kabbalah Unveiled, and his studies were only 2, magic and the theory of war, for he believed himself a born commander, and all but equal in wisdom and in power to that old Jew. He had copied many manuscripts on magical ceremonial and doctrine in the British Museum, and was to copy many more in continental libraries, and it was through him mainly that I began certain studies and experiences, that were to convince me that images well up before the mind's eye from a deeper source than conscious or subconscious memory. I believe that his mind in those early days did not belie his face and body, though in later years it became unhinged, as Don Quixote's was unhinged, for he kept a proud head amid great poverty. One that boxed with him nightly has told me that for many weeks he could knock him down, though Mathers was the stronger man, and only knew long after that during those weeks Mathers starved. I have quoted Yeats at length because the portrait of Mathers contains all the essential elements of the magician. There is the poverty, the driving willpower, the obscure sense of destiny, the romanticism that makes him change his name from Liddell to MacGregor. It is tempting to say that he is a man born in the wrong age, an adventurer who finds the 19th century too tame, but since, as we have seen, Agrippa and Paracelsus were no better off, this cannot be maintained. The old Jew Yeats refers to as Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew. Yeats was fascinated by the passage in Shelley's Hellas describing the old Jew living in a sea cavern mid the Demonici, and he became a theosophist, joining the Dublin circle that gathered around George Russell, A.E., because they had affirmed the real existence of the Jew. This idea of a lonely Superman, possessing more than human power and wisdom, is an immense attraction to people who, like Yeats, detest their own age. Mathers introduced Yeats to a small group of Christian Kabbalists called the Hermetic Students, and soon after, they derided to call themselves the Order of the Golden Dawn. Mathers talked mysteriously of an unknown master who had instructed him to found the Hermetic students, perhaps Saint Germain himself. The truth seems to be that Mathers had been a Rosicrucian and had been asked by a fellow Rosicrucian, Dr. William Woodman, to interpret a manuscript he had bought in the Farringdon Road. It turned out to be a ritual of ceremonial magic, and it mentioned a magical society in Germany. Mathers, Woodman, and a Dr. Wynne Westcott, the London coroner, wrote to the German society and were given a charter to found their own group. Mathers, being of a dictatorial nature, ended as its sole leader. According to John Simons, the German order seems to have been influenced by Madame Blavatsky, for it believed in secret masters in Tibet. Although in Crowley's Confessions, it is more likely that the secret chiefs were German magicians, and one was certainly a Frenchman of Scottish descent. The Golden Dawn had lodges in Edinburgh, Paris, London, and Weston-super-Mare. Mathers claimed to have established contact with the secret chiefs in Paris, and his authority was increased by his discovery in the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal of a grimoire called the Book of Sacred Magic of Aubermellin the Mage, printed in 1458. Mathers became the curator of a private museum owned by Frederick J. Hornemann in 1890, but in 1891 he quarreled with his employer and was dismissed. Hornemann's daughter, Miss Annie Hornemann, made him an allowance of £443 a year, and he moved to Paris. His wife, the daughter of the philosopher Bergson, was also a seer. He left the actress Florence Farr in charge of the order, and began performing Egyptian rites in Paris. He even hired the Baudelaire Theatre and charged admission to see them. It is not clear whether these had any connection with Cagliostro's Egyptian rite, but it seems likely. Probably he left Florence Farr in charge because he felt that a woman was less likely to take advantage of his absence to increase her own authority. If so, the idea was unsound. There were others in the order who were finding his autocratic manner a strain, for example, Drive Westcott, one of the original founders. Rumbles of revolt were heard, and they increased when Mathers showed a tendency to want to introduce his new Egyptian rites to the London society. And at this point, says Joseph Hone, in his biography of Yeats, Mathers precipitated a break by seeking the support of a dreadful young man, who broke into the rooms of the order and took possession of a book containing much secret matter. When Hone's book came out in 1942, the dreadful young man was still alive and so could not be mentioned by name. It was Aleister Crowley, the reincarnated spirit of Eliphaz Levi. His intervention was the beginning of the end for the Order of the Golden Dawn, which now disintegrated gently. A new order, the Stella Matutina, declared that it would not tolerate mystagogues, but without mystagogues, it failed to maintain the interest of its members. Mathers died in 1918, overcome, according to the first edition of Yeats's autobiography, by powerful magical currents emanating from Crowley. In his excellent book Ritual Magic in England, 1970, Francis King describes the subsequent history of the Golden Dawn. Mrs. Mathers became head of one of the branches of the order, but failed to hold it together. That remarkable occultist, Dion Fortune, broke away and formed her own temple. She later alleged that Mrs. Mathers launched murderous psychic attacks on her, and actually succeeded in killing one errant member. In 1934, a Crowley disciple named Francis Israel Rigardi joined the Stella Matutina and then proceeded to publish its secret rituals in a 4-volume edition. This betrayal apparently pushed the society into the final stages of collapse. The magical banners and instruments of the AO, another branch, were buried in a clifftop garden on the south coast. In 1966, the crumbling of the cliff deposited them on the beach, and several magical groups instantly laid claim to them. This event seems to conclude the history of the Golden Dawn. Chapter 7. The Beast Himself. There is an element of exhibitionism in all magicians. After all, the desire to perform magic is fundamentally a desire to impress other people. In Crowley, it so outweighed his other qualities that most of his contemporaries dismissed him as a publicity seeker. And since the English have a peculiar horror of immodesty, he came to be regarded as the embodiment of every anti-English vice. 7 years after his death, in 1954, the Finchley Public Library declined to purchase a copy of John Simons's biography of Crowley, or even to try to borrow it from another branch. The friend of mine who tried to order it was told that libraries are intended to circulate literature, and that by no stretch of imagination could Crowley be associated with literature. It cannot be denied that the librarian had a point. Crowley was a mountebank. In spite of this, he deserves serious consideration, for he was a magician in the original sense, a mage rather than an occultist or spiritualist. His character was flawed and complex, but his career certainly followed the parabolic course of rise and downfall that seems typical of magicians. He was born Edward Alexander Crowley on October 12, 1875, the year that saw the death of Levi and Vintras, and the creation of the Theosophical Society. His father, Edward Crowley, had made his fortune from Crowley's ales, and retired to devote his life to preaching the doctrines of the Plymouth Brethren. They lived in Leamington, a small, peaceful town not far from Stratford-on-Avon, a strange coincidence, he remarked later, that one small county should have given England her two greatest poets, for one must not forget Shakespeare. In his autobiography, which he calls The Confessions of Aleister Crowley, he makes it clear that much of his later diabolism was a revolt against the religion of his childhood. Like Huysmans's diabolists, he associated sex with sin. He wrote later, "My sexual life was very intense. Love was a challenge to Christianity. It was a degradation and a damnation." He also remarks contemptuously of the members of the Golden Dawn, "They were not protagonists in the spiritual warfare against restriction, against the oppressors of the human soul, the blasphemers who denied the supremacy of the will of man," a phrase that brings to mind the doctrines of Saint Martin. It was his mother, he said, who first said that she thought he was the beast from the Book of Revelation, whose number is 666. This makes it sound as if his childhood was repressed and embittered. In fact, his autobiography makes clear that he had affectionate and indulgent parents, and was rather a spoiled little boy. Boys tend to imitate their fathers, and his father, he says, was a born leader of men, so his spirit grew unchecked. His father died when he was 11, and his natural wildness increased. He seems to have been the kind of schoolboy who smokes in lavatories and loves breaking his sister's toys. At the age of 11 he went to a private school for the Sons of Brethren at Cambridge, and it was here that the spirit of revolt seems to have been sown in him. It happened immediately after his father's death. Up till this time he had been happy enough there, so presumably he was suffering from some kind of emotional shock. More important, he was approaching puberty, and he was always powerfully attracted by sex. His mother was so puritanical that she violently quarreled with Crowley's cousin Agnes because she had a copy of a book by Zola in her house, moreover, a perfectly harmless one, Dr. Pascal. So when a servant girl showed an interest in him, Crowley lost no time in getting her into his mother's bedroom and possessing her on the bed. The motivation here is clear enough. He was 14 at the time. His career almost came to a premature end on Guy Fawkes Night, 1891, when he tried to light a 10-pound homemade firework, and was unconscious for 96 hours. He went to public school at Malvern in the following year, then on to Oxford, where he lived lavishly and published his own poems. He discovered rock climbing, and for many years this was to satisfy his adventurous temperament. He was not a good poet because he lacked verbal discipline. A few lines of one of his poems will give an idea of his qualities. "I sate upon the mossy promontory, where the cascade cleft not his mother rock, but swept in whirlwind lightning foam and glory, vast circling with unwearying luminous shock, to lure and lock, marvelous eddies in its wild caress. There is a certain impressionistic power, but it has no originality. It might have been written 80 years earlier. Perhaps everything came too easily. He had charm and wealth. He was a born mountaineer, a fluent poet, a successful lover, so his occasional setbacks produced a torrent of rage and self-justification instead of an effort at self-discipline. In his late teens he came across Mathers's Kabbalah Unveiled, which is, in fact, basically a translation of the Zohar. taken from a Kabbalist called Rosenroth, which fascinated him precisely because it was all so incomprehensible. Next came E. Waite's compilation on ceremonial magic, the Book of Black Magic and of Pacts. Waite was later a member of the Golden Dawn, and Crowley refers to him with typical unfairness. The author was a pompous, ignorant, and affected dipsomaniac from America, and he treated his subject with the vulgarity of Jerome K. Jerome, and the beery, leering frivolity of a red-nosed Moosey Chow comedian. There follows a passage that illustrates what was wrong with Crowley as a stylist. Waite is not only the most ponderously platitudinous and priggishly prosaic of pretentiously pompous pork butchers of the language, but the most voluminously voluble. I cannot dig over the dreary deserts of his drivel in search of the passage which made me write to him. Confessions, p. 127. It is true that Waite is an appalling stylist, but he is never as bad as this. Readers of Simon's Quest for Corvo will recognize a style of invective much like Rolfe's. Apart from Swinburnian poetry, Crowley also produced a cycle of poems about a sexual psychopath who ends as a murderer, White Stains, and a sadistic, pornographic short novel called Snowdrops from a Curate's Garden, which shows close affinities with Sada, psychologically as well as stylistically. Through a student of chemistry, Crowley was introduced to an alchemist named George Cecil Jones, and through Jones to the Order of the Golden Dawn. He was disappointed by the mediocrity of most of the members, and found the ceremonies commonplace. Nevertheless, he was admitted, and given the name Brother Perdurabo, one who endures to the end. He was of the lowest of the Society's 10 grades, and began working hard to rise in rank. The oddest fact of all is that Crowley was a born magician. Perhaps the explosion that almost killed him at 15 had awakened his faculties, like Peter Hercos's fall from a ladder. He possessed a remarkable sense of direction that made him compare himself to Shetland ponies that can find their way through bogs and mists. These instinctive, animal faculties, jungle sensitiveness, were strongly developed in him. He mentions that he can never remember mountains he has climbed, yet can recognize every pebble if asked to repeat the climb. My limbs possess a consciousness of their own which is infallible. Hostile critics have dismissed his magic as wishful thinking. He was a romantic who wanted to believe in magic as Yeats wanted to believe in fairies. As Huysmans said, to find compensation for the horror of daily life, the squalor of existence, the excremental filthiness of the loathsome age we live in. This misses the point. What Crowley realized instinctively was that magic is somehow connected with the human will, with man's true will, the deep instinctive will. Man is a passive creature because he lives too much in rational consciousness and the trivial worries of every day. Crowley, with his animal instinct and his powerful sexual urge, glimpsed the truth expressed in Nietzsche's phrase, "There is so much that has not yet been said or thought." This should be borne in mind as a counterbalance to the natural tendency to dismiss him as a mountebank. If an ordinary, rational person tried to perform a magical ceremony, he would be thinking all the time, "This is absurd, it cannot work." And it wouldn't. In moments of crisis or excitement, man completes his partial mind, and somehow knows in advance that a certain venture will be successful. William James remarks that a man can play a game for years with a high level of technical perfection, and then one day, in a moment of excitement, something clicks, and the game begins to play him. Suddenly, he cannot do a thing wrong. Crowley states all this clearly in the important 20th chapter of his autobiography, of which the following are the key passages. I soon learned that the physical conditions of a magical phenomenon were like those of any other, but even when this misunderstanding has been removed, success depends upon one's ability to awaken the creative genius which is the inalienable heirloom of every son of man, but which few indeed are able to assimilate to their conscious existence, or even, in 99 cases out of 100, to detect. The basis of the misunderstandings is that there is a real apodictic correlation between the various elements of the operation, such as the formal manifestations of the spirit, his name and sigil, the form of the temple, weapons, gestures, and incantations. These facts prevent one from suspecting the real subtlety involved in the hypothesis. This is so profound that it seems almost true to say that even the crudest magic eludes consciousness altogether, so that when one is able to do it, one does it without conscious comprehension, very much as one makes a good stroke at cricket or billiards. One cannot give an intellectual explanation of the rough working involved. In other words, magic in this sense is an art rather than a science. Here Crowley is very close to Paracelsus. His meaning is not always quite dear, but the total drift is plain. Magic is to do with a subconscious process, and the actual ceremonies and rituals are not apodictically related to it, as treading on a rake is apodictically related to it hitting you on the head. It is interesting that he should use the word apodictically, later used by Edmund Husserl to mean beyond all question, for Husserl was the first to grasp clearly that all conscious processes are intentional and that therefore man's vision of himself as a passive creature in an active universe is false. His consciousness is so far removed from the powerhouse that drives him that he can no longer hear its roaring, and makes the mistake of believing that consciousness is flat, passive, mirror-like. Let me try to state this as plainly as possible. If a child whips a top, he is aware of the immediate relation between his whipping and the spinning of the top. If he stops whipping, the top slows down. Man has become so complicated that he is unaware of the relation between his willpower and the spinning of the top called consciousness, and minor discouragements tend to get so out of proportion that he forgets to whip it. Crowley had some intuitive sense of the powers of his hidden will, what Paracelsus meant by imagination, and he turned to magic with an instinct rather than an intellectual impulse. With much the same obscure feeling of potential power, Hitler turned to mob oratory and Rasputin turned to faith healing. Madame Blavatsky also possessed it to a remarkable extent, without possessing the self-discipline to go with it. The same is true of Crowley, to an even greater degree. But he cannot be understood without recognizing that he did possess it. When he became an ally of Mathers in Paris, Mathers sent him to London to try to regain control of the Order of the Golden Dawn. Crowley had his own grudge against them. They had refused to allow him to ascend to a higher grade. The result was the dissolution of the Golden Dawn, and legal problems. Yeats wrote irritably to Lady Gregory, "Fortunately Crowley has any number of false names, and has signed the summons in one of them. He is also wanted for debt." He added that they had refused to grant Crowley a higher grade because we did not think that a mystical society was intended to be a reformatory. This view of Crowley is by no means unjustified. He shared with Mathers a curious weakness, the desire to pose as an aristocrat. Mathers was given to dressing in kilts and calling himself the Chevalier Macgregor or the Comte de Glenstray. Crowley took a flat in Chancery Lane shortly after joining the Golden Dawn, cultivated a Russian accent, and called himself Count Vladimir Zverev. He explains in his autobiography that he did this in the interests of psychological observation. He had observed that his wealth gained him a certain respect from tradesmen, and he now wanted to see how much lower they would bow to a Russian nobleman. When he moved to a house on the shores of Loch Ness, he called himself Lord Boleskine, or the Laird of Boleskine, and imitated Mathers in adopting a kilt. Here he concentrated upon the magic of Obermelin the Mage, whose ultimate aim is to establish contact with one's guardian angel. Crowley states that he and Jones, the alchemist, had succeeded in materializing the helmeted head and left leg of a healing spirit called Booter in London, and that on another occasion an army of semi-materialized demons spent the night marching around his room. In Scotland the lodge and terrace of Boleskine House became peopled with shadowy shapes. The lodge-keeper went mad and tried to kill his wife and children, and the room became so dark while Crowley was trying to copy magic symbols that he would have to work by artificial light, even when the sun was blazing outside. After the quarrel with Yeats, who, according to Crowley, was full of black, bilious rage because Crowley was a greater poet, the Laird of Boleskine went to Mexico, where his concentrated effort almost succeeded in making his image vanish in the mirror. This in itself makes quite clear what Crowley was out to do, to discover new horizons of the will. This raises the question, but in that case, why did he need magic, if his effects were produced by the will? And the answer underlines the central point of this book. The will cannot operate in vacuo, at least, except in certain moments of pure self-awareness. It needs a whole scaffolding of drama, of conviction, of purpose. When a patriot talks about his country, he does not mean the view out of the bathroom window, although that is certainly a part of his country. In order to get that patriotic glow, he needs to think of the Union Jack or Old Glory, and accompany it with some definite image of green fields or some battlefield of the past. When Crowley sat alone in his room in Mexico City, it was not enough to stare in the mirror and will. He had to think of the great secret doctrine of magic, and see himself as the lonely outsider with his sights fixed on the stars, and a quite definite aim, to establish contact with his guardian angel, as Obermelin the mage had done before him. For the same reason, he picked up a prostitute because of the insatiable intensity of passion that blazed from her evil inscrutable eyes that had tortured her worn face into a whirlpool of seductive sin. Since the unfortunate woman lived in a slum, she was probably merely half-starved, but the image of the Scarlet Woman was important to define Crowley's self-image clearly, the Nietzschean explorer, marching away from the warm campfires of humankind into the cold outer wastes of the mysterious universe. And since he liked to dramatize himself as the beast from Revelation, then a half-starved hag, no doubt a good Catholic and an affectionate mother, had to be the whore of Babylon. But the point to observe is that it worked. With all his absurd Swinburnian gestures, he succeeded in capturing the fluid will and prevent it from ebbing into the sand of forgetfulness and self-depreciation. That was the aim. Meanwhile, my magical condition was making me curiously uncomfortable. I was succeeding beyond all my expectations. In the dry pure air of Mexico, with its spiritual energy unexhausted and uncontaminated as it is in cities, it was astonishingly easy to produce satisfactory results. But my very success somehow disheartened me. I was getting what I thought I wanted, and the attainment itself taught me that I wanted something entirely different. What that might be it did not say. My distress became acute. He sent out an urgent call for help from the masters, and a week later received a letter from George Jones that contained exactly what he needed. It can be seen that his quest differed from that of any Christian or Eastern mystic only in mere form. He was on the same journey outward. Instead of the Upanishads or the cloud of unknowing, he studied the Kabbalah with its notion of the universe as 10 spheres connected by 22 paths. The skeptic may shrug, but is this more absurd than believing that Jesus died for Adam's sin, or that Mohammed is the prophet of God? The results produced by a religion are not based upon the apodictic truth of its dogmas, but the dogmas are indispensable to the results, and the results are real. The 25th chapter of the Confessions, in which all this is described, leaves no doubt of Crowley's sincerity, or of the reality of his misery. He was not driven by exhibitionism, but by an obscure craving for reality. Oddly enough, it was his old mountaineering companion Eckenstein who was able to show him the next step. He advised him to give up magic, and simply develop a power of immense concentration. He saw immediately that Crowley's trouble was still the fluidity of his will and sense of identity. And it is to Crowley's credit that he immediately followed Eckenstein's prescription and spent months in what amounted to yogic training. There followed more mountain climbing, up Popocatépetl, travels to San Francisco, then Ceylon, and a love affair with a married woman that resulted in a book, Alice, an Adultery. In Ceylon he found his close friend Alan Bennett, a student of Buddhism and colleague from Golden Dawn days. Crowley's generosity had been responsible for sending Bennett to Ceylon. Bennett was later the founder of the British Buddhist movement, and he was one of the few people of whom Crowley was consistently fond. He spent months teaching Crowley all he knew of Eastern mysticism. After his months of thought control under Eckenstein, it came as a revelation. It is extremely interesting that Crowley, speaking of this period, emphasizes the importance of a scientific approach to mysticism. A single unanalyzed idea is likely to send him astray. And he makes a vitally important point that reveals that his insight was genuine. The fundamental principle of yoga is how to stop thinking. The numerous practices of yoga are simply dodges to help one to acquire the knack of slowing down the current of thought, and ultimately stopping it altogether. We return to the concept I have emphasized throughout this book, of stillness, of preventing the energies from flowing away like water down a drain. Bennett had been a private tutor to the Solicitor General in Ceylon. He now decided that it was time to renounce the world and become a Buddhist monk. Crowley went off and hunted big game, penetrated a secret shrine at Mathura, explored the Irrawaddy River in a canoe, and finally visited Bennett in his monastery, where, he claims, he saw Bennett floating in the air and being blown about like a leaf. Crowley, now in his mid-20s, was still basically a rich playboy and sportsman. In 1902 he was one of a party that attempted to reach the summit of Kogo Ri, or K2, the world's second highest mountain, in the Karakoram range of India, but bad weather and illness frustrated the expedition. Back in Paris, he called on Mathers, hoping that his new accomplishments would win Mathers's respect, but Mathers was not in the least interested in yoga, and only admired himself. Their relations became several degrees colder. Crowley became something of a figure among artistic circles in Paris, and Mom portrays him in The Magician, one of his least successful novels. He returned to Boleskine, and became friendly with a young painter, Gerald Kelly, who later became Sir Gerald Kelly, President of the Royal Academy. At Kelly's family home, Strathpeffer, he met Kelly's unstable sister Rose, a girl with a pretty face and a weak mouth. Already a widow, she had involved herself with a number of men who all wanted to marry her, and had encouraged them all. Crowley's quirky sense of humor suggested the solution: marry him, and leave the marriage unconsummated. She could have his name, and be free of her admirers. They were married by a lawyer the next morning. But Crowley was not a man to pass up the opportunity of performing his sexual magic on another woman. Besides, there was an element of masochism in Rose that appealed to the touch of sadism in him. Their decision to keep the marriage platonic lasted only a few hours. The rage of Gerald Kelly and Rose's other relations delighted Crowley, who loved drama of any sort. He took Rose back to Boleskine, and had to quickly cancel an arrangement whereby a red-headed tart he had picked up should become his housekeeper, and then to Paris, Cairo, where they spent a night in the Great Pyramid, and Ceylon. It was here that Crowley shot a bat, which fell on his wife's head and dug its claws into her hair. That night, Rose had a nightmare that she was a bat, and clung to the frame of the mosquito net over the bed, howling. When he tried to detach her, she spat, scratched, and bit. Crowley described it as the finest case of obsession that I had ever had the good fortune to observe. It should now be fairly clear what was wrong with Crowley, and why he, like other magicians, carried inside him the seed of his own downfall. The self-centered child who disliked his mother, he describes her as a brainless bigot, had almost no capacity for natural affection. It is this that makes him a monster. He liked Bennett and Eckenstein because they impressed him, not because they touched any chord of affection. In Mexico he came close to disinterested study of a subject that might have raised his whole personality to a higher level, but life was too easy. It was too much of a temptation to indulge the schoolboy in himself. In Boleskine he had written to a society for the suppression of vice complaining that prostitution was conspicuous in foyers. They sent a man to investigate, and finally wrote saying they could not find any sign of prostitution in the small Scottish town. Crowley then wrote back, conspicuous by its absence, "You fools." His marriage to Rose was fundamentally another schoolboy prank. The serious part of him was not getting a chance to develop. In Cairo, when he and Rose returned there, he dressed himself in robes and called himself Prince Shokan, declaring that an Eastern Sultan had given him the rank. He told Rose's parents that any letter not addressed to Princess Shokan would be returned. When her mother addressed an envelope to the princess, but added an exclamation mark, Crowley returned it to her unopened. He could be extremely exasperating when he wanted. There now occurred the event that Crowley thought the most important of his life. Rose was pregnant, and Crowley's attempts to invoke sylphs, spirits of air, for her benefit put her into a peculiar mood. The most sensible explanation is that she had received the imprint of Crowley's personality so deeply that she found herself in telepathic contact with him and expressed notions that floated around in his subconscious. She told him that he had offended Horus, of whom, he says, she knew nothing. In a museum she showed him a statue of Are-Ho-Erkut, one of the forms of Horus, and he was impressed to find that the number of the exhibit was the number of the beast in Revelation 6:66. Rose, whom he now called Warda, now began to instruct him on how to invoke Horus. The ritual did not seem to make sense, but he tried it. The result, he assures his readers, was a complete success. Not only did he hear from Horus, but from his own guardian angel, whom he had been trying to invoke for so many years. His name was Iwas. Horus told him that a new epoch was beginning, and many occultists would agree with this. Strindberg was saying much the same thing at the same time. Then Crowley was ordered to take his swan fountain pen and write. A musical voice from the corner of the room then dictated the book of the law to him, assuring him that this book would solve all religious problems and would be translated into many languages. It goes further than any previous scriptures, Crowley says, in proving conclusively the existence of God, or at least, of intelligence higher than man's, with whom man can communicate. What is one to think of all this? The Book of the Law, with its fundamental assertion "do what thou wilt," borrowed from Rabelais and William Blake, seems to be an attempt to write a semi-biblical text like Thus Spake Zarathustra, and the style is rather like Oscar Wilde's biblical pastiche prose poems. Be goodly therefore, dress yet all in fine apparel, eat rich foods and drink sweet wines and wines that foam. Also, take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where and with whom ye will. This is quite plainly Crowley, the man with a hangover from the Christianity of his childhood, speaking, and sounding rather like his contemporary Gide in Les Nourritures Terrestres written 7 years earlier. On the other hand, there can be no doubt whatever that Crowley himself attached enormous importance to the work. It was his own Quran, and he was the chosen prophet. All great religions, he says, can be expressed in a single word, in Buddhism, Anatta, in Islam, Allah. In Crowleyanity the word was Thelema, the name of the abbey, do what you will, in Rabelais. And for the rest of his life, Crowley began all his letters with the assertion do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The epoch of gods and demons is over, the new epoch opens in which man must cease to think of himself as a mere creature, and stand firmly on his own feet. This would be humanism, except that humanism, while placing man on his own feet, sees him as human, all too human, the thinking reed. Crowley sees him as a potential god, gradually coming to understand his own powers. It must be admitted that the conception is profound. It is true that St. Martin had expressed it more than 100 years earlier, and Shaw would express it again in Back to Methuselah 20 years later, but it reveals Crowley as a great deal more than a brainless charlatan. He had created a fundamentally Nietzschean morality: we should not protect the weak and vicious from the results of their own inferiority. To pity another man is to insult him. As to sin, strong and successful men always express themselves fully, and when they are sufficiently strong no harm comes of it to themselves or others. There is nothing original about Crowley's book. Shaw's Man and Superman, written at the same time, is a greater work in every way. But it is still Crowley's major achievement, and when he had finished it, he may well have felt that he had at last produced his masterpiece, a work that towered above his plays and poems, and that it was worth devoting his life to making it known. Back in Paris, Crowley wrote Mathers a letter declaring that the secret chiefs had appointed him head of the order. I did not expect or receive an answer. I declared war on Mathers accordingly. He insists in his autobiography that he himself did not understand the Book of the Law, hated parts of it, and only slowly recognized it for the immense revelation it was. At Boleskine again, he prepared a collected edition of his works in 3 volumes, and he later offered a large money prize for the best essay on his works. He was pathetically anxious to be accepted as a major writer. Malevolent magical currents swept from Paris. Mathers was obviously out to get him, and killed off his dogs, and caused a workman to go berserk and attack Rose. Crowley invoked 49 demons, which Rose apparently saw, and sent them off to torment Mathers. Rose bore him a small daughter, whom he called Nut Ma'ahathur Hecata Sappho Jezebel Lilith. The next major event was another mountaineering expedition, this time to Kanchenjunga. The briefest way to deal with this is to quote the account given by Shawell Styles in his History of Mountaineering on Top of the World. In 1905, a small expedition took up the challenge of Kanchenjunga. 3 competent Swiss climbers and 1 Italian, Guillermot, Raymond, Patch, and Arrighi, chose as their leader an Englishman, a skilled mountaineer named Aleister Crowley. Crowley was perhaps the most extraordinary character who ever took to the mountain sport. He was ostentatiously careless and inhuman in all he did, styled himself the Great Beast of the Apocalypse, and practiced black magic and Satanism. The party advanced up the glacier and reached a height of 20,400 feet on the face below the main peak and to the west of it, and here, at Camp 7, the Swiss called a conference at which Crowley was formally deposed from leadership because of his sadistically cruel treatment of the porters. Crowley refused to accept this. The expedition was then called off, and all except Crowley started down for the lower camps. There was a slip which set off an avalanche. All of them were swept down and buried under the snow. Guillermot succeeded in freeing himself and digging out Arrighi, while Raymond, who had escaped the worst of the fall, came to his aid. Together they dug feverishly to try to rescue the deeply buried Patch and the 3 porters who were engulfed with him, at intervals shouting to Crowley to come and help them. But Patch was dead, and the porters too. Crowley had heard the frantic calls for help but had not troubled to come out of his tent. That evening he wrote a letter, later printed in an English newspaper, commenting that he was not over-anxious in the circumstances to render help. A mountain accident of this kind is one of the things for which I have no sympathy whatever. Next morning he climbed down, keeping well clear of his late companions who were toiling to recover the bodies, and proceeded to Darjeeling by himself. As a Satanist, it seems, he was doing rather well. And Kanchenjunga remained unattempted for another quarter of a century. Styles's account is inaccurate in only one minor detail. Raymond stayed with Crowley, but went to the rescue of the others when they shouted. In Calcutta, Crowley describes how he was attacked in the street by a gang of pickpockets, but that, far from feeling afraid, he felt like a leopard, the master of the situation. He managed to fire his revolver with perfect calm, and then made himself invisible. He explains that this is not literally true, it was simply that he possessed some odd power of causing a blank spot in the minds of people looking at him, like a conjurer. Strindberg, we have seen, believed he also possessed this power. The next day Rose and the child arrived, and Crowley admits, I was no longer influenced by love for them, no longer interested in protecting them. He took them to China, where he smoked opium, and got his own back on some rebellious coolies by underpaying them and escaping downriver with his rifle pointed at them. After 4 months of this, he instructed Rose to return to England by way of India, to pick up the luggage in Calcutta, while he returned by way of New York. On arrival back in Liverpool he heard that the baby had died of typhoid in Rangoon. Rose produced another baby not long after, Lola Zaza, who almost died of bronchitis soon after her birth. Crowley took the opportunity to order his mother-in-law out of the sickroom, and assisted the hag down the stairs with my boot lest she should misinterpret my meaning. But the marriage to Rose was virtually over. Rose had become a dipsomaniac, and later went insane. This was a pattern that was to recur with people who became too intimate with Crowley. His first disciple was a classic case of persecution mania named Lord Tankerville, whom he calls Coke in the autobiography. With Tankerville he traveled in Morocco and Spain, Tankerville presumably paying, for Crowley's fortune was beginning to run out, but Tankerville ended their association with the remark, I'm sick of your teaching, 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 as if you were God Almighty and I were a poor bloody shit in the street. But he soon found another disciple, Victor Newberg, a poet. He published more poetry, a book praising himself called The Star in the West, a fulsome account of Crowleyanity by a soldier, J.F.C. Fuller, later a Major General, which won the £100 prize for the best essay on his works, and a biannual journal of magic called The Equinox. Crowley also decided to start his own magical society, which he called the Silver Star or AA, and made use of the rituals from the Golden Dawn. He knighted himself, explaining that he had acquired the title in Spain for services to the Carlist cause, and shaved his huge domed head. Rose was now going insane and he divorced her. Simons says that Crowley often entertained mistresses in their home, and occasionally hung her upside down by her heels in the wardrobe. In 1910 he discovered the use of mescaline, and devised a series of 7 rites, which he called the Rites of Eleusis, and hired Caxton Hall for their performance on 7 successive Wednesdays. Admission was 5 guineas, and the aim was, he said, to induce religious ecstasy. His latest mistress, an Austrian violinist called Leila Waddell, accompanied the group on the violin. John Bull reviewed them with hostility, and another magazine, The Looking Glass, devoted several issues to attacking Crowley. It was the beginning of the persecution that was to last for the rest of his life. It cannot be maintained that it was undeserved. His life was becoming a series of mere events, like the lives of all the other magicians we have considered. Mathers tried to prevent the publication of the 3rd issue of the Equinox because it contained a full description of the secret rites of the Golden Dawn, which Crowley had taken an oath never to reveal. The judge found in favor of Mathers. Crowley performed some magic from the Book of Obermelin, and appealed. This time he won, and duly published the secrets. But he had passed the high point of his life. From now on, although he lived until 1947, it was all downhill. The promise had gone, and the pattern was set: magical ceremonies, mistresses, frantic attempts to raise money, newspaper attacks on him and attempts to justify himself in print. In 1912 he met the German adept Theodor Reuss, who accused him of giving away occult secrets. The secret Crowley had given away in one of his books, called Liber 333, the Book of Lies, was that sex could be used magically. Reuss was a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, which has been mentioned in an earlier chapter. Reuss ended by authorizing Crowley to set up his own branch of the order, and Crowley set about performing sexual magic with diligence, sodomizing Victor Neuburg in Paris in 1913 as part of a magical ceremony. He also practiced sexual magic with a companion of Isadora Duncan's, Mary d'Este Sturges, and they rented a villa in Italy for that purpose. He also took a troupe of chorus girls to Moscow, they were called the Ragged Ragtime Girls, and had a violent affair with another starving leopardess of a girl, who needed to be beaten to obtain satisfaction. Crowley claims it was his first relationship of this sort, but it was not the last. Physical sadism was another taste he acquired. He opened a satanic temple in a studio in Fulham Road, and an American journalist described the number of aristocratic female disciples who frequented it. Crowley had now filed his 2 canine teeth to a sharp point, and when he met women, was inclined to give them the serpent's kiss, biting the wrist, or occasionally the throat, with the fangs. Simons also mentions that he had a habit of defecating on carpets, and explaining that his ordure was sacred, like that of the Dalai Lama. The Great War caught him in Switzerland, now aged 39. He claims that he tried to persuade the British government to employ him, and was refused. He decided to go to America. After a year of various unsuccessful magical activities, he thought up a new role, the anti-British Irishman. He was not, of course, Irish, he had never even been to Ireland. But this did not matter. He made a speech to the waves at the foot of the Statue of Liberty and tore up his British passport, or what he claimed was his British passport. After this, he began to write virulent anti-British propaganda for a newspaper called The Fatherland, subtitled Fair Play for Germany and Austria-Hungary. In his autobiography he triumphantly explains the reason for this: he was trying to help Britain by making his propaganda so absurd that it would provoke the opposite effect. Admiral Sir Guy Gaunt, then Beat of Naval Intelligence in America, undoubtedly put his finger on the real motive when he wrote to John Simons, "I think you describe Crowley exactly when you refer to him as a small-time traitor." As regards his activities, I think they were largely due to a frantic desire for advertisement, for he was very anxious to keep his name before the public somehow. But this does not completely explain it. There was also Crowley's increasing disgust with England, the country in which he felt an exile, that refused him recognition on any terms. Crowley describes his period in America as a period of poverty and humiliation. Humiliated or not, he seems to have managed to live fairly well. A report in a New York paper, The Evening World, quoted by Simons, describes a fairly luxurious studio in Washington Square. It must be remembered that Crowley was always fairly expert at getting money from disciples. An American writer on witchcraft, William Seabrook, who was introduced to Crowley by Frank Harris, says that Crowley had a cult with followers and disciples. He also says of their ceremonies, they were Holy Grail stuff, mostly. Some of their invocations were quite beautiful. Seabrook, who had met Gurdjieff and noted the tremendous power he seemed to exude, remarked that Crowley was also a man of power. And this should be borne in mind as a counterbalance to Simon's accurate but overcrowded account, which gives the impression that Crowley had reached a kind of dead end. What always distinguished Crowley from the disciples who came and went was a remarkable inner strength. It was this that preserved him from the disaster that overtook so many of them. He would eat and drink until he became bloated, and then deliberately starve himself down to a healthy weight again. Seabrook tells an amusing story of how Crowley one day announced that it was time he went off to spend 40 days and nights in the wilderness. Seabrook and some other friends decided to stake Crowley, who was broke. They also found him a canoe and a tent. When they went to see him off, they discovered that he had spent every penny of the money on huge tins of red paint and ropes. He told them that, like Elijah, he would be fed by the ravens. Crowley spent the 40 days and nights painting in huge red letters on the cliffs south of Kingston the inscriptions, "Every man and woman is a star and, inevitably, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." He was fed by neighboring farmers, who presented him periodically with eggs, milk and sweet corn. He returned to New York looking healthy and cheerful. Seabrook goes on to tell one of the oddest stories about Crowley's powers. When Crowley said he had gained greater power through his vigil, Seabrook asked for a demonstration. Crowley took him along Fifth Avenue, and on a fairly deserted stretch of pavement, fell into step with a man, walking behind him and imitating his walk. Suddenly Crowley buckled at the knees, squatted for a split second on his haunches, then shot up again. The man in front of him also buckled and collapsed on the pavement. They helped him to his feet, and he looked around in a puzzled manner for the banana skin. I have used this incident in my novel The Sex Diary of Gerard Sorm, in which Crowley is one of the central characters. The incident makes Crowley sound like Tilleulen Spiegel. It seems typical that he should demonstrate his power by making a respectable banker fall down. Towards the end of his American period, Crowley discovered yet another scarlet woman. A woman named Renata Faesi called on him with her younger sister Leah, a thin girl with a broad mouth, sharp teeth, and flat breasts. Apparently something clicked as soon as they saw one another, and Crowley seized her and began to kiss her violently, to Renata's astonishment. It was sheer instinct, says Crowley. Fairly soon he was taking off her clothes to paint her in the nude. The painting was a ghoulish object called Dead Souls, and in due course Leah Herzig, also called the Abe of Thoth and Alas Rael, became pregnant. In December 1919, Crowley returned to London. But he was not happy in England. He now suffered from asthma and bronchitis every winter, and periodic indulgence in all kinds of drugs, from mescaline and hashish to cocaine, heroin and opium, had lowered his physical resistance to the English cold and damp. His former pupil, Victor Newburgh, had married and settled down, but he remained obsessed by Crowley for the rest of his life. See The Magical Dilemma of Victor Newburgh, by Jean Overton Fuller, London, 1965. Crowley had cursed him when they separated before the war, and Newburgh had been a nervous wreck for a long time afterwards. He still attributed his ill health to Crowley's curse. There was no one else in London from whom Crowley could get money. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, he received a legacy of £3,000. He had spent the £30,000 left him by his mother years before. He decided to make for warmer climes, and after some preliminary wandering, Crowley and Leah Herzig chose a farmhouse at Cefalù in Sicily. They were also accompanied by a nursemaid, Nanette Shumway, who had quickly become Crowley's mistress, Nanette's 2-year-old son, and by the 2 children Crowley had by Leah, a boy called Dionysus and a newly born girl, Anne Leah, whom he called Popey. Crowley, now in his mid-40s, seems to have developed a few normal human feelings. He wrote in his diary, "I love Australia Leah, she is all my comfort, my support, my soul's desire, my life's reward." He was certainly passionately fond of the Popey, whose health had been feeble from the beginning. At first, life at the farmhouse, which he called the Abbey of Theleme, was idyllic, with baths in the sea and long hours of meditation and sex magic. Crowley covered the walls with paintings of people having sex in every position, and painted his studio, which he called the Chamber of Nightmares, with demons. He was convinced that an adept could only become free of the need for drugs by taking them freely and mastering the need for them, so piles of cocaine were left around for anyone to take like snuff, while heroin was supplied by a trader from the mainland. But the jealousy of his 2 scarlet women tended to spoil things. Simons describes a typical scene. On the day the sun entered the sign of Taurus, i.e. the April 20, 1920, the beast celebrated this event by an act of sex magic in which both his loves participated. In the middle of this, a violent quarrel broke out between sisters Australia and Cypress, Leah and Nanette, and the latter, bursting into tears, snatched up a thin cloak to cover her nakedness and ran out into the rain and the darkness. The beast wandered over the mountainside looking for her, afraid she had fallen over the precipice. After calling her name for an hour, her little son Hermes helped by yelling from the abbey window, he found her and dragged her back. Meanwhile Australia had been at the brandy and was now drunk. She greeted Sister Cypress with a curse and the fighting began again. With difficulty Crowley persuaded concubine number 2 to go to bed. Then Australia, as if to have the last word, began to vomit and throw a fit. Crowley tried hard to convince his womenfolk that possessiveness was an evil, and that they had to rise above such triviality, but they were unconvinced. However, they continued to submit to magical ceremonies. For example, Leah allowed herself to be possessed by a goat, whose throat was then cut as a sacrifice. An American film star, Elizabeth Fox, announced her imminent arrival, and Crowley looked forward to possessing her. However, she proved to be a disappointment. Crowley likened himself to the girl who went out to meet a dark, distinguished gentleman and found it was a one-eyed nigger. The mathematician J.N.W. Sullivan arrived with his wife, Sylvia, and liked Crowley. They talked all night. Sylvia liked Crowley too. He managed to get her to stay on 24 hours after her husband left, and they practiced sex magic together. But life at the Abbey was becoming too complicated with personal clashes and quarrels. The child Popey died after a long illness, and Crowley was genuinely shattered. A young American, an ex-naval officer named Godwin, arrived, and Crowley named him Brother Fiat Lux. But the strain of life in the Abbey proved too much for him. Another disciple, an Australian businessman named Frank Bennett, arrived, and Crowley asked Fiat Lux to let Bennett have his room. The result was tantrums and violence. Fiat Lux returned to America with less sanity than he left with. In Ritual Magic in England, Francis King reveals that Godwin returned to America, and founded the Coronzon Club in 1931, Coronzon being a demon. Godwin rejected Crowley's practice of magical masturbation and replaced it with what he called Dianism, and what is usually called the Kuratsa. Sexual intercourse continued indefinitely without orgasm. It had been invented, as far as America was concerned, by J.H. Noyes, founder of the Oneida community. The aim of the Kuratsa is to produce long drawn-out ecstasy or intoxication. Francis King says that Godwin is still operative on the West Coast. Another Crowley disciple, Jack Parsons, who founded Cal-TECH, apparently collaborated with Ron Hubbard, founder of Dianetics, in various magical exercises. While Parsons had magical intercourse with a girl, Hubbard described what was happening on the astral plane. Hubbard claims he was actually spying for the Navy. On the other hand, he was triumphantly successful with Frank Bennett, who, like the young Crowley, had been the victim of a repressive upbringing. When Crowley explained that the sexual organs were the image of God, and that the best way to free the hidden powers of the subconscious mind is through sexual magic, the revelation was so startling that Bennett rushed to the sea and swam frantically. After more discussion that night, he walked barefoot in the mountains, then, after a day of bewilderment, went into a trance-like state of pure delight as he began to grasp this idea of the importance of allowing the subconscious to express itself. This was not, of course, Crowley's problem. In fact, Crowley's problem was the reverse of this. His subconscious was always bursting uninvited into consciousness, producing his exalted states and visions of the masters. Crowley's problem was self-discipline. At all events, Bennett's clear recognition that his ordinary self-consciousness was only half the picture, that his subconscious self was equally a reality, acted as some kind of release that plunged him into ecstasy, and he went back to Australia full of the gospel of the beast. As to Crowley, the problem of self-discipline was becoming increasingly oppressive. The doses of heroin he took would have killed a normal man. Periodically he forced himself to take the cold turkey cure, simply depriving himself of the drug for days, and on the first occasion, after a long period of intense depression and misery, again began to paint and write with the old excitement. But he usually went back to drugs, apparently determined to learn to take them or leave them as he wanted. The result was long periods of lassitude and increasing insomnia, which had troubled him for years. Besides, he had spent the £3,000 legacy, and was broke again. In Cefalu there were no rich disciples to borrow from, on the contrary, a steady stream of visitors needed feeding. J.N.W. Sullivan suggested that he write his memoirs. Crowley approached Collins, and got a £6.0 advance on a book called Diary of a Drug Fiend, then dashed off the novel at top speed. It was a remarkable achievement, even if not well organized enough to be a good novel. It is about an aristocratic couple who become slaves of heroin, then meet Crowley, retire to his abbey, and are miraculously cured and saved. The book appeared in 1922, and was violently attacked by James Douglas in the Sunday Express. Douglas revealed that the abbey was a real place, and denounced Crowley as a seducer of youth. Crowley was not entirely displeased at this eruption of publicity, but the book was allowed to go out of print, and Collins changed his mind about publishing Crowley's autobiography, or autohagiography, as he preferred to call it, even though they had given him an advance of £120. In London, Crowley met an excitable and slightly unbalanced young man named Raoul Loveday, an Oxford graduate, who was married to a pretty model. Loveday had read Crowley's works, and within hours he was an enthusiastic disciple. When Crowley returned to Cefalu, Loveday and his wife, Betty May, followed, even though her misgivings were strong. Betty May hated Thelema. She hated the inadequate food, the lack of lavatories, the obscene paintings and, above all, her husband's total infatuation for the beast. Loveday's stay at Thelema was to last just over 3 months and be terminated by death. Both he and Crowley were ill with some kind of liver complaint much of the time, probably hepatitis, due to bad water. In February 1923, Crowley decided that a cat was to be sacrificed. He hated cats, and this one had scratched him deeply when he tried to throw it out of the room. When he found it in the scullery again, he made the sign of the pentagram over it with his magic staff, and ordered it to stay there until the hour of the sacrifice. Crowley's power was working. The cat became transfixed. Betty May carried it away, but it came back to the same place, and sat petrified, refusing food. Loveday was selected to perform the sacrifice. The cat was placed on the altar, incense was burnt, magical invocations went on for 2 hours. At the end of this time, Loveday slashed the cat's throat with a knife, but the blow was too light, and it rushed around the room howling. It was caught again, etherized, and then Loveday was made to gulp down a cup of its blood. He subsequently collapsed and took to his bed. Crowley consulted his horoscope, and observed that he might die on February 16 at 4 o'clock. Violent quarrels with Betty May followed. She left the abbey in a fury after calling Nanette a whore, but came back the next day at her husband's request. On the 16th, at the time Crowley had predicted, Loveday died. Betty May now recalled that when they had married, he had dropped the ring as he was about to put it on her finger, a bad omen, and in a photograph of the two of them, taken at St. John's College, Oxford, there was the ghostly outline of a young man whose arms were stretched above his head, the exact position in which Loveday died. Back in England, Betty May talked to the Sunday Express, and the British public was shocked and delighted with more revelations of the beast's immorality. John Bull also joined in the attacks. By the time these appeared, Crowley himself had been laid low by the same illness as Loveday, and was semi-conscious for 3 weeks before he began a slow recovery. But the adverse publicity had its effect on the new ruler of Italy, Mussolini. Shortly afterwards, Crowley was ordered to vacate the Abbey of Thelema and get out of the country. Now an ex-disciple reappeared in his life, Norman Mudd, an ugly young man who had known Crowley as long ago as 1907 at Cambridge. Mudd had been introduced to Crowley through Newburgh. But when Crowley's unsavory reputation and pornographic books got him banned from the college where he had been a student, their friendship went into cold storage. Mudd became a professor of mathematics in South Africa, but, like Newburgh, he could not forget Crowley. Now, when Crowley was being attacked by the British press, he appeared at the Abbey of Thelema, presented his life savings to Crowley, and begged to be taken back as a disciple. Crowley moved to Tunis, hoping that the Italian government would change its mind. Leah went with him, and also, presumably, their 5-year-old boy, who now smoked cigarettes all day long and declared that he would become the beast when his father died. Nanette had borne Crowley another daughter, and Crowley's horoscope for her ended. She is likely to develop into a fairly ordinary little whore. Norman Mudd joined them, and he and Leah became lovers. Crowley didn't mind. Leah was supposed to be the whore of Babylon. Now in her 40s, she was looking haggard and old. Crowley was too preoccupied trying to shake off his illness. His drug addiction was impossible to shake off, and he had to accept it. He spent days moping in the hotel, trying to write Volume 1 of the Hag, the autohagiography. He had acquired a small Negro boy, with whom he performed acts of sex magic. Crowley's homosexuality began as an act of defiance of convention rather than of actual preference, but it seems to have become another habit. Crowley deserted his little party, Mudd, Leah, the Negro boy, and went to France. He lunched with Frank Harris in Nice, and Harris managed to raise 500 francs for Crowley to get to Paris, although Harris himself was broken at a loose end. Crowley recorded in his diary that Harris was insane, and referred to My Life and Loves as the autobiography of a flea. Mudd and Leah meanwhile starved in Tunis. In Paris, Crowley staggered around, dazed with drugs. Perhaps one of the most shocking sentences in Simon's The Great Beast reads, "He had tried everything and now at the age of 50, when he could only proclaim the law of Thelema, he realized that what he really wanted was a job, some congenial work." He was thrown out of the hotel where he was living on credit. Leah and Mudd somehow managed to get to Paris, where Mudd was pressed into writing a pamphlet defending the beast, an open letter to Lord Beaverbrook, proprietor of the newspaper that had caused all the trouble. Mudd staggered to London, where he took refuge overnight in the Metropolitan Asylum for the Homeless Poor. Crowley and Leah moved to Chelles-sur-Marne for a few months. But Crowley was getting tired of his Scarlet Woman, who seemed to lack his own incredible ability to survive under any conditions. When a rich American lady named Dorothy Olson fell under his fascination, Crowley appointed her his new Scarlet Woman, and deserted Leah. Leah's sister had gone to Cefalù and taken away the child Dionysus, now 6, to America. Leah, instead of being grateful, was furious and hysterical. Mudd returned to her, and they starved in Paris while Crowley and his new mistress traveled towards the sun in North Africa. Crowley usually managed to fall on his feet. Both Leah and Norman Mudd became extremely bitter about the beast, although it is not quite clear why. There was nothing to stop them finding work and continuing life together. But Crowley's defection seemed to break something inside both of them. It was not the end yet. although Leah became a prostitute for a while, and later a waitress. As to Mud, although he was dirty, unshaven, and in a state of moral collapse, his chief worry was still that Crowley might be unfaithful to the Book of the Law. Even Crowley's new love ran out of money after a few months of supporting him in the style to which he was accustomed, and had to write to American friends to borrow money. But Crowley was now recovering his powers, and his luck was taking a turn for the better. Theodore Royce, the head of the German order of the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, had died, and his successor, a Herr Trenker, turned to Crowley as one of the elect. Admittedly, the German branch was shocked to read the Book of the Law, with its Swinburnian antinomianism. All the same, the Germans paid Crowley's major debts in Paris, and even paid the fares of Crowley, Dorothy, Leah, and Norman Mudd to Gera, in Thuringia. Leah and Mudd remained in Germany after Crowley left. Both of them came to hate Crowley, and Leah wrote him a letter renouncing her vows of obedience. What eventually happened to her is not known, except that she had another baby by another member of Crowley's order. Ninette, still back in Cefalu, had also had another baby by a local peasant. As to Mudd, nothing much is known of him except that he committed suicide by drowning in Guernsey, in the Channel Islands, in 1934, clipping the bottoms of his trousers with bicycle clips and then filling them with rocks before he walked into the sea. Crowley had come to reject his most faithful disciple by then. He had written to Leah earlier, "I shall be very glad when the 42nd misfortune from that one-eyed man is over." Crowley was now definitely past his peak, at least as a magician. As a public figure he was notorious, the wickedest man in the world, but this was hardly an advantage. It meant that no prosperous publisher would touch the Confessions, and when a small press, with the magical name Mandrake, brought out the first volume, their salesmen were unable to get orders from bookshops. Not only was Crowley ordered out of France in 1929, but his two chief disciples, an American secretary, known as the Serpent, and his latest mistress, Maria Theresa de Miramar, were not even allowed to enter Britain, and were turned back at Tilbury. It was to get Theresa into Britain that Crowley took the startling step of marrying her on August 16, 1929, in Leipzig. He was due to lecture in Oxford early in 1930, but was banned. He tried to present an exhibition of his paintings, at a house he rented in Langham Place, but another attack on him and John Bull made the owner cancel the lease. The marriage with Maria quickly turned into a cat and dog fight and dissolved, but there were always plenty of other women eager to become his Scarlet Woman. The latest was a German girl called the Monster, Hannie F., who was only 19. They went to Lisbon together. God once tried to wake up Lisbon, with an earthquake. He gave it up as a bad job. But Hannie suddenly began to get a feeling of claustrophobia. The magic depressed her. She deserted Crowley and returned to Lisbon, leaving for Berlin the next morning, with a certain amount of help from the American consul. To be deserted was a shattering experience for the beast. He pursued her to Berlin and a reconciliation took place. Before leaving, he left a suicide note at the top of Hell's Mouth, a high cliff, and pinned it down with his cigarette case. The result was a flattering uproar in the world's press. It would certainly have been a neat ending to the story if the world's wickedest man had killed himself. But after lying low in Berlin for a few days, he attended the opening of an exhibition of his paintings. Hannie F. was presumably with him. At all events they were reconciled, and she had now become a satisfactory magical assistant. Crowley asserts that she became a skilled scryer and saw the devil looking at her out of the crystal. Their sex magic was successful to the extent of making her pregnant. Eventually, she left him, taking his book of lies. With his usual vengefulness, Crowley remarked, "I'm glad I can brand her as a thief." He had also persuaded her to write a letter to the helpful American consul in Lisbon implying that she meant to accuse him of raping her. Schoolboy humor and schoolboy malice were the dominant traits of his non-magical personality. His wife, Maria, went insane and was interned in Colney Hatch. Simon states that Hannie F. also went insane. But it would, perhaps, be unfair to reach the conclusion that anyone who got mixed up with Crowley went insane. The explanation is a great deal simpler. Whatever else one can say against Crowley, he was certainly a powerful, dominant personality, and he attracted weaklings, as all strong people do. But Crowley himself was weak to the extent of needing the admiration of these weaklings, instead of avoiding them, as the Book of the Law suggests. They wasted his time, but he had nothing better to do with it. Hanny was neurotic from the beginning, and this is why she attracted him. The same is true of Dorothy Olson, of Maria de Miramar, of his first wife Rose, of Leah Herzig, in fact, of every woman of whom we have any detailed record. He liked the kind of woman with whom he could fight. His next mistress, whom Simons calls Gertrude S., stabbed him with a carving knife on one occasion. When Gerald Hamilton, Isherwood's Mr. Norris, was staying with Crowley in Berlin, he came in one day to find Gertrude tied up on the floor, with a note beside her saying that she was not to be released. On another occasion he found Gertrude naked on the floor and Crowley asleep. When he asked Crowley if she was ill, Crowley said, "What, hasn't that bitch gone to bed yet?" and dealt her a tremendous kick that started another bout of scratching and screaming. These bouts usually ended when the local doctor was called in and administered a sedative. Crowley liked masochistic women. As far as magic is concerned, the rest of Crowley's life is an anticlimax. The major event of the 30s was the law case against his old friend Nina Hamnet. Crowley developed a belated taste for litigation when he saw a copy of his novel Moonchild displayed in a shop window with a note stating that his first novel, Diary of a Drug Fiend, had been withdrawn after the Sunday Express attack. This happened to be untrue, it had simply gone out of print. Crowley sued the bookseller, and got £50. This apparently gave him the idea of suing Nina Hamnet, a Soho character who had referred to him as a black magician in her autobiography, Laughing Torso. She had raised the idea only to dismiss it, mentioning also a rumor that a baby had disappeared at Thelema. Crowley knew Nina Hamnet had no money, but her publisher, Constable & Co., certainly had, and they would have to pay. So he set a law case in motion. Whether he expected to succeed is a matter for speculation. His counsel warned him that if the prosecution got hold of a copy of Whitestain's he wouldn't stand a chance. Snowdrops from a Curate's Garden would have been more to the point, a piece of wildly humorous pornography in the manner of Apollinaire's debauched Hospodar. None of his friends were willing to appear for the defense. And when a number of witnesses had described Crowley's magical activities, the judge, Mr. Justice Swift, stopped the case, declaring that he had never heard such dreadful, horrible, blasphemous and abominable stuff as that which has been produced by the man who describes himself as the greatest living poet. The jury found against him, and he was bankrupted. This was less serious than it sounds, since he had no assets anyway. The publicity was, naturally, tremendous, and this may have been all Crowley wanted. The case reveals that Mudd was right to fear that Crowley might become fundamentally unfaithful to the Book of the Law. For Crowley's life had at least been an admirably consistent protest against the Protestant ethic and bourgeois hypocrisy. Since it had been his lifelong aim to shock people like Mr. Justice Swift and his jury, it was somewhat inconsistent to hope to arouse their moral indignation on his behalf. It is difficult to think of Crowley as pathetic, but this is the word that summarizes the Crowley John Simons knew in his last years. Simons met him after the war, when he was living in a boarding house called Netherwood at the Ridge, Hastings. The photograph of him at this period shows a thin old gentleman dressed in tweeds, smoking a pipe and looking like any retired colonel. He was more interested in heroin than food, which explains the loss of weight. Simons says that he sometimes took as much as 11 grains a day, when the normal dose would be 1/8 of a grain. All sense of direction had gone. He was a bored old man who found the lonely evenings frightening. Perhaps this is the final comment on Crowley. Such powers as he possessed came naturally, they were due to an overactive subconscious mind. But he never developed any real inner strength, the strength to be creative. And for the last quarter of a century of his life, he was a drug addict and an alcoholic. Louis Singer told me a typical story of Crowley's later years. He asked a friend, Eileen Bigland, if he could stay with her, because he had to do some writing. Each day she went into the nearby town to do her shopping. Rather to her surprise, Crowley asked to come with her. He would wander off on his own, and meet her in a cafe when she had finished. At the end of 2 weeks he left. Mrs. Bigland's daughter reported that the lavatory cistern was making an odd noise, and when investigated, it proved to contain 14 empty gin bottles, one for each day of his stay. Her wine merchant later confirmed that Crowley had called in every day and collected a bottle of gin, which was booked to her account. Throughout his life, Crowley had no hesitation about imposing on friends and taking whatever he wanted. The irate wife of one of his disciples pointed out to him in a letter that he had spent £15,000 of her money in expensive cigars, cognac, cocktails, taxis, dinners, and mistresses, and concluded God Almighty himself would not be as arrogant as you have been, and that is one of the causes of all your troubles. The analysis is accurate. From the beginning to the end of his life, Crowley possessed a rather silly arrogance, a lofty, theatrical view of his own value that seems to derive from Oscar Wilde and the aesthetics of the 90s. This explains why he could turn on faithful disciples like Norman Mudd and Leah Herzig, totally convinced that some action of theirs had forfeited their right to his divine condescension. But there was, equally, a positive side to Crowley. This emerges in Seabrook's account of Elizabeth Fox's experience at Thelema. She was the film star who somehow avoided becoming Crowley's mistress. Seabrook says that before she came to Cephalus she was in a depressed condition due to too much nightlife and bathtub gin. Crowley dismayed her by telling her that she must begin with a month's solitary meditation in a lean-to shelter on the cliff top. When she objected, he pointed out that there was a boat leaving the next day. To comply, she had to meditate naked, except for a woolen burnous that could be utilized on chilly days. The shelter was completely empty. The latrine was a lime pit outside the tent she would have, said Master Therion, the sun, moon, stars, sky, sea, the universe to read and play with. At night, a child would quietly deposit a loaf of bread, bunch of grapes and a pitcher of water beside her. She decided to give it a try. The first days confirmed her fears. Sun, moon, and sea are all very well, but if you feel bored, they are boring. For the first days she felt nervous and resentful. By the 19th day, her chief sensation was boredom. And then, quite suddenly, she began to feel perfect calm, deep joy, renewal of strength and courage. There is nothing strange in all this, although few people know it. The mind must be made to stop running like a wristwatch. It must be persuaded to relax and sit still. Its hidden fountain of strength must be persuaded to flow. This is the secret of the Hindu ascetics who sit still for years. It is not a penance, but a continuous trickle of deep delight. What is more, this is an automatic process. Our subconscious robot will adjust to any conditions if it is given long enough. It adjusts to stillness, so that the stillness ceases to cause boredom. For you have boredom when nothing is happening inside you. And nothing happens inside you when the outside world keeps the mind distracted. If the outside world is stilled for long enough, the inner powerhouse begins to work. This is a matter that must be discussed at length in considering the greatest magician of the 20th century, George Gurdjieff. But Crowley knew about it. This was why he spent his 40 days and nights up the Hudson. It is a pity that he had forgotten all about the secret when he most needed it, at the end of his life. Even after death Crowley succeeded in creating an uproar. In his 72nd year, he began to run down, and the bronchitis was more troublesome than usual. He died on December 5, 1947. Lewis Wilkinson, the novelist and close friend of the family magicians the Powys brothers, read aloud his hymn to Pan at the funeral service. It is as gleefully and shamelessly phallic as one might expect of Crowley. The Brighton Council stated that it would take all steps to see that such an incident was never repeated. Chapter 8. 2 Russian Mages. Occult powers seem to be a matter of national temperament. Second sight and telepathy come naturally to the Irish. The Germans seem to produce more gifted astrologers than other nations. See Ellickhouse Urania's Children, The Strange World of the Astrologers. The Dutch have produced two of the most gifted clairvoyants of this century, Croizet and Hercos. Russia tends to produce mages, men or women who impress by their spiritual authority. No other nation has a spiritual equivalent of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, or even of Rozanov, Merezhkovsky, Soloviev, Fedorov, Berdov, Shestov. Certainly no other nation has come near to producing anyone like Madame Blavatsky, Gregory Rasputin, or George Gurdjieff. Each is completely unique. Rasputin seems to possess the peculiar quality of inducing shameless inaccuracy in everyone who writes about him. Even that sober historian of magical rites, E. M. Butler, manages to pack a dozen or so in the 3 pages she devotes to him in The Myth of the Magus. This is an example, the frenzy he induced in himself and his worshippers, the intoxicated state of ecstasy, the scourging, the debauches, the mixture of cruelty, love, and lust are a debased demoniacal, indeed maniacal Slavonic edition of the Dionysiac rites of Greece. Everything in this sentence is false, at least as applied to Rasputin. Neither is it true, as she states, that the word Rasputin means dissolute. If it did, he would no doubt have had the sense to change his name early in his career. It means a crossroads, and happens to be as common as Smith in the village where he was born, Pokrovskoe. The truth about Rasputin is simple and unsensational, yet in its way, as remarkable as anything we have considered so far. Unlike most magicians, he had nothing whatever of the charlatan about him. He was a religious mystic of the same type as Boma or Saint Martin. Son of a Siberian peasant, probably the distant descendant of Siberian shamans, Rasputin became a carter in his teens and acquired a reputation as a brawler. One day he drove a young novice to a monastery, and was so impressed by the place that he stayed for 4 months. Then he went back to his life of drinking and womanizing. Around 1890, when he was 20, he married a girl 4 years his senior. Their baby son died, and Rasputin again heard the call of religion. After seeing a vision of the Virgin beckoning to him, he set out on a pilgrimage to Mount Athos in Greece. And when he returned, 2 years later, he was a changed man. He built a small oratory in the backyard and spent his days in prayer. His reputation as a holy man spread around the district, and soon he was holding services and preaching to rapt congregations of villagers. The village priest was naturally resentful, and told the bishop of Tobolsk that Rasputin held orgiastic rites, and that he was a member of the KHLYSTY, the Russian equivalent of the American Shakers or snake handlers. This story has been gleefully seized on by all his biographers, who rival one another in fantastic invention. Naked women dance around a huge bonfire while Rasputin roars, "Sin, because only through sin can you become holy." Then men and women roll on the ground and copulate with the nearest person, while Rasputin possesses his sisters one after the other. Rasputin had no sisters. Even Aldous Huxley was taken in by this journalistic nonsense, and repeats it in his essay on Rasputin. Nothing is more certain than that Rasputin's prayer meetings were in every way harmless. The Bishop of Tobolsk had them investigated and found nothing to take exception to. It is quite possible that Rasputin may have embraced any female disciples who wanted closer contact. He was still in his early 20s, and his Christianity was permeated by a Whitmanesque mysticism, the feeling that everything that lives is holy. But he was no charlatan or swindler. Throughout his life he gave away the considerable sums of money presented to him by admirers. In the course of his wanderings he began to develop remarkable thaumaturgic powers. In my own book on Rasputin, Rasputin and the Fall of the Romanovs, London and New York, 1964, I have pointed out the parallels with Mary Baker Eddy and her teacher, Phineas Quimby. Quimby believed that all human beings possess these powers, and that it is simply a matter of developing them. He also believed that healing can be performed at a distance as easily as at close quarters. This was because he thought that he was healing by the power of God, or, more specifically, of Jesus. This was also true of Rasputin. His cures depended largely upon kneeling by the bedside of the sick person and praying. Praying had the effect of releasing powers of optimism, positive consciousness, he felt the success of such an operation as a sense of outgoing power, inner relief. And although it would not be true to say that Rasputin could not have healed unless he was a religious man, healing is a natural power, like water divining or telepathy. He certainly required a capacity for inwardness, for calling upon instinctive depths of emotion, that is closely akin to music or poetry. A cynical charlatan could not have done it. By the time he came to St. Petersburg, in his mid-30s, Rasputin had developed great power. In Russia the profession of holy man, or starets, is as respectable as in India, or as it was in Europe in the Middle Ages. The wave of spiritualism had spread from America across the world, and by 1900 it was all the rage in Russia. Russia, in any case, was in a peculiar, mystical frame of mind, which was due directly to its history of political repression. Ever since Ivan the Terrible, Russian tsars had been absolute rulers, and most of them were cruel in a casual, thoughtless kind of way. Even in the reign of Alexander I, one of the great liberal tsars, murderers were flogged to death. Sir Robert Porter, an English observer, described in 1809 seeing a man flogged until he was like a mass of butcher's meat, after which his nostrils were torn off with pincers. The Russian was accustomed to the sight of pain and death, and it increased his natural mystical tendencies. Political oppression, which meant that a man could be sent to Siberia for expressing a liberal sentiment, and widespread poverty meant that idealism could only find expression in art or religion. The St. Petersburg to which Rasputin came in 1905 was probably the mystical center of the world. It was full of occultists, spiritualists, astrologers, and disciples of Tolstoy, Dostoevsky and Soloviev. The Tsarina herself was known to be interested in spiritualism. Rasputin had no difficulty in getting into the drawing rooms of the aristocracy, where his blunt peasant manners and air of power soon won him a crowd of disciples. The parallels between the history of pre-revolutionary France and pre-revolutionary Russia are so numerous that it is hard to believe in the blind chance theory of history. Like Louis XVI, Tsar Nicholas II was a weak, basically amiable character who had inherited centuries of absolute monarchy. Like Louis, he married a foreigner who was totally lacking in all political sense while driven by some inner demon to meddle in politics. Russia also had no parliament, but when Nicholas came to the throne, there was an increasing agitation to set one up on the English model. And Nicholas, like Louis XVI, vacillated, agreeing to call Parliament, or the Duma, as it was called, and then trying to dissolve it. But Rasputin, unlike Cagliostro, became an influence at court. The Tsarevich, the son of the Tsar, suffered from hemophilia, inherited from the family of his great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. Hemophilia is a disease in which the blood is unable to clot, so that the smallest cut becomes a dangerous hemorrhage. All hopes for the future of the Romanov family were pinned on the boy Alexei, for he had arrived after his mother had produced 4 girls. When, sometime in 1907, the boy bruised himself badly and sank into a fever, someone whispered to the Tsarina that there was a miracle worker called Rasputin who might help. Rasputin was sent for. He prayed fervently beside the bed, and before he left the room, the boy was breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. This, at least, is the story told by most biographers. The most cynically inventive of these, Heinz Lippmann, whose book is almost literally 50% fiction, after I had pointed out that the book was full of invented facts and quotations, my publishers wrote to Lippmann and asked him to comment on the allegations. He replied that he had written the book so long ago that he had forgotten the details, tells the story of how Rasputin was drinking heavily with gypsies when the Tsar's messenger arrived on horseback, asking for the miracle worker. Amid deep silence, Rasputin falls on his knees and prays, then tells the messenger, "The crisis is past. The boy will recover," and makes his leisurely way to the palace. The truth seems to be that Rasputin had met the Tsar and Tsarina at least 2 years before this crisis is supposed to have taken place, in 1905. When the house of the Prime Minister, Stolypin, was blown up by a bomb and his children injured, the Tsarina offered him Rasputin's services. This was in 1906. Rasputin cured the boy on at least 2 more occasions. In 1912, when Rasputin was in disgrace because of the machinations of his enemies at court, Alexei slipped when getting out of a boat and badly bruised himself. Fever set in. A few days later, the doctor had despaired of his life. The Tsarina's closest confidant, Anna Virabov, was asked to telegraph Rasputin, who was some thousands of miles away in Pokrovskoe. He telegraphed back, "The illness is not as dangerous as it seems. Don't let the doctors worry him." As soon as the telegram arrived, Alexei's condition took a turn for the better. Again, in 1915, the boy was accidentally thrown against the window of a train, and his nose began to bleed. This time, Rasputin deliberately delayed putting in an appearance for 24 hours, by which time the boy was in a fever. He explained to the chief of police that he wanted the Tsar to stew in his own juice for a bit. But as soon as Rasputin entered the room, the bleeding stopped. Whether Rasputin possessed a charm, like the Cornish healers I have discussed in an earlier chapter, or whether his thaumaturgic powers had developed to a point where he was absolutely confident of their efficacy, it seems certain that he knew he could stop the bleeding instantly. It is not entirely clear why Rasputin made so many enemies at court. When writing my biography of him in 1963, I accepted the story, repeated in every book about him, and in all histories of the period, that Rasputin became involved in politics and would use his influence over the Tsarina to get his friends appointed to government posts. Subsequently, a disciple of Rasputin's, Dr. Elizabeth Judas of New York, told me flatly that there was no evidence whatever that Rasputin was involved in politics. This seemed such an astonishing statement, in view of all the history books, that I set out to disprove it by searching through all the original papers I could find, including the correspondence between the Tsar and Tsarina during the crucial years. Dr. Judas seems to be correct. There is very little evidence that Rasputin played the central role in Russian politics that is generally assumed. He advised the Tsar on the conduct of the war, and was generally ignored, and his influence over the Tsarina remained as enormous as ever. But of the diabolical schemer portrayed by Sir Bernard Pears there is no sign in these papers. Why, then, was he so hated by so many? The first and most bitter of his enemies was a monk called Iliodor, who began as a friend of Rasputin's, then devoted all his energy to causing his downfall. Iliodor was a religious fanatic who modeled himself on Savonarola. His sermons brought him immense influence. In 1911 he and Rasputin clashed, and Rasputin was summoned before Bishop Hermogen of Saratov, his one-time supporter, to justify himself. Iliodor, it seems, accused him of drunkenness and sexual debauchery. Rasputin seems to have been roughly handled, and he went to the Tsar with his own version of the story. The Tsar immediately banished Iliodor and Hermogen. The story told by Maria Rasputin in her book on her father is that Iliodor had raped, or tried to rape, a neurasthenic woman who came to him for confession, and that the woman had asked Rasputin to help her obtain justice. This version is almost certainly untrue for a simple reason, of which I myself was not aware when I wrote my book, that Iliodor was homosexual. And this piece of information makes the puzzle suddenly fit together. In December 1909, Rasputin had spent some time visiting Iliodor's spiritual fortress, a monastery he was having built near Tsaritsyn. Rasputin showed an inclination to hug Iliodor's more attractive parishioners. After this, Iliodor went to Pokrovskoe with Rasputin, and Rasputin told him about his own early debaucheries in graphic detail. Rasputin made much of the sinfulness of his early life. Iliodor was younger than Rasputin, and more of a natural ascetic. Rasputin, unaware that Iliodor's indifference to women was not entirely a matter of superhuman purity, took pleasure in twitting him about it. By 1911, when Iliodor's cautious admiration had turned to intense dislike, Rasputin had no doubt discovered Iliodor's secret. He was not noted for tact or discretion, particularly when he had been drinking his favorite sweet Georgian wine. This probably explains Iliodor's gradual loss of influence at court. The Tsarina was as prudish as her grandmother about such matters, and the estrangement between himself and Rasputin that led to the clash of 1912. It should also be borne in mind that the Tsarina was hated by her husband's courtiers. Like Marie Antoinette, She was known as the Foreigner, and at the beginning of the 1914 war, it was generally believed that she was on Germany's side. It was she who regarded Rasputin as a father figure and treated him as a saint. In effect, all the Tsarina's enemies became Rasputins. At all events, Rasputin was at the center or a vortex of vicious gossip, plotting and counter-plotting. Stories about his drunkenness led the Tsar to banish him from court several times. There was one time in which Rasputin may be said to have meddled in politics. He had on 2 occasions strongly advised the Tsar against going to war about the Balkans, which were claimed by Austria. In June 1914, as everyone knows, Franz Ferdinand was assassinated at Sarajevo by a young Bosnian patriot, and as a consequence, Austria declared war on Serbia. The world's destiny was in the hands of the Tsar, for he now had to make up his mind whether to stand by Serbia and declare war on Austria, or let the Balkans solve their own problems. This was the point where Rasputin's advice would have made all the difference between war and peace. Unfortunately, Rasputin was not around to give advice. He had also been stabbed by a would-be assassin in his home village of Pokrovskoe, and was hovering between life and death for weeks. When I was writing my book on Rasputin, I noted the coincidence that Rasputin and Archduke Ferdinand had been struck down at about the same time, and tried to find the actual date when Rasputin had been stabbed. The accounts seemed to differ. The most reliable historian, Sir Bernard Pears, seemed to think it was on Saturday, June 26, 1914. But Maria Rasputin's book on her father states quite definitely that they all arrived at Pokrovskoe on the Saturday, and that it was the following day, Sunday, when Rasputin was stabbed. This was made even more likely by the fact that he was stabbed after he returned from church. So Rasputin was stabbed on the same day the Archduke was shot. Maria Rasputin gives the time as shortly after 2 in the afternoon. I now looked up the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. He had felt certain he was going to die even before visiting Sarajevo, telling his children's tutor, "The bullet that will kill me is already on its way." Shortly after 10 o'clock that morning, a homemade bomb was thrown at his carriage, but the Archduke and his wife were uninjured. They attended a ceremony in the town hall, leaving half an hour later. It was on the drive back through Sarajevo, at about 11 o'clock, that Gavrilo Princip, a consumptive young student, leaned forward and fired 2 shots, killing the Archduke and his wife. The carriage was traveling slowly because it had taken a wrong turning, and was now turning back onto its correct route. Sarajevo and Pokrovskoe are, of course, on different lines of longitude, so the time in the 2 places differs. I set out to work out the difference. There are 50 degrees of longitude between Sarajevo and Pokrovskoe. It is a simple sum, because the Earth passes through 360 degrees when it does a complete turn in 24 hours. That is, 180 degrees in 12 hours, 90 degrees in 6 hours, 45 degrees in 3 hours. So to turn through 50 degrees, it takes exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes. The Archduke Ferdinand was murdered shortly before 11. Rasputin was stabbed at 2:15, and 10:55 in Sarajevo was exactly 2:15 in Pokrovskoe. The man whose death caused the First World War, and the man who could have averted the war, were struck down at the same moment. The coincidence is as extraordinary as any I have come across. Rasputin was finally murdered on the night of December 29, 1916. He felt strong forebodings of death, and wrote a curious letter, which was shown to the Tsarina soon after it was composed, saying that he felt he would be dead by January 1, 1917, and that if he was killed by the Russian peasantry, Russia would remain a prosperous monarchy for hundreds of years. If, however, he was murdered by the boyars, aristocracy, their hands will remain soiled with his blood for 25 years, and no nobles will remain in Russia. The Tsar and his family will die within 2 years. It sounds like a fabrication, but Sir Bernard Pears saw a facsimile of the letter and was inclined to accept its authenticity. He is the most skeptical and balanced of historians of the period. 25 years, of course, takes Russia to the German invasion, June 1941, which may certainly be reckoned a turning point in Russian history, if not the date when all nobles finally vanished from Russia. Rasputin was invited to the house of the wealthy Prince Yusupov at night, and given poisoned cakes and wine. The cyanide, which should have rendered him unconscious within a minute and killed him in 4, its effect is fundamentally that of suffocation, preventing the blood from carrying oxygen, seemed to have no effect. Yusupov shot him too. But when he came back with the other conspirators for the body, Rasputin got up, and burst through a locked door into the courtyard. He was shot again, then battered with an iron bar. Finally, he was dropped into the river through a hole in the ice. When his body was recovered, it was found that he had died of drowning. The crime writer Nigel Morland was told by an acquaintance of Rasputin's that he suffered from alcoholic gastritis, which thickens the lining of the stomach and would prevent cyanide from being absorbed quickly. A more likely explanation is that Yusupov was lying when he claimed to have poisoned Rasputin. No poison was found in the body. Yusupov lived for the rest of his life on the reputation of being the man who murdered Rasputin, and was prone to fly to law whenever anyone described the incident in such a way as to show him in an unfavorable light. Not long before his death, he even stated in court that Rasputin had been a German spy, a story he must have known to be nonsense, since it had been exploded by half a dozen biographers since Rasputin's death. Yusupov, like Ilyodor, was a homosexual, and his hatred of Rasputin may have had some curious sexual basis. Rasputin's prophecy, like Cagliostro's, was remarkably accurate. The revolution came in the following year. The Tsar and his family were kept prisoners, like Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, for a year, and executed in the Ekaterinburg cellar on July 16, 1918. The parallels with the French royal family continue, for the story quickly went about that one of them, the Grand Duchess Anastasia, had escaped. In 1922 a girl who had made a suicide attempt in Berlin was recognized as Anastasia by another woman in the ward, and admitted her identity. Various exiles from the Russian court recognized Anna Anderson as Anastasia, but her claim was not legally allowed. The Tsar had deposited large sums of money in foreign banks, all of which would go to Anna Anderson, and a German court has only recently dismissed her final appeal for recognition. Maria Rasputin met her in America in the late 60s, and is reported to have declared her belief that Anna Anderson was the Grand Duchess Anastasia, whom she had known well as a child. There were also at least 2 false Alexeis, the Tsarevich, but neither of them gained anything like the credence accorded to Anastasia. Rasputin, like Crowley, was a natural mage. He did nothing to develop his powers. It is even doubtful whether he had any control over them. And this applies, by and large, to every magician I have discussed in this book. It is because it does not apply to George Ivanovich Gurdjieff that he is probably the most interesting of all magicians. He possessed certain powers to begin with, and he spent a lifetime carefully developing them. There can be no doubt that he achieved a large degree of faculty X. The key to Gurdjieff's teaching lies in the word work. A typical story will make it clear. A.R. Orridge, a noted literary figure in the London of pre-1914, an editor of the New Age, decided to sell his newspaper and become a pupil of Gurdjieff. He then went to Gurdjieff's Institute for the Harmonious Development of Man at Fontainebleau. Gurdjieff handed him a spade and told him to dig in the garden. Orridge was out of practice, and soon found digging so exhausting that he used to go to his room and try to restrain tears of fatigue and self-pity. It seemed that he had made an appalling mistake. He decided to make a still greater effort, and suddenly found himself intensely enjoying the digging. The story, taken from the anonymous teachings of Gurdjieff, the Journal of a Pupil, London, 1961, clearly has much in common with Elizabeth Fox's account of her month's meditation under Crowley's orders. What happens is simple. We fall into a habitual mode of life, which means that our day-to-day activities become so repetitious that the robot in the subconscious mind can go off duty. There are no sudden emergencies to keep him alert. So one's inner world becomes as habitual and predictable as one's outer life. The problem is to persuade the robot to start fertilizing consciousness with bursts of newness, so that one can develop. The best way to do this is through discomfort, one's first reaction to which is misery and pain. When this self-inflicted misery has gone on long enough, the robot has to take some action to counteract it. The additional effort is important in breaking through, for it convinces the robot that this is serious. One's inner life ceases to be barren and repetitious. The inner spring is flowing again. The ascetic practices of saints obviously work on the same principle. From birth until the age of 21, we grow physically and in every other sense. Changes take place inside us without our volition. Then it stops. We are so used to the changes taking place automatically that we find it difficult to stop expecting automatic growth to continue. It doesn't, and most people slowly ossify. If growth is to continue, unusual efforts must be made in order to stimulate the robot into providing newness. This is the core of Gurdjieff's work. Its first aim was to defeat man's natural laziness, his tendency to relax and switch off. Orage, describing what happened when he made the extra effort at gardening, says, "Just then, something changed in me." He had learned the basic secret, that there is no good reason why we should not continue developing, in this inner sense, all the time, so that something continues to change every day. Gurdjieff was born in 1873 in Alexandropol, in the Transcaucasus, so that although his parents were Greek, his surname was actually Gorgiades, his nationality was Russian. In his book Meetings with Remarkable Men he summarizes the salient features of his early years. His father was an Ashok, a bard. One of the poems he sang was about Gilgamesh. When he read in a magazine that the tablets of the Gilgamesh epic had been found at Nineveh, he experienced enormous excitement at the idea that a poem sung by his father should have been handed down verbally for thousands of years. It was the beginning of a suspicion that perhaps other forms of knowledge had been handed down through the ages, secret teachings. Certain curious events stimulated in him the feeling that there was secret knowledge to be obtained, if he only knew where to look. A neurasthenic young man in the village was able to predict the future with astonishing accuracy. He did this by sitting between two candles and staring at his thumbnail until he went into a trance and would see the future, of whomever he happened to be inquiring about, in his nail. He foretold correctly that Gurdjieff would develop a painful sore spot on his right side, it was a carbuncle that had to be removed, and that he would have a gun accident, he was shot in the leg when hunting. One evening, companions suggested table turning, and the leg of the table rapped out correctly the age of each one of them. Oddest of all, perhaps, was the phenomena connected with a sect called Yazidis, a tribe in the Mount Ararat region, sometimes known as devil worshippers. He saw a Yazidi boy crying, unable to escape from a circle that mischievous children had drawn around him. Subsequently he verified this fact by experiment, and records that it took himself and another strong man to pull a Yazidi woman out of a circle drawn around her. As soon as she left the circle by this forcible means she lapsed into a trance, placed back in the circle, the normal consciousness returned. The Yazidi is confined to the circle as if by walls of glass, if not put back into it after being dragged out, the trance state lasts from 13 to 21 hours. The Yazidi priests could restore consciousness in such a case by means of an incantation. One day a young man well known to Gurdjieff died after a fall from a horse. The night after he was buried, he was seen trying to re-enter his home. His throat was cut, and the body was taken back to the cemetery. It sounds as if the man had not actually been dead when he was buried, but the neighbors were convinced that his body had been possessed by an evil spirit, perhaps a vampire. Gurdjieff began to read everything he could find on occultism in an attempt to explain these phenomena. He visited monasteries. On a pilgrimage to a nearby wonder-working shrine, he saw a young man who was completely paralyzed down one side crawl uphill, fall asleep beside the shrine, and then wake up cured. He saw a girl dying of consumption cured overnight by drinking rose hips boiled in milk after the Virgin had told her in a dream that this would cure her. And he saw a special service for rain, in which all the churches of the town participated, followed by an immediate downpour. Gurdjieff took a job as a stoker on the local railway, and when he was asked to accompany an engineer to survey the route of a proposed railway, Gurdjieff managed to make a great deal of money by approaching the mayors of the towns that the railway was scheduled to go through, assuring them that their towns were not on the proposed route but that he could fix it for a sum of money. Gurdjieff had no objection to making money by dubiously legal means, and he tells with relish a number of similar stories in his book. He used the money to set out with a friend, Sarkis Pogosyan, trying to find the remaining members of the ancient Sarmaun Brotherhood, which, Gurdjieff says, was established in Babylon in 2500 BC. It was Pogosyan who, according to Gurdjieff, told him the great secret about work. Pogosyan never merely relaxed, he always swung his arms rhythmically, marked time with his feet, or moved his fingers. He explained to Gurdjieff that he was trying to accustom his whole nature to love work, to get rid of its laziness. Evidently he possessed a strong sense of the futility of wasted time. He told Gurdjieff, "I am convinced that in this world no conscious work is ever wasted." The moral sounds obvious, but it should not be underestimated. Crowley, like most magicians, wasted his life, moving restlessly from one futile activity to another. Why? Because he was driven by the negative desire to escape boredom, to escape the feeling that if he stopped moving, life would also stop. It is a negative feeling of the emptiness of life that drives them. Pogosyan's belief that all work ultimately pays off is obviously the perfect antidote to this attitude, and the secret needed by magicians. Pogosyan and Gurdjieff got mixed up in a fight in Smyrna, and the English sailors on whose side they fought somehow got permission for them to travel on a warship to Alexandria. Here Gurdjieff went on to Jerusalem, while Pogosyan traveled to England and trained as an engineer. In Egypt he met Prince Yuri Lubovitsky, who seems to have introduced him to the idea of work on oneself. A Persian dervish later told him that he was wasting his time practicing Hatha Yoga, and explained that the body is a complex machine. If you know every small screw, every little pin of your machine, only then can you know what you must do. Gurdjieff traveled widely for the first 40 years of his life. According to his own account, he visited monasteries all over Europe and Asia, and even joined an expedition to look for a hidden city in the Gobi Desert. It turned back when one of its members died from the bite of a wild camel. It was shortly before the First World War that Uspensky met Gurdjieff. Uspensky was another seeker who had visited the East looking for secret knowledge. He was disappointed. But when he came back to Moscow, he felt that the search had, for the time being, reached a dead end. He gave a few lectures on his travels, and was told that he ought to meet Gurdjieff. He found a small, black-mustached man with a face like a Raja, who answered his questions about hidden knowledge precisely and carefully with no attempt at mystification. Gurdjieff's basic point was simple and startling. Man is such a bundle of impulses and emotions that he can hardly be said to exist in any meaningful sense. He changes from hour to hour, almost from moment to moment. He is a helpless victim of the events that carry him along. He wanders around in a kind of hypnotized state. In fact, he is, in a quite literal sense, asleep all the time. He has occasional moments of intensity, flashes when he glimpses what he could be, the freedom of which he is potentially capable. But in no time at all, his mind has gone back to sleep again, and he is again living a routine, habit-filled existence, his mind entirely occupied by trivialities to which he attaches far more significance than they deserve. Is it possible to wake up? Uspensky wanted to know. It is, said Gurdjieff, but it is very difficult. Because the habit from which we are trying to escape is like a powerful current, and after trying to swim against it for a few minutes, we gradually lose strength and go to sleep again. It is necessary to follow a precise method of escaping. Man is a machine. If he is to learn to rise above his mechanicalness, living and partly living, as Eliot says, he must understand the machine. The essence of Gurdjieff's doctrine can be summed up in an image taken from that remarkable novel The Haunted Woman, by David Lindsay. A woman goes to buy a house from a man she has never met. They are, on the whole, indifferent to one another, having, apparently little in common. But as she walks alone across the hall, she sees a flight of stairs leading to an upper region of the house. When she goes up them, she finds herself in a part of the house that ceased to exist a long time ago. The scenery outside the window is different. And when she sees herself in a mirror, she is also different, somehow more mature and developed. She has realized herself. The self she is looking at in the mirror is the person she might have become, so to speak, if circumstances had been ideal for the development of her inner qualities. Her host, the man from whom she may buy the house, also wanders up the stairs, and finds her there. He is also changed, and these two realized people fall in love. However, when they descend again to the lower part of the house, they have totally forgotten everything about the upper story, which now no longer exists. And when, accidentally, they again find themselves together in the upper story, they rack their brains for some method by which they can overcome this amnesia, and remind themselves about the other regions of the house. Lindsay has created an image of the basic problem of the artist and the mystic. In the moments of higher consciousness there is always a feeling of but of course. Life is infinitely meaningful, its possibilities are suddenly endless, and normal consciousness is seen as being no better than sleep. For, like sleep, it separates man from reality. When man gets this feeling of reality, he knows that nothing in the world could be so important as keeping it. He tries every possible method of reminding himself not to forget, not to stop fighting to achieve it. What is more, in this state of intensity, it becomes clear that it can be achieved. He sees now as something that is self-evident that he possesses a true will, the ability to focus clearly on an objective and then to achieve it in the most economical way. But then he descends back to his lower story, and can only remember dimly that he had a vision. The sleep comes back. The main trouble is a kind of listlessness, a tendency to waste time and consciousness, like a person staring out of the window at the rain and yawning, wondering what to do next. On the other hand, the moment Paris saw Helen of Troy, his whole being was gripped by an objective. Loyalty, honor, gratitude to his host, all ceased to matter, as a kind of tornado shook his soul. That is to say, an objective, Helen of Troy, arouses immense depths of will and energy. The revelation that strikes a man in moods of waking consciousness is that this objective is always there. All he has to do is learn to see it, and everything else follows, his true will awakens. Now, Gurdjieff, in his travels, had made the simple discovery we have already mentioned, that any unusual effort, any new beginning, has this effect of shaking the mind awake. I am normally quite out of touch with reality, almost as out of touch as when I am asleep and dreaming. I look at that tree, but I don't really see it, or believe in its existence. My mind is elsewhere, like half listening to someone who is talking and half thinking about something else. The result is a kind of double exposure effect in my consciousness, a certain blurring. Any crisis or sudden touch of ecstasy makes me put twice as much effort into perception, and whatever I am looking at suddenly comes clearly into focus, like the slight touch on the wheel of a microscope or pair of binoculars that makes things appear clear and sharp. But life is largely routine, ritual, as Lionel Johnson said. I don't set out on some exciting journey every day. I cannot rely on such things to keep my mind awake. I do not meet a Helen of Troy every day, and what is more, unless I propose to waste my life like Casanova, I cannot rely on the pleasant shocks of sexual desire to keep waking me up. Sometimes, music or poetry has this effect of awakening my mind to reality, causing that broadening of inner horizons, the widened sense of reality. But that doesn't always work either. We need, so to speak, a reliable alarm clock. The answer to this is simpler than one might suppose. It is simply a matter of getting the robot habituated to producing larger quantities of energy than necessary. Gurdjieff's basic method therefore consisted of work. The first thing that happened to a new student at Brewer was that he was told to join a working party. They might be making a road, cutting down trees, breaking stones, diverting a stream, milking cows. The anonymous author of the Gurdjieff Journal had an experience common to all. He worked well, but with a certain resentment. Gurdjieff sent one of his right-hand men, Dr. Stjornvall, to explain that the student was failing through resentment to economize energy. He should work like a laborer, not like a machine. He advised him to make a list of foreign words and learn them as he worked, and also try to sense his body and be aware of its activities. The moment he ceased to work in a negative, withdrawn frame of mind, and involved himself in his will in the work, he began to find it deeply satisfying. This aspect of Gurdjieff's teaching could be called applied Taoism. He laid great stress on the importance of learning to work, and told Ouspensky that a man who could make a good pair of shoes was potentially a better student of the work than an intellectual who had written a dozen books. Similarly, when a woman novelist told Gurdjieff that she felt more conscious when she was writing, he replied, "You live in dreams and you write about your dreams. How much better for you if you were to scrub one floor consciously than to write 100 books." The clashes between Confucius and Lao Tse in the Taoist scriptures immediately come to mind. What Gurdjieff did at his institute was to turn bored, egotistic, confused people into well-balanced machines, too busy to think about themselves. His exercises allowed the students' natural capacities to operate again. He spoke of man's three centers: the intellectual center, the emotional center, the moving, or physical, center, and said that each works with its own kind of energy. When man is working at top pressure, each center works in harmony with the others. When man is unbalanced, as he tends to be in modern civilization, centers work lopsidedly and often become exhausted. But it is not only the habit of civilization that makes most people lopsided and inharmonious. They get the habit of indulging negative emotions, and these temporarily damage them, as a fire damages a building. One of the most interesting things about Gurdjieff as a person was his apparent freedom from negative emotions. The best example of this is a story told by Seabrook. In the 1920s, Gurdjieff decided to write down his ideas in the form of a vast book called All and Everything: Beelzebub's Tales to his grandson. He decided to apply his principle of work to the book, and deliberately wrote it in an incredibly long-winded and complicated style, to force his readers to make an enormous mental effort to grasp his meaning. Beelzebub, flying around the Earth in a spaceship, tells his grandson about the three-brained beings on the planet Earth, and their peculiar tendency to treat fantasy as reality. This is because a commission of archangels got worried about man's developing powers and planted in him an organ called Kunda Buffer, whose purpose is to keep him from achieving objective consciousness. This is obviously a legend of original sin, like Plato's legend of the gods cutting man in two. Seabrook was asked to ask a number of intelligent friends to supper to hear chunks of the magnum opus. These included Lincoln Steffens, two pragmatist philosophers from Columbia, and J.B. Watson, the founder of behavioral psychology, who also believed that man is a machine, but firmly disbelieved that he could turn himself into anything else. Gurdjieff's disciples proceeded to read at length. Seabrook writes, "Late in the evening, Mr. Steffens and John Watson began whispering. Presently Mr. Watson said, 'Either this is an elaborate and subtle joke, whose point is completely over our heads, or it's piffle. In either event, I don't see that much can be gained by hearing more of it. I propose, if Mr. Gurdjieff is agreeable, that we now converse for a while.' So we all relaxed and conversed, and presently supped, with equal amiability on the part of both hosts and guests. Mr. Gurdjieff was more brilliant, and more witty, than the manuscript had been. He was so agreeable, so keen, so affable, that Steffens, Watson, Montague, and all the rest of them took him into their complete confidence and explained unanimously their conviction that, unless he was trying to put over a cosmic joke of some sort whose point had not yet become manifest, his future did not lie in the field of authorship. Gurdjieff suggested that his purport might be too deep for our limited comprehension. Presumably Gurdjieff's reason for wanting to read aloud to a group of American intellectuals was the desire of the author to reach an audience, that is, vanity played some small part in it. But the rebuff only had the effect of making him more witty and friendly than ever. Fritz Peters, the author of Boyhood with Gurdjieff, has some interesting stories that make a similar point. One Russian émigré called Ramilevich was peculiarly irritating. He grumbled non-stop. One day when the pupils were all planting lawns, he threw down his hoe, told Gurdjieff he was insane, and marched off. Gurdjieff sent Fritz Peters, a boy of 12, after him, and Ramilevich was brought back. Later that evening, Gurdjieff made everyone laugh by telling them that Peters had found Ramilevich sitting up a tree, which was true. This time, Ramilevich marched out and returned to Paris. Gurdjieff went to Paris and persuaded him to return. He explained to Fritz Peters that Ramilevich had one valuable quality: he irritated hell out of everyone. And this prevented people falling into a routine. Gurdjieff placed a Miss Merston in charge of the institute while he was away, and she and Peters soon clashed. His chickens got into her garden and scratched up flowers. She threatened to wring the neck of the next one that did this, and carried out her threat. Thereupon Peters dug up and destroyed some of her favorite flowers. This was reported to Gurdjieff on his return. He pointed out to Peters that the chicken had been eaten, so it had served some purpose, whereas the destruction of the flowers was pointless. But he also told Miss Merston that she had failed him by wasting his time with such trivialities. On another occasion, when Miss Merston had drawn up a long list of everybody's misdemeanors when Gurdjieff was away, Gurdjieff startled everyone by handing out money for each misdemeanor committed. Peters received by far the most. But the rebuff had the effect of making everyone sorry for Miss Merston, so that she ceased to be a dragon. Perhaps the most amusing story concerns a special occasion when Miss Merston served tea to everyone. Every time she bent over to hand someone a teacup, she farted gently, and said, "Pardon me." Everyone was slightly embarrassed, but Gurdjieff was delighted. He proceeded to draw attention to the explosions of wind, comparing them to the report of a toy gun, and remarking on her politeness in excusing herself after each fart. Again, the result was to reduce Miss Merston's dragon status and make everyone like her. There are many stories of this kind of attitude towards difficult people. In each of them Gurdjieff displayed what Shaw called natural Christianity. But in another sense, it was not natural. The natural reaction to such people is to ignore them or quarrel with them. After the affair of the flower bed, Gurdjieff told Peters that both he and Miss Merston had merely reacted to one another in a purely mechanical way. Gurdjieff's response to difficult people was a deliberate exercise of freedom. The physical work at Preur was only the beginning. The real work was bound up with dancing. Again, Seabrook gives one of the most striking accounts. In 1924, Gurdjieff took 40 of the Preur students to New York, where they put on displays. What excited and interested me was the amazing, brilliant, automaton-like, inhuman, almost incredible docility and robot-like obedience of the disciples, in the parts of the demonstrations that had to do with movement. They were like a group of perfectly trained zombies, or like circus animals jumping through hoops ringed with fire, or like the soldiers of Christophe who marched without breaking step off the parapet of the citadel on that sheer mountainside in Haiti. They did things, without suffering any apparent hurt, almost as dangerous as dropping off a cliff, and certainly more dangerous than leaping through fiery hoops. The group consisted of young and youngish women, most of whom were handsome and some of whom were beautiful, and of men who looked as if they had come, and probably did, from the best British and continental homes and universities. I met some of these disciples and they were almost without exception people of culture, breeding and intelligence. The demonstrations, I imagine, were to show the extent to which the Gurdjieff Institute had taught them supernormal powers of physical control, coordination, relaxation, etc. And there was no fake about it, because if they hadn't learned supreme coordination, they'd have broken their arms and legs, and maybe their necks, in some of the stunts they did. But what I felt the demonstrations showed, even more than their control over themselves, was the terrific domination of Gurdjieff, the master. At his command, they'd race, spread out at breakneck speed from left to right across the stage, and at another low command from him, freeze in full flight as if caught by a racetrack camera. Once I saw Gurdjieff push a dancer who had been frozen by his command in an attitude of difficult equilibrium. The dancer tumbled and rolled over several times, then rolled upright and back again, apparently without volitionally assuming it, in the original frozen position. Gurdjieff himself, a calm, bull-like man, with muscles in those days as hard as steel, in immaculate dinner clothes, his head shaven like a Prussian officer's, with black luxuriant handlebar mustaches, and generally smoking expensive Egyptian cigarettes, stood casually down in the audience, or off to the side beside the piano. He never shouted. He was always casual, yet always in complete command. It was as if he were a slave master or wild animal tamer, with an invisible bullwhip swishing inaudibly through the air. Among his other qualities, he was a great showman, and a climax came one night which literally had the front row out of their seats. The troupe was deployed extreme backstage, facing the audience. At his command, they came racing full tilt towards the footlights. We expected to see a wonderful exhibition of arrested motion. But instead, Gurdjieff calmly turned his back, and was lighting a cigarette. In the next split second, an aerial human avalanche was flying through the air, across the orchestra, down among empty chairs, on the floor, bodies pell-mell, piled on top of each other, arms and legs sticking out in weird postures, frozen there, fallen, in complete immobility and silence. Only after it had happened did Gurdjieff turn and look at them, as they lay there, still immobile. When they presently arose, by his permission, and it was evident that no arms, legs or necks had been broken, no one seemed to have suffered even so much as a scratch or bruise, there was a storm of applause, mingled with a little protest. It had almost been too much. Witchcraft, its power in the world today, 1942. Seabrook quotes Gurdjieff as saying, "If we live calm, monotonous days and peaceful nights, we stultify. We had better torture our own spirit than suffer the inanities of calm." He adds, his disciples therefore were awakened at all hours of the night, suddenly, and had learned to remain frozen in whatever positions they had chanced to stand or fall in when leaping out of bed. The gymnastic exhibitions were not the only part of the displays. There were also tricks that Seabrook describes as being similar to those practiced by Houdini, thought reading, etc. The audience were warned that there would be tricks, half-tricks, and true supernatural phenomena. Half-tricks, it was explained, depended on an abnormal sensitivity. An object is hidden and a blindfolded man takes the hands of various people in the room, without speaking to them, and reads their minds, so that he finds the hidden object. In fact, says Gurdjieff, he does not read their minds, but is highly sensitive to the pressure of their hands, which make slight involuntary movements of the muscles which indicate where the object is hidden. Genuine telepathic phenomena also seem to occur. A pupil would sit among the audience and be shown some object. He would then telepathically transmit the name and shape of the object to pupils on the stage. Even more startling, the pupil in the audience would transmit to M. de Hartmann, the pianist, the name of an opera, any opera, and he would play an extract from it. An artist pupil sketched animals transmitted by the pupil in the audience. These could, of course, have been tricks. But Gurdjieff himself possessed strong telepathic powers, of which I shall speak in a moment. It may well be that he was able to convey these to some of his pupils. As can be seen from Seabrook's account, the dances were so complex and difficult that they required an almost yogic training. Gurdjieff claimed to have collected them from various Oriental sources, dervishes, Essenes, Buddhists, and so on. Kenneth Walker, in his own account of Gurdjieff, Venture with Ideas, perhaps the finest introduction to Gurdjieff, mentions that the dances involved learning to do different things with different limbs. Anyone who has ever tried rubbing his stomach in a circle and waving the other hand straight up and down will see the difficulty involved here. The dances certainly had the effect of releasing Walker's hidden energies. He records that he often left his Harley Street surgery exhausted, then drove a considerable distance to the Gurdjieff group meeting, but after several hours of exercises, he felt totally wide awake, brimming with energy. Everyone has noticed this phenomenon at some time. No matter how tired you are, some sudden excitement or crisis can snap you into full alertness. We possess two types of will. I have elsewhere used the illustration of a bullet. The bullet is driven by an explosion of cordite. But the cordite, although powerful, is quite harmless and inexplosive on its own. At the end of the bullet there is a tiny cap of a substance called mercuric fulminate, which explodes instantly on contact. The hammer of the gun explodes the fulminate, and the fulminate explodes the more powerful cordite. Man possesses a fulminate will and a cordite will. If I am doing some routine job, like mowing the lawn, I use my cordite will. But it burns rather dully. If something really excites me or arouses my sense of urgency, it is the fulminate will that explodes, and that produces a roar of power from the cordite will. The fulminate will is tied up with the imagination and sense of purpose, and these in turn detonate my ordinary willpower and vitality. But sudden emergency is not necessary to produce the same effect. Any hard and unusual work causes me to warm up until finally my consciousness broadens. This is the basis of the Gurdjieff disciplines. Gurdjieff's system is highly complex, but there would be no point in trying to summarize it here. Planets are regarded as living beings. Different worlds exist on different levels of materiality, this sounds like Madame Blavatsky, and have different vibrations. Man's chief business is actually to produce a kind of psychological vibration that feeds the moon. Ouspensky's book In Search of the Miraculous, one of the most thorough expositions of Gurdjieff's ideas, is full of tables of octaves, worlds, triads, elements and so on. It is an interesting but not important question whether Gurdjieff learned this during his travels, or whether he invented it as a kind of framework for the theoretical side of his system. He speaks of 7 centers in all: intellectual, emotional, moving, physical, instinctive, sexual, and 2 more called higher thinking and higher emotional. He explains that the centers tend to work with one another's energies and take over one another's functions. It is a very great thing when the sex center works with its own energy. It then becomes akin to the higher emotional center. Everyone can understand this statement. For example, D.H. Lawrence's descriptions of the gradual improvement in the sexual relation between Mellors and Lady Chatterley show the sex center learning to use its own energy instead of working on emotional or, worse still, thought energy. When the sex center works with its own energy, sympathy and tenderness are involved. Sex ceases to be a kind of mutual masturbation. But then if anyone takes the trouble to analyze this statement phenomenologically, he will see that it is untrue. Sex can be bad because my mind is elsewhere, because I am worried, because, in short, I am involved in a world of fantasies. When I am properly balanced, when my mind is aware of objective reality, sex is likely to produce maximum intensity and insight. However, this is unimportant. We may take a skeptical view, and say simply that Gurdjieff was a psychologist of singular brilliance and insight, on a level with Nietzsche. The important thing is that he grasped the basic problem and tried to remedy it. The core of his system concerns levels of consciousness. Man has potentially 4 states of consciousness, says Gurdjieff. First of all, there is sleep, when you are wrapped in your own private world. Then there is waking consciousness, or so-called waking consciousness, which you appear to share with other people. But we are not really sharing a common consciousness. We each remain wrapped in our own blanket of subjective fantasy. And into this semi-sleeping state there burst occasional moments of intensity consciousness, when we seem to wake up. Gurdjieff calls this self-remembering. He demonstrates by a simple exercise how difficult this is to achieve. If you close your eyes, you sink into a subjective inner world in which you think only of yourself. If you look at your watch when someone asks you the time, you forget yourself, and become aware only of your watch. But try looking at your watch, and also being aware of yourself looking at it. You will find that you can only do this very briefly. After a moment, your attention slips, and you either forget your watch and become aware only of yourself, or forget yourself and become aware only of the watch. All the moments that we remember for the rest of our lives, the moments of sudden intense happiness, are moments of self-remembering. I seem to wake up, and have a feeling of what me, here. I am as aware of the place as of myself being in it. And such states may last for half an hour or so. Beyond self-remembering there is a 4th state called objective consciousness, that is, a constant state in which the mind actually perceives objective reality all the time. This is seldom or ever achieved by human beings, even in flashes. One of the chief aims of the work, either manual labor or dancing, was to induce increased self-consciousness, the possibility of achieving self-remembering for long stretches. In my own terminology, habit leads the robot to economize on the energy it sends up to my conscious mind. This in turn leads my conscious mind to find life rather dull. In fact, the dullness is inside me, but I think that the world itself is to blame, so I allow my consciousness to become even duller and lazier. This means that the robot sends even less energy. And so the vicious circuit continues. If, on the other hand, I can somehow induce in myself a state of optimistic expectation, I cause the robot to pour more energy into consciousness, and the more energy he releases, the more the world strikes me as delightful and interesting. If I am at all self-observant, I will also recognize that this state of wide awakeness, intense aliveness, is due to effort on my part. Once I clearly grasp this, the old vicious circle, whereby we can get used to anything, is broken. It could be quite permanently broken, and then a new form of man would appear. Gurdjieff's system was based upon the same insight as Freud's and Edmund Husserl's, that although man appears to himself to be a very simple, straightforward being, a mirror-like consciousness, he is actually an immensely complex machine with many levels. Like the top gear in a car, consciousness is our weakest level. It is unfortunately the only level that many of us are aware of. Our real strength lies on other levels. The evolutionary problem is for us to become aware of these other levels. The essence of personal evolution is the actual heat generated by mental effort. Gurdjieff distinguishes between what he calls personality and essence. Most actors have a great deal of personality, because they take the trouble to develop it. But it is only a surface layer. Essence is inner strength, true personality. Gurdjieff says that one of the few men he had ever known who possessed true essence was a Corsican brigand, who used to spend all day peering down the sights of his rifle in the hot sun, waiting for passing travelers. The strength and endurance caused that inner fusing called essence. 2 years after meeting Gurdjieff, Ouspensky had begun to develop the mental muscles for longer periods of self-remembering. To begin with, his efforts at self-remembering had tended to slip into total forgetfulness. He speaks of a long effort at self-remembering as he walked through Petrograd, and the strange emotional state of inner peace and confidence that comes after great efforts of this kind, and then of suddenly waking up 2 hours later, and remembering that he has completely forgotten to remember himself. Here, it can be seen that the plunge from a higher form of consciousness to a lower one is exactly like a blackout. In the summer of 1916 the miracle began to happen. He describes it in chapter 13 of In Search of the Miraculous. In a house in Finland, after a session during which he had been savagely sarcastic to everyone, including Ouspensky, Gurdjieff suddenly began to speak to Ouspensky telepathically. I heard his voice inside me, as if it were in the chest, near the heart. Gurdjieff put questions without speaking, Ouspensky answered them, and it continued for half an hour. The experience also demonstrated, to Ouspensky's satisfaction, that Gurdjieff was by no means infallible, in spite of his occult knowledge. After 2 hours of walking in the forest, struggling with conflicting emotions, Ouspensky says, I saw that Gurdjieff was right, that what I had considered to be firm and reliable in myself in reality did not exist. But I had found something else. I knew that he would not believe me, and that he would laugh at me if I showed him this other thing. But for myself it was indubitable, and what happened later showed I was right. Later, in bed, Gurdjieff's voice again spoke in his chest, and Ouspensky replied mentally. They carried on a conversation from different parts of the house. The following morning, at breakfast, the mind-reading act continued. Ouspensky began to brood on a problem about the ray of creation. Gurdjieff told him, speaking normally, to leave it for now, because it was too far ahead. Ouspensky says that he was in a strange emotional state for 3 days, and although Gurdjieff told him that he was now no longer asleep, he felt this to be untrue. He was undoubtedly asleep at times. What had happened is that long effort had broken through to Uspensky's psychic faculties, the red end of the spectrum. This is why he felt that he had not achieved full wakefulness. On the way back to Petrograd, Uspensky, alone in the compartment, not only talked to Gurdjieff but saw him. And back in Petrograd, Uspensky had the impression of seeing sleeping people. Suddenly I saw that the man who was walking towards me was asleep. Although his eyes were open, he was walking along obviously immersed in dreams, which ran like clouds across his face. It entered my mind that if I could look at him long enough I should see his dreams. After him came another also sleeping. A sleeping Izvestchik cab driver went by with 2 sleeping passengers. Suddenly I found myself in the position of the prince and the sleeping princess. Everyone around me was asleep. After a few weeks this strange state passed off, and Uspensky returned to normal consciousness. This again demonstrates that what he had experienced was not true waking consciousness, although it was certainly more awake than everyday consciousness. It was some kind of accidental return to jungle sensitiveness, to the occult faculty of animals. But as a result of this period, he also readied new depths of intuition. He explains his sudden clear perception that violent means, to achieve anything whatever, are always a mistake. They always produce negative results. This is not, he says, a moral conclusion, like Tolstoyan non-resistance, but a practical one. This is obviously the reason for Gurdjieff's patiently creative attitude in his personal relations, the refusal to give way to the impulse to destroy or dismiss. The revolution forced Gurdjieff to leave Russia. No doubt he would have been liquidated fairly quickly as an organizer of secret groups. In London, Uspensky himself began to teach groups what he had learned from Gurdjieff, and his group finally provided the money for Gurdjieff to buy the buildings at Preur. Uspensky and Gurdjieff had ceased to work together. In fact, there was a total opposition of temperament. Uspensky was a scientist by nature, dry, precise, abstract, although this is not to say that he was a mere intellectual. Gurdjieff was a Walt Whitman-esque type of character, in some ways not unlike Rasputin. He was not a saint. He liked good food, and drank a lot of Armagnac. When he was settled at Fontainebleau he moved in his mother, brother, and sister, and the anonymous author of the journal remarks that he was a patriarchal figure. An aphorism on the wall in the study house said, "It is a sign of a good man that he loves his father and mother." He was, as Orage said, a complete man. When the men bathed communally, they had a ritual of telling dirty jokes, and Gurdjieff would make them line up to examine the degree of sunburn of their behinds. His wife died at Preur, and Gurdjieff took a mistress, who was soon pregnant. He was, apparently, capable of sleeping with attractive female pupils, and I myself have met a professor at an American university who told me he was one of Gurdjieff's natural sons, and by no means the only one. In God Is My Adventure, Ram Landau tells a story of an American woman novelist, who sat next to Gurdjieff's table in a restaurant. Gurdjieff suddenly began to inhale and exhale in a peculiar way, and the woman went pale. She said that she had caught Gurdjieff's eye. "I suddenly felt as if I had been struck right through my sexual center. It was beastly." Even Crowley did not possess the capacity to cause instantaneous orgasms in strange women. Landau also mentions that he stumbled upon proof that Gurdjieff had been in Tibet. An Arab writer, Ahmed Abdullah, said he had met Gurdjieff in Lhasa, when Gurdjieff was an agent of the Russian secret police. On his return to France after his American trip, Gurdjieff had a serious motor accident that almost killed him. There was something odd about this accident. Fritz Peters has described Gurdjieff as an insane driver who would not last 2 minutes on a modern road. Before leaving Paris for Preur he told Madame de Hartmann to order the mechanic to carefully check his car. He was peculiarly insistent. He then told her to take a train back to Preur instead of coming with him. No one knows exactly what happened. A passing gendarme found the wrecked car by the side of the road, and Gurdjieff, badly injured, lying beside it covered with a blanket, with his head on a pillow. The gendarme said it seemed impossible that a man so badly injured could have moved that far. Only Gurdjieff's fantastic vitality saved his life. Had he somehow foreseen the accident? Or was it, in some odd sense, deliberate? He was not usually an accident-prone man. On the other hand, neither was he a Superman. Fritz Peters describes a trip to Vichy with Gurdjieff driving. Gurdjieff insisted on driving too fast on the wrong side of the road. Peters was supposed to map read, but Gurdjieff went so fast that they usually shot past turnings. He always refused to turn back, so they had to find new routes all the time. He declined to stop for petrol, and would drive until the car ran out. Then one of the two boys had to walk to the nearest garage, and bring a mechanic too, since Gurdjieff was convinced that it could not be mere lack of petrol that had made the car stop. It is not clear why he didn't keep a can of petrol in the boot. He always arrived at hotels so late that they had to knock the proprietor up. In the Vichy hotel, his behavior was wildly eccentric, and he introduced the boys as the sons of Henry Ford and Vanderbilt. Out of this Vichy trip sprang another curious proof of his occult knowledge. He invited a Russian family to Pruer. They had a daughter. Gurdjieff told the assembled pupils that he would now demonstrate an Eastern method of hypnotism which depended on the subject's susceptibility to music, especially to certain chords. At a certain climactic chord, he said, the girl would go into a trance. The Russian family came into the room, and the girl sat beside Gurdjieff. During the music, played by Hartmann at the piano, she was obviously moved, and at the climactic chord, seemed to faint. It took a long time to bring her round, and the Russian family were so alarmed that it cost a considerable effort to persuade them to stay. After this, Gurdjieff persuaded the girl to perform the demonstration several times. Peters says that her hysteria when she came out of the trance was too obviously genuine for the whole thing to be a put-up job. Neither is there any need to look for alternative explanations in the case of Gurdjieff. He had learned to push his senses to new limits through various disciplines and studies. As a consequence, he had gained certain occult powers. Whether these powers were of any importance is another matter. Probably he did not think so himself. He differed from all the other magicians we have considered in one obvious respect. He was free from the usual magician's destiny of sudden rise and slow downfall. Compared to him, Paracelsus, Agrippa, D. Crowley, Madame Blavatsky, seemed to be talented eccentrics, lacking in self-discipline and the sense of self-preservation. The author of the Journal of a Pupil describes a meeting between Gurdjieff and Crowley, but it is clear that they had nothing to say to one another. He says, Crowley had magnetism, and the kind of charm that many charlatans have. He also had a dead weight that was somehow impressive, that is, Crowley was a man of power. His attitude was fatherly and benign, and a few years earlier I might have fallen for it. Now I saw and sensed that I could have nothing to do with him. He does not describe the tea, except to say that Gurdjieff kept a sharp watch on Crowley, and says, I got a strong impression of two magicians, the white and the black, the one strong, powerful, full of light, the other also powerful, but heavy, dull, ignorant. This seems to be a fair estimate. Gurdjieff's life was controlled, ordered. Perhaps the only quality he shares with most magicians, apart from the natural occult faculty, is the need for disciples. The real difference between the mage and the mystic, or saint, is that the saint has no business with other people. On the other hand, Gurdjieff insisted that a group of people can achieve more than one person working alone. Ouspensky himself was interested to discover that his own teaching had the curious effect of teaching him things he did not know before. That is to say, his awareness deepened as he taught. This may also have been true of Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff called his method the fourth way. The first three are the way of the fakir, the way of the monk, the way of the yogi. That is, the way of physical discipline, the way of emotional discipline, the way of intellectual discipline. The fakir treats his body as the circus ringmaster treats the performing animals. The monk concentrates on prayer, on achieving samadhi through deep love and devotion. The yogi tries to work directly with consciousness, expanding it by certain exercises and disciplines. Gurdjieff sometimes called his fourth way the way of the cunning man. But essentially, it is a way of knowledge. Scientific knowledge. Man must set out to learn, and accept nothing on trust. This explains why teaching was so important to Gurdjieff and Ouspensky. How does this differ from the way of yoga? I might put it this way. At school I learned to solve mathematical problems by means of log tables or formulae like the binomial theorem, but as often as not, I could not work out the logarithm of a number myself without the tables, or explain to someone how the binomial theorem was invented. So there is a million miles of difference between a clever schoolboy who comes top of the class in mathematics, and a mathematical prodigy like Bertrand Russell who was devouring Euclid for pleasure at the age of 9. The difference is that Russell becomes a creative mathematician, while the brilliant schoolboy remains merely a competent calculator. Gurdjieff's problem was to convince his pupils of this, that loving and continuous effort put into the work will not only give a man a new degree of freedom, but will make him a creatively free personality, while the fakir, the monk, and the yogi remain somehow statically free. All the emphasis in his work is laid on the idea of being. He insists that most people do not exist, or hardly exist at all. They are little more than wisps of vapor held together by a body. Asked whether there is life after death, Gurdjieff replied that such wisps of vapor do not survive because there is hardly anything to survive. Asked whether there is such a thing as destiny, Gurdjieff replied that only a person with essence has a destiny, other people are merely subject to the law of accident. At its simplest level, Gurdjieff's work is an attempt to gain control of one's own life rather than being a leaf tossed around by the wind. At the beginning of the 1914 war, Ouspensky was impressed by the sight of a lorry loaded with crutches for limbs that had not yet been blown off. Such a sight raises the immediate question, but cannot something be done about it? Gurdjieff's reply would strike a social reformer as pessimistic. Nothing can be done, because a war is a situation in which several million machines fight several other million machines, reacting helplessly to one another. A criminal or a sex maniac often argues that he was carried away by an irresistible impulse, and this is precisely why criminals are among the lowest members of the human race. We are all carried along to some extent. The highest type of human being would be the one who is not a mere leaf in the gale of his emotional reactions. The aim of the work is to put on weight, psychic weight, until you are a heavy stone rather than a leaf, and the wind cannot move you. In her book The Unknowable Gurdjieff, Margaret Anderson describes how an intellectual woman writer spent only a day at Pruer, asking intellectual questions all the time. The Gurdjieff pupils naturally ignored her request to put it in a single phrase, although one of them did say, "It is a method for preventing your past from becoming your future." The woman left in a state of spiteful annoyance, having decided that the whole thing was a bluff. 14 years later, Margaret Anderson met her again, and realized that she had not changed in the least. Every word and every gesture was predictable. Her past had become her future, in spite of her intellectuality. On the other hand, the very title of Margaret Anderson's book, The Unknowable Gurdjieff, underlines the chief fault of the Gurdjieff movement, which still exists. Her contention is that Gurdjieff is so profound as to be ultimately unknowable. It was J.G. Bennett, one of Ouspensky's most brilliant followers, who coined the phrase. Gurdjieff is undoubtedly the greatest magician dealt with in this book, but he is not beyond human understanding. Neither is he uniquely original. In his essay The Energies of Man, William James talks about the phenomenon of second wind, why, on some days, we feel dull and washed out, as though a sort of cloud weighed upon us, and why this cloud can often be dispersed by deliberately driving yourself to painful effort. The exhausted runner gets second wind, proving that he was not exhausted after all. James also speaks about neurasthenic patients, to whom life has become a whole series of insurmountable obstacles, and how a psychiatrist jars them out of it by forcing them to make efforts, which at first are agonizing, and then are succeeded, quite abruptly, by a feeling of relief. James is pinpointing the problem Gurdjieff deals with, and prescribes precisely the same course of actions, shocks or abnormal efforts. What is more, James is more deeply concerned with the problem of why our minds get narrower and narrower, until life is a series of obstacles. Gurdjieff nowhere analyzes this important problem. Again, in the preface to Back to Methuselah, in a section headed "And the greatest of these is self-control," Shaw emphasizes that this is the difference between a man and an animal, and in the play itself, he tries to show human beings who have gradually achieved this higher degree of self-control. Shaw goes further than Gurdjieff in believing that this higher degree of self-control would prolong human life indefinitely. That Gurdjieff died at the age of 76 is evidence that he had not acquired a high degree of this self-control. Kenneth Walker warned him a year before that he was eating and drinking too much, and would soon be dead if he did not stop. Gurdjieff ignored him. Gurdjieff was a very great man, but he was not unknowable, neither was his system an unsurpassable ultimate in human knowledge. There are even vital matters upon which he was relatively ignorant. Let me try to define these. The most important realization of all is Husserl's recognition that human consciousness is intentional. As I go through conscious, everyday life, I am unaware of the amount of deliberate work I am putting into living. So much of life seems to just happen, so much seems to be given, that I get into a habit of thinking of myself as a passive object, acted upon. This is as absurd as if I tried to write with a pen without putting any pressure on the nib. Ask yourself why a holiday often produces an increasing state of positiveness, of optimism and well-being, and the feeling that life is immensely interesting. Because the change makes you put more interest into the act of consciousness, of seeing and doing. Why did Sartre feel so free during the war when he might be arrested at any moment? Because the danger made him keep alert, that is, put more interest into seeing and doing. Normal consciousness is shy and lazy and mole-like, hardly putting any effort into living. We allow habit to tempt us into devaluing experience. It is too easy to forget the values we have fought for. Why does Paris feel such ecstasy as he lies naked beside Helen for the first time? Because he has fought and plotted and schemed for this moment, and now it has arrived. He means to savor it to the last drop. But unless he is a very remarkable person, he will be taking her for granted when he has made love to her 1,000 times. We have to live close up to life, to see it from a worm's eye view, and we forget the wider bird's eye view. What can be done about this forgetfulness of existence, to borrow Heidegger's phrase? At the end of all and everything, Beelzebub tells his grandson that what man really needs is an organ by which he can be constantly aware of the exact date of his own death. This would stop men wasting their lives as if they were immortal. This solution is precisely the same as the one offered by Heidegger in Being and Time: live with a constant awareness of death. The injunction is useful, but not very helpful. Hemingway, for example, tried to live up to it, and still died a pathetic alcoholic. To grasp the meaning of intentionality is to grasp the solution. Every moment of intensity consciousness, every Paris in Helen's arms moments, gives us a clear glimpse of the very simple answer. Our normal more or less bored state of everyday consciousness arises from the habit of devaluing the world. Instead of saying "how fascinating," we yawn and say "that's old stuff." But the law of intentionality says that the less you put into perception, the less you get out. And it becomes a vicious downward spiral. There is, however, an important point without which this cannot be fully understood. If someone were to ask me to do a crossword puzzle, I might reply, "No, crosswords bore me." If he then said, "But this is a special crossword puzzle. Its solution will tell you exactly where £1 million worth of gold is buried in your back garden," my whole attitude would change, provided of course, I believed him, or even half believed him. The Paris in Helen's arms moment reveals the objective meaningfulness of the world. It also reveals that consciousness need not be so barren. Everyday consciousness tends to be narrow because we have to take a worm's eye view of life if we are to be efficient. But we make it worse by a dull, passive, discouraged attitude towards it. It is like having a capacious bag, and using it only to carry a single pencil. In moments of intensity we realize that far more can be got into consciousness, other times, other places. There is no good reason, for example, why I should not remember my whole childhood as vividly as Proust remembered his when he tasted the Madeleine dipped in tea. Man's trouble is not so much the narrowness of his consciousness, which is important and necessary, as that be lives perpetually on a far lower level of value than the universe merits. Poetry, music, sexual delight, holidays, disappearance of crisis, can raise him momentarily to a higher level. But since he is ignorant of the fundamentally intentional nature of his response to existence, he tends to fall back into passivity and forgetfulness. At present, his devaluing tendency is unconscious. First of all, he must grasp his devaluing tendency consciously. Then he must begin a conscious, disciplined process of revaluation. I must emphasize that everything depends upon understanding the intentional mechanisms of consciousness. Once these are grasped, you are working in the daylight. Until they are grasped, you are fumbling in the dark. Gurdjieff's remarkable achievement was to understand that most of our limitations are arbitrary, due to habit. William James says, "There seems no doubt that we are each and all of us to some extent victims of habit neurosis. We live subject to arrest by degrees of fatigue which we have come only from habit to obey. Most of us may learn to push the barrier further off, and to live in perfect comfort on higher levels of power." James instances an officer in the Indian Mutiny who performed astonishing feats of endurance when the lives of many women and children were at stake. Now, there can be no doubt that all of us would live on a far higher level of vitality if we could choose more interesting and adventurous lives. But the whole point of civilization is to rob life of the element of danger and risk, and we cannot have it both ways. Gurdjieff's discovery was that this is not a real setback. We are intelligent creatures with minds, and we can devise disciplines that are as exciting as any physical danger. These disciplines can make our evolution, which has so far been a matter of accident and natural selection, conscious and deliberate. An interesting problem arises, the black room problem. If a human being is placed in a completely black and silent room, his mind is totally destroyed in a matter of days or weeks. The reason is obvious. Even when surrounded by physical stimuli, our value sense gets eroded too easily. We let ourselves sink into the downward spiral. It is even more so in the black room. Man's habitual negative, devaluing tendency now has the run of his mind, unchecked by sudden bonuses of delight or glimpses of misery and danger that restore the sense of reality. It is like placing a man with a persecution complex among people who do rather dislike him. Man's sense of values is sick and enfeebled. However, this statement should not be taken as an excuse for cultural despair. To diagnose our original sin as clearly as this is to already be within easy marching distance of the solution. Now, it is certain that a Gurdjieff pupil could stand the black room longer than the average person, simply because the neurotic tendencies to self-pity, egoism, destructiveness, have been partly erased. But since the Gurdjieff system depends so much on exercises, on work in a purely physical sense, the black room would present a very formidable obstacle. The only final answer to the black room is to develop the value muscle, the ability to pull back and take a bird's eye view. Man becomes godlike not merely through effort, but through values. Gurdjieff's Corsican brigand may possess essence, but that is only the first requirement. Intelligence, imagination, creativity, are equally important. And these spring into being from the value sense. How is all this connected with occult faculties? At this point, the answer can be stated with some degree of precision. Faculty X is a vivid sense of the reality of other times, other places. I possess a book of pictures of Cornwall as it was 100 years ago, and to look at the old cobbled streets of Penzance or St. Austell produces in me a kind of shock of wonder, like catching the breath with delight. Suppose we discovered some method of taking the mind back into the past, so that I could see the cobbled street in 3 dimensions and hear the people who walked along it in those days. Suppose someone could invent some occult method whereby I could actually be present at the execution of Charles I, or watch the boy Mozart playing his own concerto to Marie Antoinette, or glimpse the face of Jack the Ripper as he walks under a street lamp. The sense of wonder would now be so intense, the mental energy aroused so enormous, that I would never be the same person again. Deeper levels of my being would be permanently shaken into life, never to fall asleep again. For having glimpsed such wonders, I could never sink back into my previous state of unwondering sloth. This new sense of wonder would be quite different from Uspensky's strange excitement during the 3 weeks that he became telepathic. Uspensky's telepathy happened to him. This intensity would be something I do myself. I would control it, by my knowledge. Uspensky declared that during his telepathic period, he could dearly see the futility of violent methods of achieving anything. Gurdjieff's anonymous pupil said he could instinctively feel that he should not get mixed up with Crowley. The psychic radar begins to operate when the mind overflows with energy, and the mind overflows with energy when its perception of values is clear and intense. The achievement of any degree of faculty X would animate all the so-called psychic faculties, the red end of the spectrum. These occult powers should be a function of the sense of purpose. This does not mean that all the occult faculties would wake up, only those that are important. For a man with a strong sense of purpose, the faculty for avoiding accidents is important, certainly more important than telepathy. Gurdjieff's faculty was apparently inoperative when he drove from Paris to Fontainebleau that day. I am reasonably convinced that we could, at this point in our evolution, deliberately develop a great many faculties that have so far been accidental. I will give only one example of this. The following is an account of an experiment in willpower conducted by a group that included Professor M. Welford, who teaches psychology at Leicester University. Professor Welford writes, "In my early 20s I was systematically reading up as much as possible on chiromancy, divination by means of playing cards, and telepathy. A group of 4, all at Leicester University College, as it then was, all young men, and all closely associated for several years at school, and as obsessed bridge players, were involved in the experiment. The 4th person I can't remember, but the second was a friend I had known for 5 or so years, and who eventually shot himself, and the 3rd was a typically volatile, fluent, and amiable Jew, with whom I had very considerable success in fortune-telling by cards and palmistry. 1. A series of cards was dealt, face up, on a table, while the receiver was out of the room. The transmitters agreed which card was to be chosen, and brought the subject into the room. He would hold his hand loosely over the cards, eyes shut or open, and allow his hand to be moved towards the cards at the transmitter's directions, which was given by a series of carefully prearranged sequential directions piecemeal, very like talking a plane down when the pilot is incapacitated or blinded by fog. 2. In a room roughly 10 feet by 10 feet, and full of furniture and other articles, ashtrays, trinkets, pipes, books on shelves and windowsill, the transmitters would sit, having decided upon the objective to be reached while the receiver was out of the room. A typical program would be, pick up the pipe on the coffee table and place it to the left of the vase on the windowsill. The receiver was brought in, and disoriented while blindfolded, and then guided to the target piecemeal, movement by movement as described in 1. Above, as though directing a machine. E.g. turn left, stop, move forward, stop, lower left hand, move to right, grasp, lift, and so on. The receiver emptied his mind and remained poised but passive. The transmitters concentrated on projecting the orders as powerfully as possible. The atmosphere was tense, exciting, and strangely still. Exhaustion usually followed. The chief difference between this and Rhine's experiments with cards is that Rhine's assistants were trying to transmit images, pictures, while Professor Welford's group were trying to transmit orders, impulses. And here it was not a statistical matter, how many times the receiver guessed right, but a matter of immediate and visible results. There is no magic involved, only a faculty that we all possess. This explains the mind-reading part of the demonstrations of Gurdjieff's pupils. Intense work had got them all in tune, awakening their receivers. It also explains the miracle of telepathy between Gurdjieff and Uspensky. In an ordinary group of more or less skeptical people, the telepathy would not be successful because of a lack of concentration and conviction. The highly complex Gurdjieff exercises broke down this barrier of indifference. The question of why his pupils suffered no damage when they all fell off the stage is even more interesting. If I am deeply and powerfully concerned to perform some action perfectly, or to avoid something that I very much want to avoid, I draw a deep breath, so to speak, I prepare to pour energy into the task. In doing most jobs, my boredom level is fairly high. If I am tightening a nut on a machine, I may waste a great deal of energy because I am not willing to get up and readjust my position until I am at the best angle for gripping it with the spanner. In most of my actions, I decide in advance how much energy it is worth putting into it, like a mother telling a child, "Don't spend more than 5 shillings." Gurdjieff's aim was to force his pupils to pour energy into their dancing, not to economize in any way, to aim at absolute perfection. The vast amount of effort turned the dancing into an instinct, and when instinct is operating powerfully, the chance of accident is immensely diminished. It is almost as if the stores of poised energy create a psychic armor. The achievement of Gurdjieff was to raise such matters as these from the realm of magic and the occult to the realm of scientific common sense. He did this by creating a framework of psychological knowledge big enough to embrace them all. His influence has not yet made itself felt, but when it does, he will be seen as an innovator of the same rank as Newton, Darwin, or Freud. This section on Gurdjieff would not be complete without some mention of Subud, the religion that was embraced by Gurdjieff's chief English follower, J.G. Bennett. For it was Bennett's assertion that Subud was the logical end product of the work, and that its founder, Paki Subur, was the forthcoming avatar, the awakener of conscience, who is described in all and everything under the name Ashiata Shemash. It is true that Gurdjieff's Ashiata is described as having lived near ancient Babylon, but Bennett convinced himself that it was intended as a hint of the coming Messiah. In his book concerning Subud he also describes travels in the East, and meetings with sheikhs and holy men who all foretold that he, John Bennett, was to become the English John the Baptist of a new savior. This is no exaggeration. Bennett apparently believes that Subur is the second coming, heralding the end of the present age in Earth history. Subur, who was born in 1901 in Indonesia, came to England in 1957, and was installed at Bennett's home, Coombe Springs, where a flourishing movement soon sprang up. The film star Eva Bartok, a former Gurdjieff pupil, came there shortly before Subur's arrival, suffering from an internal complaint that necessitated a serious operation. She was pregnant and expected to lose the baby. Subur's wife administered the Latihan, a form of meditation, to her, without spectacular result. After 19 days, when Miss Bartok was about to enter the hospital for her operation, Subur himself took a hand. Bennett describes the bedroom as charged with energy that annihilated all personal feeling, and says that those present had a telepathic experience of fear and physical pain, slowly displaced by growing faith in the power of God. Afterwards Subur declared that Miss Bartok would not need an operation. Her doctors verified this, and the baby was born normally. The resulting publicity helped to spread Subud throughout the Western world. But Bennett's hope that all Gurdjieff's followers would join Subud was frustrated. Many of them felt, understandably, that the essence of Gurdjieff's system was its logical, scientific nature, and that Subur, whether a genuine avatar or not, had nothing whatever to do with it. The essence of the method called Subud, Bennett denies that it is a religion or a belief, is the Latihan. What is the Latihan? It is an opening up of the mind that permits divine energies to perform their work of transformation. Followers of Subud have to be initiated into the Latihan by a helper, and at first it has to be taken in a group. Later, after the practice has been established, the Latihan can be taken at home. Each Latihan lasts about half an hour, and followers of Subud practice it about 3 times a week. The essence of the Latihan is inner stillness, the opening of the heart to meaning. It would seem, then, that it is simply another name for the basic mystical experience. For example, Taoist's ability to somehow enter into the essence of trees and rocks was a form of the Latihan. It is not an exercise or a form of prayer. The only action involved is the initial act of submitting the mind to the force, which should thereafter produce a kind of chemical reaction on the soul. The Latihan is not only the basic mystical experience, it is also the basic poetic experience. Wordsworth begins the intimations of immortality ode by describing a state of inner confusion and discouragement. He then opens his mind to nature, deliberately induces positive consciousness, until he can write "and I again am strong." Supper, a greater spiritual dynamo than Wordsworth, can apparently initiate this state in other people and transmit his own positive consciousness directly. Bennett points out that the Latihan differs from ordinary meditation or relaxation exercises in that it does not lead to drowsiness. Like Gurdjieff's exercises, it makes the mind more awake. Poetry has this same effect. Like adding a pinch of yeast to grape juice, an inner ferment begins, a cleansing process. The Latihan, then, is one of the basic forms of mystical discipline, perhaps the basic form. The importance of the helper should be clear. The starting point of the Latihan is the transcendence of the usual self-division, and this is difficult for a self-divided person without help, without a feeling of definite purpose induced by someone else. For the same reason, it is more difficult to hypnotize yourself than to allow yourself to be hypnotized. Nevertheless, it must be stated clearly that the Latihan is not the logical consummation of Gurdjieff's exercises. Gurdjieff aimed at a strengthening of man's true will. His starting point was that there is something wrong with man, as there might be something wrong with any machine, a car, or a watch, for instance. The first necessity is to understand the machine. This is not the way of the monk, the fakir, or the yogi, but the fourth way. Gurdjieff calls it the way of the cunning man, but it might just as accurately be called the way of the engineer, the man who understands the machine. Subra's way is essentially the way of the saint or monk, the opening of the soul to God. It is the way of Ramakrishna, of Sri Ramana Maharshi, of Sri Meher Baba, and it has found a more recent exponent in the Maharishi who gained so much influence over the Beatles. It is difficult to see how Bennett, who had known Gurdjieff since 1920 and who regarded him as the most remarkable man he ever met, could arrive at the conclusion that Subud is a direct continuation of the work. It is an important alternative road, leading in the same direction, but it is not at all the same thing. Gurdjieff was aiming at a kind of yoga for the West, at utilizing the typical Western qualities, scientific analysis, intellectual precision, practical ability, driving energy, for psychological purposes. Subud is essentially a religious method. Gurdjieff himself would have viewed it with the warmest approval, but it would not have taught him anything he did not already know. Bennett himself apparently came around to this opinion. He left Subud 4 years after joining. Andrew Hayden, a Subud member, gave me the following information. Bennett felt the Latihan was not enough and wanted to practice Gurdjieff exercises. On asking Pak Subra's advice, he was told that it was his choice, but Subra felt that it was unnecessary for further work, and asked Bennett to retire as a helper. But the final breach was over a clash of personalities on a committee dealing with practical needs of Sahud. Part 3. Man's Latent Powers. Chapter 1. Witchcraft and Lycanthropy. I have mentioned already that in occult tradition women are regarded as evil. In numerology, the female number 2, which represents gentleness, submissiveness, sweetness, is also the devil's number. The Hindu goddess Kali, the Divine Mother, is also the goddess of violence and destruction. Women tend to think with their feelings and intuitions rather than with the logical faculty. A female assessment of a situation or a person is likely to be more accurate and delicate than a man's, but it lacks long-range vision. One might put it crudely by saying that women suffer from short-sightedness, and men from long-sightedness. Woman cannot see what lies far away, man cannot see what is close. Thus the two are ideal complements. The association of woman with evil arises from the situation in which the female assumes the male role, when a short-term logic is applied to long-term purposes. William Blake portrays the situation in his prophecy Europe. Los is the male god of poetry, the sun, and time. His consort, Enitherman, is inspiration, the moon, and space. But although they are the ideal man and wife in eternity, they often fail to understand the other's nature in the realms of time. Blake seems to believe that female reason came to dominate Europe soon after the crucifixion, and continued to do so for 1800 years, until the revolutions in America and France reasserted the healthier, more impersonal masculine will. But as a result of this female domination, all the less pleasant aspects of Christianity came into being: the idea that sex is sinful, sickly school-marmish notions of virtue and of eternal reward in an allegorical abode where existence hath never come. Creativity and adventurousness are stifled, for the female obsession with security makes them seem dangerous. Whether this situation is evil in itself, it certainly creates evil. The revolt of men like de Sada and Crowley is the violent male reaction against this stifling female idea of goodness, and the triviality and spite that are its negative aspects. According to Blake, Christianity became a negative and female religion, a kind of landlady's religion of prohibitions and thou shalt not. If all this is true, if Blake and the occult tradition are correct in their view of women, the result is a completely new insight into witchcraft. Why do we always think of witches as women? The word applies to both men and women, but the idea of a man with magic powers conjures up a picture of a wizard or warlock, someone like Merlin or Tolkien's Gandalf, or perhaps Lytton's serpentine magician. The word witch arouses visions of women on broomsticks, stirring cauldrons with toads and henbane, or offering obscene homage to the devil. Why this association of ideas? At this present point in human history, evolution is aiming at faculty X. Human beings are partly animal, we are tied down to the present moment, like cows. But we also have a remarkable capacity that is not possessed by any other animal. Consider that passage in Dickens's Christmas Carol, where Scrooge thinks about himself as a schoolboy, remaining behind in the schoolroom and reading the Arabian Nights with its visions of far cities and sultans' palaces, Ali Baba and Sinbad. In such a moment he realizes how far his own life has gone wrong. The human mind was meant to take wings and escape the mere present moment, soar away to other times and places. If intelligent and vital people are denied this holiday from everyday triviality, their creativity takes the form of an increasingly burning resentment against the life that imprisons them, and against its moral standards. But it is not only the human imagination that craves release. The human will needs aims and desires to stimulate it. The result can be seen in the famous case of Isabel Gowdie, the Aldearn witch, who suddenly decided to confess in 1662, and created a legend that retained its power for centuries. She seems to have been an attractive, red-headed girl who married a Scottish farmer, whose remote farm was near Aldearn, in Murrayshire. Life on the farm was dull and she remained childless. Her husband was an unimaginative bore. Isabel claims that she met a man in grey on the downs, and that he baptized her as a witch that same evening in Aldearn Church. This was in 1647. She went on to describe witches' Sabbaths, with covens of 13 witches, and her power to transform herself into a hare or cat. Significantly, her confessions are obsessively sexual. She had intercourse with demons at the Sabbaths, and with the devil himself. She even had intercourse with one of her demon lovers while lying in bed beside her sleeping husband. The sperm of these demons, she said, was icy cold. The devil used to beat the witches, who were, of course, naked. The picture that emerges is of an imaginative and highly sexed girl being driven half insane with frustration, until she evolves a whole fantasy about the powers of evil. It is a basically masochistic fantasy, in which she is baptized in her own blood, sucked from her by the devil, and then is beaten and sexually possessed by demons. Eventually her whole life is dominated by this fantasy, which is reinforced by her strong masochistic tendencies. Her sexual perversion develops until it becomes a kind of sweet poison, made all the more potent by the rigid Presbyterianism, the Calvinistic Bible thumping, that dominates the community. She can have no doubt that she has sold herself to the devil, for the fantasies that possess her day and night are diabolic, the devil swishing his scourge through the air, and violating her with his immense, scaly penis, which produces pangs as excruciating as childbirth, yet at the same time indescribably pleasurable. After 15 years of this, she is suddenly seized by a terrifying, an almost unthinkable idea. It is like the urge that drives some men to expose themselves to children, or that made Peter Curtin go back to the scene of his sadistic murders to savor the horror of the crowd. Why not make her fantasy public, shatter everybody by telling them what has been going on in their stolid, Sabbatarian community. The idea appeals to her masochism. And why not involve other people in the community? Not, of course, out of spite, but merely because this would make it altogether more convincing. She confesses, the fantasies pour out of her in the 6 weeks between April 13th and May 27th, 1662, and she gloats as she sees the shock they produce. They strip her and examine her minutely for devil's marks, and she finds it all deliciously voluptuous. It is not clear what happened to her, or to the other Alderan witches she implicated. One authority says she was burned, and her ashes scattered. Another declares that the records are incomplete, and that she may even have been released eventually. Probably she was executed. The case is remarkable chiefly for its detail, that is, for the fertility of Isabel Gaudi's imagination. But this is not to assert that all witchcraft from the 13th to the 18th centuries can be reduced to terms of imagination and sexual frustration. We know that a large percentage of people have occult powers, and always have had. These range from the ability to read character to the ability to cause supernatural happenings. Such powers are more common among simple country people than people in towns. We also know that when the will and imagination are gripped with some strong idea, reality often seems to conform to it. There is no need to doubt Crowley's story about the dictation of the Book of the Law. It is equally certain that it was not the god Arahorkud who contacted Crowley's wife and finally dictated the book to Crowley. Crowley's belief in magic was a deeply emotional obsession, the channel through which springs of creativity found their way to the surface. There are plenty of parallel stories of inspiration, from the prophecies of Nostradamus to those of Joanna Southcott at the end of the 18th century. Joanna Southcott's reputation as an inspired prophetess ended in 1814, when she announced to the world that she was about to bear Shiloh, the Prince of Peace, in a virgin birth, and actually showed every sign of pregnancy, except a baby. Strindberg's autobiography Inferno reveals the way that an obsessional conviction about supernatural powers seems to cause events that confirm the reality of the powers. According to William Blake, a firm persuasion that a thing is so makes it so. Once the imaginative pattern has been set, and has stirred the creative obsessions, the rest follows. It is worth noting that most of the male magicians we have considered in this book have been, on the whole, benevolent. Agrippa, D. Cagliostro, Saint Germain. Even Crowley asserted that his magic was strictly white, and there are no stories of his harming anyone through magic. When Powys discovered that he was harming people with his psychic blasts of anger, he became neurotically benevolent. Women, on the other hand, are more prone to personal obsession, and, in the case of natural witches, to the misuse of their power, not for personal advantage, but for the disadvantage of their enemies. All this suggests a theory of witchcraft that differs fundamentally from the two hypotheses that have so far held the field. The first, represented by the Reverend Montague Summers, holds that the devil and his hordes of demons are real, and that witches are genuinely in their power. The second, to be found in Russell Hope Robbins's Encyclopedia of Witchcraft, holds the whole thing to be a delusion. The view I am here suggesting is that witches and their powers are real enough, the devil and his powers are not. Montague Summers, that dubious and romantic clergyman, is not entirely wrong when he says that most witches deserved what they got. This is not to say that they deserved to be tortured and burned, no one does. But many of them may have believed themselves to be servants of the devil. It is significant that all the magic described by Isabel Gaudi is inspired by malice. The witches dug up the body of an unchristened child and buried it in a farmer's manure heap to destroy his crops, stuck pins in a clay image to destroy the local laird's children, plowed a piece of land with a miniature plow drawn by toads to make it sterile. Whether or not Isabel Gaudi really took part in such magical exercises is a matter for argument, but there can be no doubt that many witches did. And in many cases, perhaps the majority, their spells must have been effective. There is another aspect that must be taken into account. In small, lonely communities, superstition itself can create a kind of magical ether that may increase the effectiveness of the spells. This can be seen in a case of our own century, the witchcraft murder of Charles Walton in February 1945 at Lower Quinton, Warwickshire. Walton, a 74-year-old laborer, was found under a willow tree lying on his back, with a pitchfork driven through his throat and into the ground. A cross had been dashed on his ribs, starting at the throat, and the billhook that had been used was still lodged between his ribs. Fabian of the Yard, who was sent to Lower Quinton, at first had every reason to suppose it an open and shut case, since if Walton had enemies, everyone in the district would know about it. Fabian's team took 4,000 statements and sent 29 samples of clothing, hair, and blood to the police laboratories for analysis, but all to no effect. People were tense and unhelpful. They waited a whole day to question a man, who peered out of his door and remarked, "He's been dead and buried a month now, what are you worried about?" then shut the door firmly. The inference seems fairly clear. Many people in the area know about the murder, and are not telling. Lower Quinton is in the middle of witchcraft country. 2 miles away, on a high ridge stand the Rollright Stones, a monument probably as old as Stonehenge and undoubtedly the site of witches' sabbaths in the past. It is a country of wooded hills, winding roads, limestone cottages, and sinister names. The Devil's Elbow, Upper and Lower Slaughter, Meehan Hill itself, in whose shadow the murder occurred, has a sinister reputation for witchcraft. Donald McCormick, who wrote a book on the case, recounts a conversation in the local pub, in which one of the locals stated that he knew of 2 witches still living in the area, while another claimed that he had married a witch, who later left him. The dead man himself had had a reputation for second sight. As a boy he had seen a black dog for 3 nights on Meehan Hill. On the 3rd night it had changed into a headless woman, and the following day his sister had died. He bred large toads, and there were many of them in his garden when he died. Fabian himself saw a black dog running down Meehan Hill, followed closely by a farmhand, but when he asked the farmhand about the dog, which had run out of sight, he went pale and asked, "What dog?" That afternoon, the police car ran over a dog. The next day a heifer died in a ditch, the second since Fabian's arrival. The murder of Charles Walton is still unsolved, but it is possible to make an informed guess as to what happened. Walton was believed to be a witch, and his solitary habits increased the impression. He bred toads, an odd occupation, and a local inhabitant told Donald McCormick that he sometimes harnessed the toads to a toy plow and allowed them to run in fields. Isabel Gowdy claimed to have used the same method to cause poor crops. The farmers certainly had poor crops the previous year. Many of them complained to Fabian about it. It was 1945, the last year of the war, and for the past 5 years, southern Warwickshire had been exceptionally isolated. No foreign visitors to Stratford or Evesham, low-gravity beer in the pubs and not much of that. In 1944 there was a bad harvest. 1945 began warm and wet, but somebody believed that Charles Walton and his toads would ensure another bad harvest. Southern Warwickshire has its own traditional methods of dealing with witches. There is a belief that if a witch is blooded, made to bleed, her power is neutralized. In 1643 parliamentary forces saw an old woman walking on the river at Newbury, and shot her, after slashing her forehead to drain her of her power. Robbins suggests she was walking on stilts. In 1875, 70 years before the murder of Charles Walton, a village idiot named John Haywood became convinced that an old woman called Ann Turner, or Tennant, had bewitched him. He pinned her to the ground with a hay fork, and slashed her throat and chest in the form of a cross with a bill hook. This was only 2 miles away from Lower Quinton, in Long Compton. That Walton was a witch is doubtful, that locals believed he was is almost certain. To understand the murder, and how presumably decent people could condone it, one has to make an effort of imagination, and carry the mind back to the warm January and February of 1945, in an out-of-the-way village suffering the effects of 5 years of war. Walton was killed on February 14th, which was not only St. Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday, but the day on which the ancient Druids made their sacrifices. The Druidic date was February 1st, but their calendar was 2 weeks behind ours. The sacrifice was for ensuring good crops. Walton's murder was probably planned months in advance, perhaps the previous autumn, and the date fixed. It seems fairly certain that it was believed that his familiar was a black dog, for a black dog was found hanged on Meehan Hill a few days after the murder. And if anyone experienced remorse about the killing of a harmless old laborer, it probably vanished as the year advanced, and the harvest was bad, in spite of the good weather. McCormick quotes one old countryman, "Crops should have been the best ever with early spring. There's no reason for bad crops. Summit's wrong when crops go against nature." The Lower Quinton case is not particularly interesting for its own sake, but it enables us to understand something about witchcraft in Europe. For the European witch craze, as Professor Trevor Roper calls it, is a baffling phenomenon that has never been satisfactorily explained. The Middle Ages did not believe in witches. The official church doctrine, expressed in the Canon Episcopi, stated that anyone who believed in witches is beyond doubt an infidel and a pagan. The change in attitude began in the 11th century, with the rise of a powerful sect called the Cathars. Doctrinally speaking, the Cathars were descendants of the Gnostics and Manichees, whom we have discussed in an earlier chapter. They believed that the Old Testament God was a demon, that the world was the creation of the devil, the monster of chaos. They accepted that salvation could be obtained through Jesus, but apparently insisted that Jesus had not actually been crucified on the cross. His earthly form was a phantom, for how could the essence of goodness be embodied in matter, which is evil by nature? Like the Manichees, and the later Russian sect called the Skoptsi, the Cathars believed in sexual abstention, on the grounds that anything that prolongs physical existence is evil. The amazing thing is that Catharism gained such immense and widespread acceptance. Originating, apparently, in the Balkans in the 10th century, they spread slowly over Europe. A sect of Cathars near the town of Albi, in southern France, became known as Albigenses. In various forms, this new Gnosticism spread as far as Constantinople, where they were known as Bogomils, in the east to northern France, where the first Cathar bishop was established in 1149. By the end of the 12th century there were 11 Cathar bishops, 6 of them in Italy itself. No doubt the misery and disease of the late Middle Ages helps to account for this success. Prosperous countries are content with an easygoing religion. Where there is poverty and misery, something sterner and darker is required. This is why Presbyterianism later made such an appeal in Scotland, and why Methodism flourished among the bleak and rainy villages of Cornwall. There is also something in the Manichaean doctrine that appeals to the deep romanticism in human nature, the feeling that this world is hell and that man's happiness lies in another sphere. When Count Raymond VI of Toulouse became a Cathar, the Pope decided it was time to do something about it, and called for a crusade. To many knights and barons of France, this was like being asked to a boar hunt. It would only last 40 days, the standard specified time for a crusade, and there was sure to be plenty of rape and plunder. A vast army swept down on southern France, and whole towns were wiped out, heretics and faithful alike. Simon de Montfort, father of the de Montfort who formed the first English Parliament, was the most brutal of these plunderers, and stayed on in Toulouse, causing a bloody war. The infamous Inquisition was born in Toulouse in 1229, and its most determined agents were Dominicans, who traveled around and reported heresy wherever they found it. The full story of the horrors of these years has never been told, and perhaps this is just as well. The Church was determined to stamp out this heresy at all costs. A cynic might take the view that cardinals dining on roast boar and good Italian wine felt threatened by the bleakly ascetic doctrine of the Cathars. At all events, the Cathars and Albigenses were bloodily stamped out. The few survivors withdrew to remote mountain villages, as did the Waldenses under similar persecution more than 2 centuries later. Dominic, later Saint Dominic, founder of the Friar Preachers, who established his headquarters at Toulouse in 1215, vowed to dedicate himself to destroying Catharism by persuasion addressed to the heart and mind, but his secret police, for this, in effect, is what the Dominicans were, soon got the bit between their teeth, and saw devil worshippers in every shadow. It was these Dominican preachers who discovered that the devil had changed his tactics. Having lost his army of Cathars, he set out to create a secret army of evil old women, dedicated to his service and to the secret overthrow of the church. Possibly they were not entirely wrong. Extreme cruelty and persecution is bound to produce an underground dedicated to destroying the oppressors through secret means. And so we must think of the earliest witches as a Cathar resistance movement, a kind of heretical IRA. This is not as absurd as it sounds. It is true that there had always been witches, in small numbers. But they were, so to speak, private practitioners. The Cathars believed that the God who created this world is a demon who had managed somehow to wrest his power from the ultimate Godhead, which is far above such trivialities as creation. This is a comfortless doctrine. To whom are you to pray when in extreme distress? Not to the Supreme Being. Why should he care what one of his fallen eons has been up to? That leaves the wicked Eon himself, the monster of chaos, old Nobodaddy. Perhaps some of the Cathar women, who had seen their husbands and children murdered, did pray to the monster of chaos for revenge. 2 centuries later the Cathars no longer existed, but the Dominican inquisitors were fulminating against witches, whom they called Waldenses, who met together at Sabbaths or Valdisaya. The Waldenses were also called Vaudois after the alpine village of Piedmont where they established themselves. In the Pyrenees, witches were called Gazarii, obviously derived from Cathars. The Dominicans kept asking the Church to give its official sanction to the crusade against witches, but the Church, remembering that the Canon Episcopi denied the existence of witches, held out for another century. Then, unfortunately, a superstitious paranoiac, John XXII, became Pope. He was convinced that his enemies were plotting to kill him by magic, so it was he who finally gave way to the Dominican demand that sorcery itself should become a crime, quite apart from the question of heresy. This was in 1326, in Super Ilias Specula. It is significant that this same Pope had declared heretical the Franciscan doctrine of the poverty of Christ. Anything to do with poverty was suspect. Even so, the witchcraft epidemic began slowly. It started in the Pyrenees and the Alps, the territory of the Albigenses and Waldenses. The pattern emerged very early. In the first secular trial for witchcraft at Paris, in 1390, a woman called Jeanne de Brigg was accused of sorcery by a man she had cured when on the point of death. Jeanne explained that she was not a witch, but that she had simply used charms, taught to her by another woman, which included in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, from which it is clear that the fundamentals of charming have not changed in 600 years. Under threats of torture, confined in an icy and filthy dungeon over the winter months of 1390–91, Jeanne finally confessed to having a demonic familiar named Hosabet. Rouilly, the man she had cured, told the court that Jeanne attributed his illness to bewitchment by his mistress, by whom he had 2 children. Under threat of torture, Jeanne confessed that it was actually she who had bewitched Rouilly, at the request of Rouilly's wife, Maisette, who wanted to pursue a love affair with the local curate. Maisette was then also arrested, tortured on the rack, and confessed. It is not explained why Jeanne bewitched Rouilly, and then saved him. Jeanne and Maisette were executed. There were undoubtedly many cases in which white witchcraft, the natural application of occult powers, led to torture and execution. In 1618 a vagabond named John Stewart had a vision of a ship sinking near Padstow in Cornwall. He was in Irvine, in Scotland, at the time. When the news came that a ship from that area had sunk at Padstow, Stewart was arrested and charged with second sight. A woman who had muttered curses about someone on board the ship was arrested as a witch, and under torture she implicated 2 other women and the 8-year-old daughter of one of them. The child confessed that she had seen a demon dog that emitted light while her mother and Margaret Barclay, the accused witch, molded wax figures. Margaret Barclay was strangled and burned, although she withdrew the confession that had been forced from her under torture. One woman she accused died after a fall from the church roof. She was escaping from the belfry. Another confessed, but withdrew her confession, and declined to forgive the executioner at the end. John Stewart managed to strangle himself with his own bonnet ribbon while awaiting execution. After the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum, already referred to, in 1486, the new science of printing played its important part in the expansion of the witch craze. Any writer with a vivid imagination could reckon on achieving a degree of celebrity with a description of the demons evoked by witches. Professor Trevor Roper points out that the majority of these demonologists, who caused such incalculable suffering, were harmless, scholarly characters. Remy was a Latin poet and a historian, yet when he died in 1616 he had sent nearly 3,000 victims to the stake. Bouguer and d'Elancre are both mild scholars and Latinists. The witch craze was so horrible and so widespread that the human imagination cannot encompass it. We find it hard enough to envisage Hitler's murder of 6 million Jews over less than 10 years, so it is quite impossible to imagine a campaign of torture and murder lasting for 4 centuries. It is true that witchcraft executions were on a smaller scale than the Nazi atrocities, but it must also be remembered that each witch was tortured individually. Russell Hope Robin seethes with moral indignation. The record of witchcraft is horrible and brutal, degradation stilled decency, the filthiest passions masqueraded under the cover of religion, and man's intellect was subverted to condone bestialities that even Swift's yahoos would blush to commit. Never were so many so wrong, so long. But after reading a dozen or so pages of his Encyclopedia of Witchcraft, the student feels that these words err on the side of mildness. For atrocities on this scale, there can be no single cause. It was partly political. Countries came first under Protestant, then Catholic domination, and when the Church wanted to punish a Protestant populace, it sent Dominican inquisitors. Catholic reconquest caused witch purges in the Rhineland, Flanders, Poland, Hungary. It was the Church's way of taking revenge on Protestants. It could also be used by a prince or baron as a method of taking revenge on rebellious subjects, a safe way, that would not lead to further rebellion. But the psychological motivations are equally important. The beginning of the witchcraft craze corresponded with the Black Death and the 100 Years' War. When people are oppressed and miserable, violence becomes a psychological necessity. And violence is always associated with sex, particularly in puritanical and repressive societies. Witches were made to confess to intercourse with demons, and minutely examined for the witch's mark, a spot on the body insensitive to pain. Franz Biermann, appointed witch-seeker by the Prince Archbishop of Cologne in the 1630s, apparently used his position to seduce women who would otherwise be inaccessible. A Frau Peller who refused his advances was the wife of a court assessor. Biermann acted swiftly. She was arrested one morning and was under torture by the afternoon. The hairs were all shaved off her body and head, and the torturer's assistant was allowed to rape her while he did this. Biermann, looking on, stuffed a dirty piece of rag into her mouth to stifle her cries. She was burned alive in a hut filled with dry straw, all within hours. Biermann had been placed in a position where he could act out sexual sadistic fantasies. It sounds like an episode from a novel by de Sada. With all the talk of demons, witches' Sabbaths, torture, the smell of burning flesh, witchcraft became a darkly alluring obsession. Its equivalent nowadays would be the particularly violent sex crime, which is nearly always followed, a. by imitative crimes, b. by confessions from cranks. The murder of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, in Hollywood in 1949 was followed by 6 similar murders in the Los Angeles area and 29 confessions to the crime. The particularly horrible nature of the murder, she had been hung upside down, tortured, then cut in half, had made it front-page news for weeks. Lonely men, brooding on the newspapers in stuffy lodgings, finally decided that it would be worth the risk. And in the same way, lonely, bored women like Isabel Gowdy, living narrow and comfortless lives, found the lurid pamphlets about intercourse with demons terrifying and increasingly fascinating. And since they believed that the air is full of invisible demons, it would not be long before they were convinced that their wishes were known to the devil. A sexual dream would confirm this. But why did all this happen after the Reformation? The Middle Ages may have been the ages of faith, but they were also ages of war, poverty, disease, and belief in demons. All the conditions were there. Except one. The peculiarly human condition of freedom of imagination. In the Middle Ages, this had not yet evolved. Man plodded about his daily tasks, and did not see far beyond them. What happened after 1450 was not only a social but an evolutionary change, one of those periodic ripples that seem to run across the human race like wind across corn. Gilles de Rais, a baffling figure, signals its arrival in the first half of the century. His spirit wants to burst its prison, to commit crimes that no man has ever dared to commit, to establish contact with the devil himself, to become the wealthiest and most powerful prince in Christendom. The peasants whose children he stole were patient, plodding, cow-like creatures who finally forgave the torturer. But during the next century, the unrest that drove Gilles to demonism reached the peasantry, and was amplified by their boredom. Why, asks Dr. Margaret Murray, are the accounts of the witches' Sabbaths so remarkably similar, whether they come from France in the 14th century or Austria in the 15th or Spain in the 16th or the Netherlands in the 17th? Why is the devil always described as a huge, goat-like man, or, less frequently, as a huge toad, who speaks with a hoarse voice like someone speaking through a bunghole, who makes the witches kiss his nauseating behind, and whose embraces are icy cold? It must be more than mere imagination, or some of the stories would vary, making the devil hot, or sweet-smelling, or pleasant-voiced. Montague Summers takes this to be evidence for the reality of the devil. Dr. Murray does not go as far as that. She only suggests that the Sabbaths were a reality, and that the devil was probably impersonated by an enormous man wearing a mask and a cloak, and who used an artificial phallus that squirted cold milk. She certainly has no doubts that such Sabbaths took place, and neither have even the most skeptical historians. What happened then, it seems, is that the witch craze produced a hysteria that created precisely what it was trying to destroy. This is a peculiarity of the human imagination that is only now being recognized by psychology, that when it is denied active, creative expression, it seeks out any powerful stimulus, no matter how terrifying or negative. The human mind craves movement, any movement. Sartre describes, in one of his early books, the case of a young girl who had been educated in a convent, and then married to a professional man. Left alone all day in the apartment, she began to experience an absurd compulsion to go to the window and summon men like a prostitute. Goethe has a classic story called The Honest Attorney, in which a virtuous young wife, left to herself, finally becomes insanely obsessed with the idea of committing adultery, precisely because the idea would normally horrify her. What is at work here is the same principle as in hypnotism. Boredom or emptiness allows the mind to fill up with unused energy, producing a painful sensation like an overfull bladder. An excessive degree of self-consciousness is created. This produces the usual effect of preventing the instincts from doing their quiet, unobtrusive work. The feelings are frozen. The desire for strong feelings, the most basic of human psychological needs, becomes a kind of panic. Guilt and misery are preferable to boredom. What the mind really craves is the sense of vastness and wide openness, of other times and other places, of meaning. What the inquisitors were doing was to create a body of myths and symbols that were supercharged with meaning and that consequently exercised an overwhelming gravitational pull on imaginative and bored women. The devil literally finds work for idle hands and idle minds. I would regard this as the most important element in the witch craze, more important than ecclesiastical politics, or even the persecution of harmless natural mediums and clairvoyants. And if this is so, then it must also be recognized that the inquisitors and judges were not as blameworthy as we now believe. They knew little or nothing about the symptoms of sexual hysteria, and the symptoms of demonic possession were often very convincing indeed, as we have seen in the case of the Loudon nuns. Let a modern liberal rationalist try to put himself in the position of some ordinary parish priest of the 17th century, reading a pamphlet describing the possession of a girl called Elizabeth Ollier. When the nun, who is 27, goes into fits that any modern psychologist would recognize as sexual hysteria, and speaks in a hoarse, masculine voice, the Dominican friar, François Farconnet, repeats exorcisms and questions the demons. They give their names as Orgey and Boniface and explain that they entered the girl on a crust of bread when she was 7, and intend to stay there until she dies. The incantations continue over Saturday and Sunday, and finally, when the friar exposes the sacrament and orders, "Go," then, miserable creatures, the girl twists into extreme convulsions, her tongue sticks several inches out of her mouth, and the devils declare hoarsely, "I go, Jesus." From then on, we assume, the girl is cured. No one is hurt, no one is tortured or burnt, it is just a case of a holy friar freeing a poor girl from two evil spirits. Would even the most skeptical parish priest be justified in doubting that demons really do exist and that he should warn his congregation solemnly about the importance of saying grace before meals, and making the sign of the cross over anything you happen to eat between meals? Moreover, although it is true that many witch confessions are produced by torture, many of them are voluntary, by women who know that their only chance of saving their souls from eternal punishment is to allow their bodies to be committed to the flames. It is true that there are skeptics, like Johann Weyer, the pupil of Cornelius Agrippa, Reginald Scott, Friedrich von Spee, himself a witch judge who changed his mind about witches, but how can one take such people seriously? They assert that witches do not exist, that accounts of spells and second sight are old wives' tales, when everyone in the parish knows that the grocer's wife dreamt of her father's death the very night it happened and that horses shy up at the spot where two witches were buried in unhallowed ground. This kind of skepticism is really an incapacity for religious feeling. It would be capable of dismissing the virgin birth itself as superstition. And, of course, such reasoning is fundamentally correct. But the evidence for demons and witches' Sabbaths was of a kind that no reasonable, unbiased mind could reject. Some witches undoubtedly could blast crops with their curses. Thousands of old women could foretell the future and charm wards. What the inquisitors, the sincere and religious ones, failed to see was that all this is no reason for torture and burning, that, in fact, the torture and burning have the effect of increasing the grip of the devil on the human imagination. We must also take into account the stimulus of torture and burning on the human imagination. Man has not been civilized for long, a few thousand years. Christianity does not come naturally to the strong and enterprising. Prosperous merchants and stolid farmers long for peace and a quiet routine, but the born soldier dreams of winning glory in battle, and the born criminal dreams of burning cities and raping the women. It is significant that the really violent manifestations of the witch craze date from the end of the 100 Years' War, 1453, almost as if it were a substitute for war. And they come to an end in the latter part of the 18th century, just before the new era of wars and revolutions plunges Europe into mass bloodshed again. The witch craze rolled over Europe in a series of waves, each one followed by a period of calm. There were times when the persecutions became so bloody that there was a spontaneous revolt against them. By the beginning of the 16th century, the craze was reaching a climax, particularly in Germany, where its most sadistic manifestations seemed to occur. If the appointed inquisitors showed themselves too tolerant, they were likely to be burned as witches. This happened to Dietrich Flade, who was vice-governor of Treves and rector of the university. He exerted his influence to restrain witch hunters, and did his best to get condemned witches banished instead of burned. His leniency opened him to the suspicion of being on the devil's payroll, and a witch hunter named Zant literally framed him by bribing condemned witches to shout that Flade was a witch himself. In exchange for this, they were strangled before being burned. In spite of his eminent position, Flade was arrested, and finally strangled and burned. In Bamberg in 1628, Vice-Chancellor George Hahn was similarly accused of being too lenient with witches, and he and his wife and daughter were all burned, in spite of an order from the emperor himself for their release. In the case of Hahn, this might be considered poetic justice, for he had been one of the accusers of the Burgomaster Johannes Junius, whose last letter to his daughter before his execution is one of the most moving documents in the history of witchcraft. And then came also, God in highest heaven have mercy, the executioner, and put the thumbscrews on me, both hands bound together, so that the blood spurted from the nails and everywhere, so that for 4 weeks I could not use my hands, as you can see from my writing. Thereafter they stripped me, bound my hands behind me, and drew up on the ladder. Then I thought heaven and earth were at an end. 8 times did they draw me up and let me fall again, so that I suffered terrible agony. I said to Dr. Braun, God forgive you for thus misusing an innocent. He replied, you are a knave. Now, my dearest child, you have all my acts and confessions, for which I must die. And it is all sheer lies and inventions, so help me God, if God send no means of bringing the truth to light, our whole kindred will be burned. Other eminent citizens were tried and executed, their property, valued at 220,000 florins, went to the Bishop Prince, Gottfried Johann von Dornheim. His cousin, Bishop of Würzburg, burned 900 witches between 1623 and 1631. Tortures included crushing by heavy weights, the latter, a form of strappado, dislocating the arms from their sockets, baths in boiling water, which killed 6 people in 1630, forcible feeding on herring cooked in salt, and then refusal of water, needles driven into the quick of the nails up to their heads and, perhaps most effective for procuring confessions, prevention of sleep for days or weeks. Punishments included the cutting off of hands, and the tearing off of female breasts with red-hot pincers. Eventually the Emperor Ferdinand himself was forced to intervene in order that the trials be made public and confiscation of property stopped. The bishop died in 1632, his cousin had died the previous year. Many of these epidemics of sadism ceased only when the instigator died a natural death. The prince-bishops of Würzburg and Bamberg were brutal sadists. Other notable witch hunters have been callous rogues. England's most infamous figure, Matthew Hopkins, the witch-finder general, claimed to have the devil's list of all the witches in 17th century England when, in fact, he had only read 2 books on demonology. Like Senator Joe McCarthy, he set up a committee, and was soon traveling from end to end of England to examine witches, charging large sums of money for his services. He was an unsuccessful lawyer who became a highly successful prosecutor for 14 months. He declared that the sign of a witch is that she has a familiar, a demon in the form of an animal, and the deposition against his first victim, Elizabeth Clark, of Manningtree, Essex, included his sworn statement that he had seen 4 imps in the form of a dog, a polecat, a greyhound, and a black demon with her. His assistants also swore to having seen them. His methods of extorting confessions were less horrible than those of the German witch-finders, but equally effective. He threw trussed-up women into duck ponds to see if they sank, forced victims to sit cross-legged on a low stool until they confessed. He also made them walk continuously until their feet blistered. This form of torture demanded relays of walkers. A 70-year-old parson, John Lowes, of Bury St. Edmunds, was kept awake for several nights, and run backwards and forwards across the room at top speed, until he confessed to all the accusations. He retracted the confession later, but was hanged all the same. The Civil War was still raging, and the tension found outlet in these witch trials. When a dozen people had been condemned and hanged, everyone had an illusory feeling that everything would be better from now on. There were mass trials, and in 1645 19 people were condemned and hanged at Chelmsford. 4 of the 32 accused had already died in prison, and several others went back there for a long time. At Bury St. Edmunds, 18 were hanged. Hopkins was responsible for 68 executions in Suffolk alone during 1645. But by the following year, moderation had begun to assert itself. A Huntingdon clergyman, John Bowell, preached against him when he heard that Hopkins intended to begin a witch hunt there. Hopkins blustered and threatened, but his authority collapsed as quickly as it had been established. He retired to his home in Manningtree and died of tuberculosis later in the same year. He had been responsible for some hundreds of deaths in 14 months. The repeal of the Witchcraft Act in 1736, so that the punishment ceased to be death, put an end to the witchcraft craze in England, although witches continued to be swum for 50 years or more after it was repealed. To read straight through a large number of accounts of witch trials, as I did before writing this chapter, is to begin to feel slightly insane. The accounts of tortures lead one to wonder whether human beings are ultimately redeemable. For every saint, the human race has apparently produced 100 murderers capable of the last degree of viciousness. And the sheer absurdities to which so many of the accused confessed add a discordant note of farce to the tragedy. Yet oddly enough, the final impression is one of pity, a pity that embraces the accusers and accused. The human mind was never intended for narrowness, and when it is trapped, it becomes trivial and vicious. The real tragedy of Suffolk in 1645 is not that Matthew Hopkins hanged 100 or so innocent people, but that human beings in general were so demoralized and devitalist that they could accept it. Village communities had become stagnant pools that bred pestilence. This is difficult for us to understand in the age of big cities and mass communication. We cannot imagine that kind of stagnation, in which the human mind had no escape from itself except through malicious gossip about the neighbors. Towards the end of the 18th century, all this began to change. The dividing line between that world of the past and our own world was an event that occurred in the year 1740, the publication of a novel called Pamela. The statement sounds absurd, but consider it more closely. Before Richardson wrote Pamela, the chief form of escapist entertainment that issued from the printers was the pamphlet, usually with a title like A True Narration of the Horrible Crime Committed at York by So-and-so. The novels of Defoe, issued a quarter of a century before Richardson began to write, are enlarged pamphlets containing true narrations. Pamela is a novel told in letters, a description of a virtuous girl's resistance to her would-be seducer, and it is very long. Its reader could enter the world of another person's life, and stay there for days on end. If we imagine Jane Austen, or the Bronte sisters, being brought up in a country vicarage in the year 1700, we can immediately grasp the import of what has happened. No doubt Jane Austen would still have read Homer and Dante and Shakespeare, and become a literate and articulate young lady, but it would not have been the same. The classics are bound to be a little remote. But Richardson's Pamela and Clarissa, Rousseau's Julie, or the new Heloise, Goethe's Werther, were entirely different. This was rich food for the emotions as well as the intellect. The human mind was like a bird when the cage has been left open. Novels poured from the presses, Byron's Corsair, Scott's Lady of the Lake, were romantic novels in verse. The plays of Shakespeare and Dryden and Sheridan could only be seen in the big cities, but these small pocket-sized volumes could penetrate to the remotest corner of the remotest county. It is true, of course, that most people could not read, but that is a minor point. Anyone with enough intelligence to want to read could learn to do so, the children of farm laborers as well as vicars. The creating of other worlds became a major industry in the 19th century. Novelists like Balzac, Hugo, Dickens, Trollope, set out to create an actual world as rich and complex as the real world. We take this for granted. We are used to having a choice of alternative worlds, from Tolstoy and Flaubert to the latest soap opera on television. And we know that there were literary masterpieces long before Richardson, Chaucer, Malory, Montaigne, Cervantes, Rabelais, Boccaccio. We forget that there were so few of them, and that they were known only to scholars. Life in the 15th century was dull and repetitive for everybody, from the lord of the manor and the local priest to the plowman and the shepherd. There were probably as many imaginative and sensitive people as there are today, at least in proportion to the population, but they had no alternative to letting themselves grow as dull as their surroundings. The only touch of the bizarre or unusual that entered their lives was when a peddler offered a pamphlet containing the confessions of witches, or when the vicar warned them to avoid an old crone who could turn herself into a hare. For 5 centuries or more, the human spirit was starved of an essential vitamin, a vitamin that the Church of the Middle Ages had been able to supply, although in smaller quantities. Man not only possesses a capacity for otherness, for turning away from his own narrowness to the greater world that surrounds him, he possesses a raging appetite for it. I see the witchcraft craze as a direct consequence of this vitamin starvation. When the broad current of romantic culture began to satisfy the appetite, witchcraft suddenly became a thing of the remote past. This conclusion is reinforced by one of the most remarkable novels ever written on the subject of magic and witchcraft, Valery Briazov's Fiery Angel, which Prokofiev turned into his most powerful opera. Briazov was of the Russian symbolist school in the early years of this century, and although he remained in favor after the revolution, his early work was frowned upon. Prokofiev's opera The Fiery Angel is still unknown in Russia. The novel tells the story of a soldier, Ruprecht, who returns from South America in the 1530s, at the time when Agrippa and Paracelsus were famous throughout Germany. In a small tavern where he stays overnight, he hears a woman moaning and crying. In the next room he finds a young girl named Renata, who calls him by his name before she collapses in convulsions on the floor, screaming that she is possessed by devils. Ruprecht finally calms her and makes her lie down. She then insists on telling him her story, how, at the age of 8, a golden-haired angel, flaming as if with sunshine, came to her nursery and played with her. His name was Madiel. For years they played together, and he told her that she was destined to be a saint, and encouraged her to undertake harsh ascetic exercises. Renata was willing enough to be a saint, but she also wanted to be the bride of Madiel. And one night, after she had made a determined effort to seduce him, he left her. Some time later, he appeared to her in a dream and told her to expect to see him again, in human form, in 2 months. And in exactly 2 months a young nobleman called Count Heinrich visited her family. She seduced him, and they eloped to Heinrich's castle on the Danube. But after 2 years' happiness, he left without explanation, and had not been back since. Renata had been searching for him ever since, tormented by demons. Ruprecht spends the night lying beside her on the bed, in perfect chastity, and the next morning takes her away with him. By this time, of course, he is in love with her. But when he tries to get her into bed, she has hysterics and tells him that she must save herself for Count Heinrich. And Ruprecht is by now so enslaved that he agrees to help in the search. The novel turns into a powerful clinical picture of Ruprecht's masochistic relation with Renata. She persuades him to rub himself with a witch's ointment and visit a Sabbath. Briazov's description of the Sabbath is authentic, and should be read by anyone who wants to understand what witches were supposed to do on these occasions. The ointment makes him dizzy, and he lies down. Then he finds himself flying through the air on a goat. Half an hour later, they land in a valley between 2 hills. He is immediately surrounded by frenzied naked women. They carry him to the foot of a wooden throne, on which the devil is seated. The seated one was enormous in stature, and made like a human being down to the waist, like a hairy he-goat below. His legs ended in hoofs, but his hands were like human hands, so was his face human, red, sunburnt like an Apache, with large round eyes and a medium beard. He had the appearance of being not more than 40 years old, and there was in his expression something sad and rousing compassion, but this feeling disappeared as soon as one's glance rose above his high forehead to see, emerging distinctly from his curly black hair, 3 horns, the 2 smaller ones behind and the larger one in front, and round the horns was placed a crown, apparently of silver, that emitted a soft glow like the light of the moon. The naked witches placed me before the throne and exclaimed, "Master Leonard, he is new." Then sounded a voice, hoarse and devoid of inflection as though he who spoke was not accustomed to pronouncing words, but strong and masterful, which addressed me saying, "Welcome my son." Ruprecht has to denounce God, Jesus and the Virgin, then kiss the devil's hand in his rump. The hand, he notices, has all its digits of equal length, including the thumb, and crooked like a vulture. There follows a dance among huge toads, snakes, and wolves, and then a meal, with coarse food and poor wine, at the end of which, Ruprecht is drawn into the wood by a young witch and seduced. He wakes up and finds himself on the floor of his room with a sensation like a hangover. But he has not learned the whereabouts of Count Heinrich. The detail of the coarse food and poor wine seems curious. Why should the devil give his servants cheap food, when he is, after all, the prince of this world? On the other hand, if the Sabbaths really took place as described, the witches themselves would have to provide the food, which would be of poor quality. The devil remains seated, and sounds human enough. Apart from his enormous stature, could he be a human being, wearing trousers made of goatskin and hoofs on his feet? Parts of Briazov's novel are taken from the actual trial of Sister Maria Renata von Mossau, who was tortured, beheaded, and burned in 1749 near Würzburg. Her confession contains the usual lurid sexual details, more than usual, if anything, so Briazov was justified in placing so much emphasis on the sexual aspects of the case. The fine seventh chapter of the novel contains an account of Ruprecht's visit to Bonn to see Cornelius Agrippa. There can be no doubt about the authenticity of the material here, and it is interesting to note that Agrippa dismisses magic as childish nonsense, and insists that philosophy and mystical contemplation are of greater importance. By the time he published his occult philosophy, he regarded it as a juvenile work. Back in Cologne, Renata finally allows Ruprecht to possess her, but it is a highly unpleasant night in which she is feverish and insatiable, and obviously thinking about someone else all the time. Briazov wallows in his hero's masochism. After this, Renata persuades Ruprecht to challenge Count Heinrich to a duel. He has finally appeared in Cologne. Ruprecht agrees, much against his will, and begins to realize that Renata is not the innocent maiden she makes out. She had seduced Count Heinrich, who was a Rosicrucian, and dedicated to chastity, and then persuaded him to practice black magic. He now hates her. No sooner has Ruprecht forced Heinrich to agree to a duel than Renata changes her mind, and makes Ruprecht promise not to harm him. The consequence, inevitably, is that Ruprecht is badly wounded, and Renata has to nurse him back to health. After this, she seems cured of her obsession with Heinrich, and gives herself to Ruprecht. Then she decides she has to be a saint, leaves him again, and goes to a nunnery. Several chapters of the novel are devoted to an encounter between Ruprecht and Dr. Faustus, with Mephistopheles, of course. And at last, Ruprecht finds the convent where Renata has taken refuge. The demons have entered her again, and all the nuns are having convulsions. She is arrested by the Archbishop of Trier, and subjected to torture. Eventually she dies in Ruprecht's arms before she can be brought to the stake. Prokofiev makes the scene of the possessed nuns the most hair-raising in the opera. What makes this novel so remarkable is that Briazov has set out to try to understand what really took place during the witch craze. Renata is a hysteric, driven by sexual craving, but she also knew Ruprecht's name as soon as she saw him. She possesses certain occult powers. But Count Heinrich is certainly not Madiel, the fiery angel, and the whole search is futile. The book is about people who are sucked into the whirlpool of their own fantasies, and whose fantasies take on a strange reality because of the subconscious forces that have been set in motion. For a writer of the pre-Freudian era, the book was published in 1907, it is a remarkably convincing tour de force of abnormal psychology. Being a poet, Briazov had an inkling of the strange truth about witches, that the powers of the human mind are far greater than we understand, and that they can be released by symbols. Is it an accident that Master Leonard wears a crown that emits a moony glow, the moon, the white goddess, symbol of the powers that lie below the everyday personality? There is a story by the Japanese writer Akutagawa that states clearly the point I have been making throughout this book. It is called The Dragon. A priest wants to take revenge on a certain monastery. The monks are always making fun of his red nose. So by a pond near the monastery he sets up a board with the sign, "On March the 3rd, a dragon shall ascend from this pond." It has the expected effect. The news spreads, and on the 3rd of March, there are vast crowds waiting at the side of the pond. The monks are deeply embarrassed. They are aware that when the dragon fails to materialize, they will somehow get the blame. As the day drags on, the crowds stretch for miles around, and the priest begins to regret his joke. Gradually he becomes affected by the atmosphere of intense expectancy, and finds himself staring eagerly at the calm surface of the pond. Then, quite suddenly, clouds appear in the sky. There is a tremendous storm, and in the midst of the thunder and lightning, the smoky shape of a dragon flashes out of the pond, and ascends to the sky. Everyone sees it. Later, when the priest confesses that it was he who set up the notice board, no one believes him. The most important statement in this story concerns the eager, tense expectancy of the crowd. which affects even the priest who painted the notice board. He knows there is no dragon, yet the telepathic pressure of thousands of believers finally compels his own instincts into tune with it. There is no self-division. And the psychic pressure is like the rhythmic tramp of feet that cracked the walls of Jericho. First, the clouds form out of the dear sky. Then the storm, the visible symbol of the release of tension. Something is about to happen. To call the dragon a mass hallucination would be to miss the whole point. It is a mass projection, a spontaneous manifestation of the forces of the subconscious. Like all magic, the power of mass telepathy to make things happen is known to most primitive people. The late Negley Farson told me on several occasions how he had seen a Liberian witch doctor conjure rain out of a clear sky. My neighbor Martin Delaney, whose own curious powers of divination I have described in the appendix to my Rasputin, described an equally strange occurrence. The local Nigerian witch doctor assured his company that torrential rain, which had lasted for weeks, would stop for 2 hours during a party given for the staff. The rain stopped immediately before the party was due to start, and started again immediately after the party ended. In the same appendix I have recounted at length the curious story of the bandsaw that belonged to the same company. A hen had flown into the bandsaw, and the Negro workers declared that this was because the god of iron had to be propitiated. Mr. Delaney refused to have this ceremony performed because it involved decapitating a puppy dog. 2 days later, another hen flew into the bandsaw. Not long after, it was necessary to make some slight adjustment to the saw. Although the electricity was switched off at the mains, the saw began revolving and cut the manager's hand badly. Engineers spent hours checking the saw and the mains, and agreed that it was completely impossible that it could have switched itself on. Finally, the saw blade peeled one day as it was cutting a log, and a twisted ball of metal struck the operator, killing him. Mr. Delaney finally agreed to the sacrifice of the puppy, after which the accident ceased. If we dismiss the idea of coincidence, there seem to be 2 possible explanations. Either the witch doctor himself was able to cause the accidents by some form of psychokinesis, the evil eye, or the fear exerted by the mass of workers caused them. Mr. Delaney ruled out the witch doctor, who was apparently a kindly old gentleman. The second hypothesis certainly fits in better with what we have been saying. Most people have experienced something of the sort on a smaller scale. A tense, nervous feeling that something is going to go wrong, followed by a minor catastrophe. Probably the best way to come to an understanding of the witches of Europe is to study eyewitness accounts of modern African witchcraft. Harry B. Wright's Witness to Witchcraft offers some curious examples. He describes the thunder dance in Abomey, West Africa, as an example of the strange rapport that seemed to exist between the primitive practices of these people and the forces of nature itself. A tall native danced with intricate contortions, swishing along, dancing stick in the air. The day had been bright and clear when the dance started, but suddenly I looked up and the heavens were overcast. The prince, however, told Wright, "It will not rain, because we will not permit the rain without the rain dance." And it didn't. Again, it is notable that Wright felt himself participating in the frenzy caused by the dance. When the dance came to an end, the sky cleared again. Wright also describes a leopard dance that is perhaps less difficult to explain. A tall, beautiful native girl danced by the light of fires, and Wright's African companion asserted that he could see leopards. Wright could only see shadows around her. The natives appeared to be following the invisible leopards with their eyes. And then, at the height of the ceremony, 3 full-grown leopards stalked out of the jungle, across the clearing, and went into the jungle on the other side. One of them had a chicken in its mouth. If I had been put under a trance through some process of mass hypnosis, it was a good one, because I felt otherwise quite sane and normal. But there is no need to think in terms of hypnosis. Animals are telepathic. Under the circumstances, nothing is more likely than that a family of real leopards should look in to see whether the mental leopards were really invading their territory, or whether it was just the natives playing games again. The chief explained to Wright that they summoned the thunder for their own amusement. This suggests at least a partial explanation for 2 myths that have persisted since the earliest times, the vampire and the werewolf. Montague Summers unearthed so many of them that he was able to devote 2 large volumes to the vampire alone. In the post-Freudian period, the sexual basis of vampirism and lycanthropy has been recognized. Male sexual desire is generally far stronger than the woman's desire. Nymphomaniacs are rare among women, but almost every healthy male is, in imagination at least, a satyr. The miniskirt is a tacit recognition of this, that a quite impersonal appetite is aroused in the male by glimpses of a woman's sexual regions. It is difficult to imagine a society in which the men wear short tunics and try to give girls glimpses of their sexual members. Not many women would want to see them. It would be a sexual depressant rather than a stimulant. Woman, on the other hand, realizes that a man may be caught more easily by a glimpse up her dress than by a more subtle parade of her charms. I was amused by an account of a journalist friend of how he became interested in his wife. They were both in amateur theatricals, and she was climbing a ladder when her tights split, revealing transparent panties. I decided there was more to her than met the eye, said my friend. They have now been happily married for many years. This violent, impersonal sexual appetite of the male becomes dangerous if subjected to frustration, and may develop an element of cruelty. Robert Musil's portrait of the sex murderer Moosbrugger in The Man Without Qualities emphasizes the frustration of the journeyman carpenter who sleeps rough and wanders from village to village, never having the opportunity to satisfy the appetite, something that one craves for, just as naturally as one craves for bread or water, is only there to be looked at. After a time one's desire for it becomes unnatural. It walks past, the skirts swaying round its ankles. It climbs over a stile, becoming visible right up to the knees. I have pointed out in my casebook of murder, 1969, how often vagrants like Moosbrugger become sexual killers. The fierceness of the desire may turn to resentment against women. The Birmingham YWCA murderer, Patrick Byrne, said that he killed to get my own back on women for causing tension through sex. The German murderer Pomrenke committed his first sex murder in a park after seeing a film called The Ten Commandments and convincing himself that women were all evil. In that case, why rape them as well as killing them? At the time of writing, 1970, John Collins is on trial in Ann Arbor, accused of the murder of Karen Bain Eman. She was not only raped and strangled, but tortured with some pointed object and with acid. Psychologists argue that all men have a social personality, an obligation to behave in a balanced and friendly manner, and that this may cover a depth of murderous frustration. This applies particularly in young men. Most sex crimes are committed by men under 25, often under 20. Walking down a street crowded with girls on their way to the office, they feel like starving men surrounded by food that does not belong to them. In a woman like Isabel Gowdy, this kind of split personality leads to witchcraft. In a man, it may lead to a form of lycanthropy, in which his beast personality takes over and commits rape. This is the view put forward by the Jungian psychologist Robert Eisler in his classic study Man into Wolf, 1949. He advances the interesting view that man was once a peaceful, herbivorous ape, living on roots and berries. But man is also an imitative creature, and in his battle against wild animals, a life and death struggle, he began to deliberately acquire the ferocity and bloodlust of the wild animal. A modern manifestation of this is the sneaking, fear-tinged admiration that many people have for criminals, particularly violent ones. They feel that violent people need taking account of, and that the most effective way of taking account is to generate a certain sympathy. This view would certainly explain the leopard dance witnessed by Harry Wright, and the cults of leopards and other wild animals in Africa. William Seabrook tells the story of a quiet little native clerk who donned a panther skin with iron claws and killed a girl. The clerk was totally convinced that he became a panther periodically, and he told Seabrook that he much preferred a panther's life to his own. The natives of Africa naturally fear the panther and the leopard, far more than the lion or tiger, which rarely become man-killers, and from the most distant times, the response to this fear, on the part of the bolder spirits, was an attempt to achieve some kind of empathy with the killers. The response of primitive man to the cave bear no doubt illustrates the same thing. In medieval Europe, wolves were the commonest and most dangerous beasts of prey, and the sexual obsessions that drove Isabel Gaudy caused sexually frustrated peasants to identify with wolves. But the most curious question is how far their obsession caused actual physical changes. William Seabrook has a remarkable description of how a Russian émigré woman meditated on hexagram 49 from the I Ching, whose meaning is associated with an animal's fur, and with molting. She imagined herself to be a wolf in the snow, then began to make baying noises, and slaver at the mouth. When one of the witnesses attempted to wake her up, she leapt at his throat and tried to bite it. In the case of Jill Garney, executed as a werewolf in 1574, he seems to have carried out the attacks on children either in the shape of a man or a wolf. The charge, drawn up at Dole, alleged that he had seized a 12-year-old girl and killed her in a vineyard with his hands and teeth, then dragged her along the ground, with his teeth, into the wood at La Serra, where he ate most of her. He so enjoyed it that he took some home for his wife. This does not indicate that she was also a loup-garou. 300 years later, in the same area, a peasant named Martin de Mollard made a habit of murdering girls that he lured into lonely places, and taking their clothes to his wife. He would say, "I've murdered another girl," and then go off with a spade. She seems to have regarded these activities as a sign of mild eccentricity. He killed a 12-year-old boy in a wood, and was about to eat the flesh, although it was a Friday, when he was interrupted by some men. They testified that he was in human form, and Garney agreed. But he insisted that he was in the shape of a wolf when he strangled a 10-year-old boy and tore off the leg with his fangs. He does not explain how a wolf could strangle anybody. He also attacked another 10-year-old girl, again wearing his wolf shape, but was forced to flee when interrupted. She died of her wounds. On this occasion, the peasants who interrupted Garney saw him as a wolf, but nevertheless thought they recognized Garney's face. He was sentenced to be burned alive. It is by no means unusual for sex killers to eat part of the body of the victim. Albert Fish cooked and ate parts of a 9-year-old girl, Grace Budd, at Greenbuck, New York, in 1928. Ed Gein, the Wisconsin murderer, ate parts of the women he killed, and also made waistcoats from their skin. This also brings to mind the fertility rites of the Aztecs, described by Ornella Volta in her book on vampirism, in which the priest first sacrificed a virgin, then skinned her and dressed in her skin to perform the ritual dance. So Garney's strange appetite for human flesh need not be taken as evidence that he really became a wolf. But it is impossible to doubt that he entered a trance-like state in which he felt himself to be a wolf, like Seabrook's Russian émigré. And is it not conceivable that some physical transformation did take place, a physical expression of the instinctive forces that erupted from his subconscious? In the Lon Chaney film The Wolf Man, Chaney becomes a kind of upright beast, closer to an ape than a wolf. The descriptions of the peasants in the case of Garney make it seem that this is what they also saw. The most celebrated European werewolf trial occurred near Cologne 15 years after Garney's execution, and is altogether more closely connected with orthodox cases of witchcraft. Peter Stube, or Stumpf, confessed that he had been sexually intimate with a succubus, a demon in female form, for 28 years, and that the demon had given him a magic belt, whereby he could transform himself into a wolf, an enormous, powerful creature. Over the 28 years, Stube committed many murders. The details closely resemble those in the Garney case, and also made an attempt on the lives of 2 of his daughters-in-law, which sounds remarkably like sexual jealousy. The sentence passed on Stube was particularly cruel, to have his flesh pulled off with red-hot pincers, and his bones broken with blows of a hatchet, before being decapitated. The fact that Stube was tortured in order to force the confession raises the possibility that the whole thing may have been imagination. The magic belt, which he claimed to have hidden in a valley, was not found. The case caused excitement all over Europe. Montague Summers tells a great many tales of werewolves, in his credulous way, but few of them add anything to what we have already said. On the contrary, it becomes quite clear that most of them must be dismissed as inventions and old wives' tales. There is one element common to most of them: Someone attacked by a werewolf manages to cut off its paw, or put out its eye, or wound it in the throat. Later, a man or woman is found without a hand and confesses to being the werewolf. Olaus Magnus, a medieval chronicler, tells the story of a slave who wanted to convince his mistress that werewolves existed, and came out of the cellar in the form of a wolf, attacked by her dogs. He lost an eye. The next day, the slave was found to have lost his eye. Both Montague Summers and Sir James Fraser, in The Golden Bough, tell the story of a huntsman of Auvergne who cut off the paw of a wolf that attacked him. Recounting the story to a friend, he discovered that the paw had changed into a woman's hand, with a ring on the finger, which the friend recognized as belonging to his wife. The wife, nursing a wrist from which the hand had been amputated, confessed to being a werewolf, and was executed. Fraser then goes on to tell stories of Chinese tigers, cats, and even crocodiles, making it clear that each part of the world has its own variation on the theme. Common to many of these stories is the notion that transformation occurs only at the time of the full moon, the white goddess again, and that if the hands or feet of the creature are amputated, its power is permanently lost. In some accounts, there seems to be a certain confusion as to whether the creature, wolf, cat, hare, is a demon or simply a witch. Werewolves have failed to survive the age of witchcraft, and it is interesting to speculate why this should be so. The answer may be that urban civilization has no room for this kind of abnormality. The victims of werewolves were generally children, and men like Garney and Stube may well have felt the need to escape the torments of conscience by convincing themselves that they were victims of a terrible destiny. The modern child rapist is usually so feeble-minded and demoralized that the need does not arise. This may also explain why tales of vampires have retained their hold on the human imagination. It is a rationalization of a more general and powerful emotion. In every large modern city, the police are familiar with the activities of a sexual pervert called the piqueur. This is a man who takes a sharp-pointed instrument, an ice pick or awl, and stabs women in crowds. The woman feels a sudden sharp pain in the thigh or buttock. By the time she has looked around, the man has gone. In most cases the wound is painful but not dangerous. Occasionally, when the piqueur has an obsession with breasts, the instrument may penetrate the heart and cause death. To speak of sadistic aggression, as the medical textbooks do, is to leave the phenomenon unexplained. All that has happened is that a man or youth with a strong romantic fixation on women lacks the necessary courage or indifference to approach them, until the desire becomes a torment. His daydreams of making love to women lack conviction, because he feels he would be rejected. But daydreams of sadistic attacks can be altogether more satisfying because he can imagine himself raping a girl. When he drives his ice pick into the buttocks of a pretty girl in a crowd, he feels that he is taking revenge on her for rejecting him. This clearly explains the psychology of vampirism. It is a frustrated sexuality turned to aggression. Add to this the fear of the dead and of supernatural entities, and the story takes on a power that fascinates the human imagination. But this is not to assert that vampirism is merely a superstition or a delusion. Examples of it are so well authenticated that it would be absurd to try to maintain a strictly rationalist position. We are again in the realm of the borderland of the mind, where strange forces can erupt from the subconscious and take on apparently material shape. Montague Summers cites a case from the Proceedings of the National Laboratory for Psychical Research, 1927, in which a young Romanian peasant girl, Eleanor Zugan, showed devil's bites on her hands and arms. The investigator describes how she was about to take a sip from a cup of tea when she cried out. Marks of teeth appeared on the back of her hand and developed into bruises. A few minutes later she was bitten on the forearm, under her sleeve, and again the teeth marks were deep. Was it a ghost, or Eleanor's own subconscious mind, somehow out of control? The question is futile, since we have no idea of what forces could exist. No one has ever descended into the subconscious and traced all its corridors. Why should we assert that it was Eleanor Zugan's subconscious mind? If Jung is right and there is a collective subconscious, then it might have been somebody else's mind. Readers of Thigpen and Cleckley's Three Faces of Eve will understand this point without difficulty. The book describes how a quiet, well-behaved married woman is completely taken over by another self, a noisy, sexy, empty-headed female who loves a good time. This sounds less baffling than it actually is. We all know cases of people who seem to become completely different when drunk. But as one reads the book, it becomes more and more obvious that the two faces of Eve were really two completely different people. It is literally a case of possession, and in the 15th century would have been treated with exorcism and perhaps torture. Since Eve finally managed to achieve an integrated personality that united her two faces, we can just about accept that Eve White and Eve Black were only two aspects of her personality. But the mind cannot grasp it, we can only accept it intellectually. One suddenly becomes clearly aware of the limitations of consciousness, and correspondingly less ready to advance pat explanations for what happened to Eleanor Zugun. Less celebrated than the Eve case, but in many ways even more baffling, is the story of Sally Beecham that disturbed the world of American psychology in the late 1890s. In 1898, a girl named Christine L. Beecham approached Dr. Morton Prince of Tufts Medical School. She was suffering from nervous exhaustion. When normal treatment failed, Dr. Prince tried hypnosis. And one day, quite unexpectedly, a new personality emerged under the treatment, a cheerful, brash, noisy girl, who explained she was Sally Beecham. Sally was insistent that she was not Christine, although she admitted they had the same body. As in the Eve case, this second personality knew all about the first, while the first, Christine, was ignorant of Sally's existence. Sally was bouncingly healthy, and was contemptuous of Christine for being such a weakling. One day, Christine decided to go to Europe for a holiday, but was so exhausted that she went into hospital to regather her strength. Dr. Prince called to find how she was, and was told she was full of energy. He went in to see her, and discovered that Sally had taken over. Sally didn't want to lose a holiday in Europe, and was determined to sit in Christine's body until they got on the boat. Dr. Prince managed to persuade Sally that this was immoral, and eventually Christine became strong enough to take the holiday. In the beginning, Sally always had her eyes dosed, because Christine was under hypnosis. Finally, she succeeded in getting them open, and then Christine's life became altogether more complicated. Sally would take over for hours, and Christine would wake up, wondering what she had done during her amnesia. At this point, a third personality appeared, as distinct as Sally and Christine, rather schoolmistressy and sharp. Sally called her the idiot. This new personality, who apparently had no name, knew about Sally, and the two loathed one another. Sally learned to read her mind. The three women strove for possession of the body, although it is not entirely accurate to say that Christine strove, she simply got pushed around. Her confusion must have been enormous. One day she decided to get a job in New York. Sally took over and got off the train at New Haven. Sally got a job as a waitress in a dining room. Christine found the job exhausting. The schoolmistress hated it because it was menial. One day, the schoolmistress quit the job and took her wages. She pawned Christine's watch, and went to Boston. Then Sally took over and rented a room rather than returning to Christine's flat. When Christine came back, she was baffled to find herself in a strange room in Boston instead of in a hotel dining room in New Haven. Dr. Prince discovered that Sally and the schoolmistress seemed to have memories of different parts of Christine's life, and the schoolmistress apparently came into existence for the first time as the result of a shock when a man friend climbed in through her window and tried to kiss Christine. It was all very confusing. Eventually, by hypnotizing the schoolmistress, Prince managed to get her integrated with Christine. But Sally had to be bullied and persuaded to go away. She yelled, "No, I won't be dead. I have as much right to live as she has." But she was persuaded eventually. The psychologist William McDougall decided that Sally was not a part of Christine's hidden self, but a completely separate spirit or psychic entity. One is inclined to agree with him. The closest thing I have seen to a rational phenomenological explanation of this problem occurs, strangely enough, in a work of science fiction called Forbidden Planet, by W. J. Stewart. in which a scientific expedition to a distant planet tries to determine why all previous expeditions have been destroyed. The only man who seems to be able to live safely on the planet is an old scientist named Morbius, and he is able to tell them that the other expeditions have been destroyed by a kind of invisible, and apparently indestructible, monster. Morbius is studying the remains of an earlier civilization on the planet, beings who had apparently achieved the power to amplify their thoughts, their power of intentionality, so that mental images could be projected as an external reality. And at the end of the novel, Morbius realizes what has destroyed the previous expeditions. Without even suspecting it, he has also been amplifying the intentional forces of his subconscious mind, his subconscious desire to be left alone on the planet, and this is the invisible monster that has been destroying the previous expeditions. The book should be read by every student of phenomenological psychology. It may have been intended as fiction, but it probably comes closer to the truth about the human psyche than Freud or Jung. Now, if this hypothesis is correct, it may explain not only the mystery of vampires, werewolves, and poltergeists, which we shall consider in the next chapter, but also called occult phenomena. The subconscious mind is not simply a kind of deep-seat repository of sunken memories and atavistic desires, but of forces that can, under certain circumstances, manifest themselves in the physical world with a force that goes beyond anything the conscious mind could command. We are all familiar with certain moments when our conscious personality seems to become more real, more solid, and authoritative, and we experience a peculiar sensation of power. Imagine this kind of strength and authority carried through to the far greater forces of the subconscious, and we begin to get a shadowy outline of a theory of the occult that avoids both extremes of skepticism and credulity. It is because of the lack of such a general theory that most books on vampirism have been so unsatisfactory. Summers mixes stories of the wildest improbability with accounts that have a ring of authenticity. Ornella Volta, one of the most recent historians of the vampire, adopts a medical and anthropological approach, but she fails to establish the connection between sexual criminals like Jack the Ripper and Sergeant Bertrand and the Dracula myths. Her facts are often wildly inaccurate. She states, for example, that Jack the Ripper committed 9 murders between 1887 and 1889, in fact, he committed 5 murders in 1888, then stopped. She asserts that John George Hay, the acid bath murderer, drank the blood of his victims through a straw. Hay claimed to have drunk blood from a cup, but this was only an attempt to get himself certified insane. She appears to be arguing that strange epidemics of vampirism, such as the one that occurred in Central Europe between 1730 and 1735, are outbreaks of sex crime or necrophilia, when in fact this explanation fails to apply to 99% of the cases cited by Summers, in which the vampires are dead bodies, animated either by demons or by the spirits of their former tenants. A typical vampire story, recounted in Augustin Calmet's History of Apparitions, 1746, and repeated in every book on vampires since, is as follows. In the 1720s, the Austrian Empire was enjoying a period of peace, after years of sporadic war against the Turks, and there was a deliberate build-up of troops in the southwest. A young soldier, whose name is given by one authority as Joachim Hubner, was billeted in the village of Haydn, on the Austro-Hungarian frontier. One evening at supper, as he sat drinking wine with his host and the 15-year-old son of the house, the door opened, and an old man came in. He sat down at the table, and everyone looked terrified. The old man leaned forward, touched the farmer on the shoulder, then went out. The next morning the farmer was found dead in his bed. The boy told Hubner that the old man was his grandfather, who had been dead 10 years. Hubner naturally told the story to other soldiers in the regiment. Eventually, it came to the ears of the colonel, who decided to have it investigated, since it was spreading alarm among the men. The Count de Caudereres, commander of the Alexandrine infantry, was instructed to take sworn depositions in the village. Caudereres set up his headquarters in the church, and took sworn depositions from every member of the dead farmer's household. The evidence was so convincing that Cotteras ordered the grave of the old man to be dug up. The body was found to be completely fresh, as if it had only just been buried. On the orders of Cotteras, the head was severed from the trunk. The commission had been told of other similar cases, of one man who had returned 3 times during the past 30 years, and who had tried to suck the blood of members of his own family. The graves of all these other vampires were opened. All were found to be as fresh as the first one. The villagers asserted that one vampire was so dangerous that they were not contented until the count had the body burned. The Emperor Charles VI heard about these events, and sent a second commission to investigate. They verified the story of the original commission. In 1730 Cotteras dictated the story to an official at the University of Freiburg, and Calmet must have seen this deposition during the next 5 years, since he states that the events took place about 15 years ago. Montague Summers claims that the manuscript is still extant. The story sounds circumstantial enough, although this is, of course, no guarantee of its truth. I cannot find a village called Haydom on the map or in encyclopedias, but this proves nothing, since villages change their names if the frontier moves. Whether true or not, and Summers cites it as one of the best documented of all vampire cases, it has all the typical features of the vampire story: the walking dead, who can only be destroyed by burning or decapitation, or sometimes by a stake driven through the heart, the attacks on living people that are said to result in the victim also becoming a vampire after his death. Ornella Volta points out that the body of Saint Teresa of Avila remained undecayed in the tomb for a considerable time after her death. Miss Volta mentions 178 years, but J. M. Cohen, in his introduction to her autobiography, contents himself with the remark, "These mysterious levitations she floated in the air during prayers were matched after her death by the mysterious incorruptibility of her body." Mr. Cohen suggests that this phenomenon of incorruptibility, which seems to occur after the death of so many saints, can only be accounted for by some actual change in the physical structure that takes place at the same time as spiritual transformation. The same may be true of vampires. The vampire epidemic of 1730–35 seems to have started at the village of Mijuegna, near Belgrade, through a young soldier named Arnold Bowell, who returned from active service in Greece in 1727. He told the girl to whom he was betrothed that he had been attacked at night by a vampire in Greece, another country famous for vampire legends, but had located its grave and destroyed it, which should have removed the curse. However, he died, and then was seen around the village after dark. 10 weeks later, after several people claimed to have seen him, or dreamed about him and felt strangely weak the morning after, his body was disinterred by 2 army surgeons and the sexton and his assistants. The body still had blood on its mouth. It was covered with garlic, which is supposed to be a protection against vampires, and a stake had been driven through the heart. 6 years later, says Summers, there was an epidemic of vampirism at Mijuegna, and this time several distinguished doctors investigated. The medical report was signed on January 7, 1732, by Johannes Flickinger, Isaac Seidel, Johann Baumatner, and the lieutenant colonel and sub-lieutenant from Belgrade. They testified to examining 14 corpses, all listed and described, including a girl of 10. Only 2 of the 14, mother and baby, were found in a normal state of decomposition, all the others being unmistakably in the vampire condition. It is not recorded what was done, but presumably the corpses were burned or impaled. Henry Moore, in the 17th century Antidote Against Atheism, tells a story of a man with the delightful name of Johannes Cuntius, of Pentic in Cilicia, whose corpse was scratched by a black cat as it lay in the deathbed. Subsequently, he began to reappear and drink blood. When the body was disinterred, it was found to be in a vampire condition, and apparently resisted furiously when it was cut up. Augustus Hare, the diarist, recounts a vampire story in The Story of My Life. It was told to him by a Captain Fisher, and may be taken as typical of the vampire tales of the 19th century. The house called Crokland Grange in Cumberland was let to a brother and 2 sisters. It stood alone on a hillside. The house was only 1 story high, which is perhaps why the Fisher family decided to let it, and find a larger place. The winter passed peacefully for the tenants, whose name is given in one account as Cranswell. One night in June the moon was so bright that the sister decided to open the outer shutters, although she kept the window itself closed. Sitting in bed looking across the lawn, she was puzzled to see two yellow lights moving among the trees. Soon she realized that they belonged to a man, who proceeded across the lawn towards her window. She rushed for the door, which was close to the window, and saw a hideous brown face with flaming eyes looking at her. At the same moment, she saw that the creature was unpicking the lead of the window frame. She was so terrified that she stood there as it reached in through the window, opened the catch, and climbed over the sill. The creature seized her by the hair and bit at her throat. At this moment she found her voice and screamed, and her brothers rushed into the room, having broken open the locked door. One brother saw the intruder fleeing over the lawn, but it seemed to disappear in the region of the nearby churchyard. They took her to Switzerland, and eventually all three returned to Crooklyn Grange, apparently convinced that the creature had been an escaped lunatic. The winter passed quietly with no more alarms. And then, in the following March, she was awakened one night by the sound of scratching on the window, and saw the brown face looking in. This time she screamed immediately. Her brothers, instead of rushing into her room, went out of the front door, and fired at the figure as it made away across the lawn. It stumbled, then ran on. They both pursued it to the churchyard, and saw it enter a tomb. The following day the brothers went to the tomb, accompanied by the servants from Crooklyn Grange. The coffins were scattered wildly and the bones were lying all over the floor. The only undisturbed coffin was the one that contained the vampire, who had the pistol wound on his leg. They burnt the body. The story sounds unlikely enough, even Hare does not state that he believes it. But it could well have been based on fact. The same scattering of the coffins occurred in a case that is much better authenticated, the unquiet tomb of the Elliot family on the island of Barbados. The vault, which stands above Oystons Bay above the cemetery of Christ Church, is hewn partly out of solid rock. In 1807 the body of a Mrs. Thomasina Goddard was interred there. A year later, a child, Mary Chase, was interred, and in 1812 two more members of the Chase family. It was on the occasion of this fourth interment that the child's coffin was found standing on end and the one containing Mrs. Goddard had been thrown across the vault. The third coffin, of Dorcas Chase, was undisturbed. On the next opening of the tomb, in 1816, it was Mrs. Goddard's coffin that was undisturbed, the others were scattered around. After the same thing had happened a third time, Lord Combermere, the governor of the island, conducted an investigation and found the coffins scattered. This was on July 17, 1819. The floor was covered with fine sand, and the marble slab that served as a door cemented into place. On April 18 of the following year, the governor, accompanied by his military secretary, Major the Honorable J. Finch, the local rector, the Reverend Thomas Orderson, the Honorable Nathan Lucas, and two more whites, opened the tomb, with the aid of a party of Negroes. With immense difficulty, the slab was moved. This time there could be no doubt that a human intruder was not responsible for the chaos inside. Only Mrs. Goddard's disintegrating coffin was undisturbed. 3 witnesses, Combermere, Orderson, and Lucas, wrote accounts testifying to what had been discovered, and these can be found quoted in many books: Schomburgk's History of Barbados, Combermere's Memoirs, Sir J. E. Alexander's Transatlantic Sketches, and half a dozen other books. An account by Andrew Lang appeared in the Folklore Journal in 1907. The mystery is still unsolved, neither does it clarify it to know that 3 of the 6 coffins in the vault were those of people who met violent deaths, 2 were suicides, and a third was murdered by his slaves. The unquiet spirit that disturbed the Elliot tomb was not a vampire, but its activities could have given rise to legends of a vampire, so it is conceivable that an apparently preposterous story like that of the Crooklyn Grange vampire could be based upon fact. Summers points out that ghosts have been known to make their presence felt physically. The old Darlington and Stockton station was as famous for ghosts in its day as Borley Rectory later became. One night the night watchman, James Durham, was struck by a man who had walked into the porter's cellar. When he struck back, his hand passed through the stranger. But the stranger's black retriever dog seemed real enough when it sank its teeth into Durham's calf. The man called off the dog with a lick of his tongue, and they vanished into the coal cellar, from which there was no exit. Naturally, they were not there when Durham looked a moment later. The ghost seems to have been a man who committed suicide on the premises. W.T. Stead printed Durham's attested account in his Real Ghost Stories. It must be admitted that Summers offers no convincing evidence, of the kind that would satisfy the Society for Psychical Research, throughout his 2 large volumes. And this is undoubtedly because his curiosity about such things was avid but superficial. He had no insight into what lay behind them. The case is quite different with Dion Fortune, one of the greatest of modern occultists, whose book Psychic Self-Defense, 1930, is a classic of its kind. She connects vampirism directly with negative psychic forces, the evil eye. In this connection, I have already mentioned her account of the school principal who launched a psychic attack on her. As reported in the first chapter of her book, the attack hardly sounds psychic. Dion Fortune went to announce that she was leaving the school, ignoring the warning of a colleague who told her that if she confronted the principal, she would never leave. The woman's method of attack was to assert that Miss Firth, Dion Fortune's real name, was incompetent and had no self-confidence. She repeated this assertion over and over again for 4 hours. I entered the room a strong and healthy girl. I left it a mental and physical wreck, and was ill for 3 years. She remained drained of vitality for a long time. Whether or not the principal really employed psychic methods, I am inclined to doubt it, although this type of suggestion involves the same basic principle as hypnotism, to take advantage of the self-division of most people by turning one half against the other. In Appendix A of Beyond the Outsider I describe the case of the novelist Margaret Lane, who was plunged into a 2-year depression by reading John Hersey's account of the bombing of Hiroshima when she was recovering from a difficult childbirth. The mind develops a negative reflex, like a nervous dog that flinches every time someone moves. Her attack had the result of turning Miss Firth's interests to the field of psychology, then of occultism. Dion Fortune's short chapter on vampirism is probably the most sensible account that exists of the subject. She begins by remarking on cases that she encountered as a psychiatrist, when one marital partner seemed to drain the other of energy, or when a parent seems to feed on the energy of a child. She claims that most Oedipus complexes are of this nature. Knowing what we do of telepathy and the magnetic aura, it appears to me not unreasonable to suppose that, in some way we do not as yet fully understand, the negative partner of such a rapport is shorting onto the positive partner. There is a leakage of vitality going on, and the dominant partner is more or less consciously lapping it up, if not actually sucking it out. She goes on to quote Commander Baring Gould, the author of Oddities, who claims that certain of the Berber Langs of the Philippines practice vampirism by liberating the astral body from the physical body, and performing their vampirism, a draining of vitality, not of blood, as ghosts, so to speak. She then describes a case of which she had personal knowledge. The French windows of a certain house would blow open in the course of the evening, and locking them seemed to have no effect. A young homosexual who lived in the house was under psychiatric treatment, but seemed continually drained of vitality. One evening an adept in occultism was present when the local dogs began to bark and the windows opened. He told them that something had come in. When they turned off the lights they were able to see a dull glow in a corner of the room. When they put their hands into the glow, they felt a tingling sensation such as is experienced when the hands are put into electrically charged water. The occultist dispatched the spirit by absorbing it through sympathy, of which more will be said in a moment. The young homosexual then admitted that he thought he knew the source of the trouble. It was a cousin, also homosexual, who had been caught on the battlefields of France practicing necrophilia on dead soldiers, and sent back to England for psychiatric treatment. The young boy had often been sent to sit with his cousin, and sexual relations developed. On one occasion he bit the boy on the neck, drawing blood. It was after the two separated that the phenomena began, and the boy had nightmares of being attacked by a ghost, which left him drained of energy. The occultist, says Dion Fortune, was of the opinion that the necrophile cousin was not the primary vampire in the case. Her theory is that some of the soldiers on the Western Front were of Eastern European origin, especially Hungarians, and that some of these knew certain traditional tricks of occultism, the most important being how to avoid the second death, the disintegration of the astral body after the death of the physical body. They maintained themselves in the etheric double by vampirising the wounded. Now, vampirism is contagious. The person who is vampirized, being depleted of vitality, is a psychic vacuum, himself absorbing from anyone he comes across in order to refill his depleted sources of vitality. He soon learns by experience the tricks of a vampire without realizing their significance, and before he knows where he is a full-blown vampire himself. However, the occultist did not believe that the vampire was the necrophile cousin. He was of the opinion that the astral body of some deceased Magyar soldier had attached itself to the necrophile, and had then transferred to his young cousin after the neck-biting episode. To the skeptic, all this is bound to sound absurd, but it has a ring of its own kind of logic about it, and certainly explains vampirism in a way that Summers fails to do. Dion Fortune's explanation of werewolves also involves the astral body, or etheric double. She explains that powerful minds can create thought forms that actually possess a life of their own, and become elementals. She goes on to describe how she once did the same thing, involuntarily, herself. She was lying on a bed thinking highly unpleasant and negative thoughts about a friend who had done her an injury. In a semi-dozing state, there came to my mind the thought of casting off all restraint and going berserk. The ancient Nordic myths rose before me, and I thought of Fenris, the wolf horror of the north. Immediately I felt a curious drawing out sensation from my solar plexus, and there materialized beside me on the bed a large wolf. I could distinctly feel its back pressing against me as it lay beside me. I knew nothing of the art of making elementals at that time, but had accidentally stumbled upon the right method, the brooding highly charged with emotion, the invocation of the appropriate natural force, and the condition between sleeping and waking in which the etheric double readily extrudes. Although scared stiff, she managed not to panic, and ordered the creature off the bed. It seemed to change into a dog, and went out through the corner of the room. That night, someone else in the house reported dreams of wolves, and of seeing the eyes of a wild animal shining in the darkness. She decided to seek the advice of her teacher, almost certainly Crowley, who told her that she had to absorb the creature she had made. But since it had been created out of the desire to settle accounts with a particular person, she had to begin by forgetting her longing for revenge. And, as if by coincidence, the ideal opportunity for revenge presented itself at that exact time. I had enough sense to see that I was at the dividing of the ways, and if I were not careful would take the first step on the left-hand path. She decided to forgive the offender, and to reabsorb the wolf, which she describes. It came in through the northern corner of the room again. Subsequently I learnt that the north was considered among the ancients as the evil quarter, and presented itself on the hearthrug in quite a mild and domesticated mood. I obtained an excellent materialization in the half-light, and could have sworn that a big Alsatian was standing there looking at me. It was tangible, even to the dog-like odor. From it to me stretched a shadowy line of ectoplasm. One end was attached to my solar plexus, and the other disappeared in the shaggy fur of its belly. I began by an effort of the will and imagination to draw the life out of it along this silver cord, as if sucking lemonade up a straw. The wolf form began to fade, the cord thickened and grew more substantial. A violent emotional upheaval started in myself. I felt the most furious impulses to go berserk and rend and tear anything and anybody that came to hand. Like the Malay running amok, the wolf form now faded into a shapeless grey mist. This too absorbed along the silver cord. The tension relaxed, and I found myself bathed in perspiration. It is a curious point that, during the brief 24 hours of the thing's life, the opportunity for an effectual vengeance presented itself. Unlike her master, Crowley, Dion Fortune never gives the impression of being an exhibitionist, avid to create effects. The extraordinary material in her books, and the sober, factual manner in which it is presented, make her almost unique among writers on occultism. Even a skeptic has to admit that she writes as if she knows what she is talking about, and without the overblown, romantic language of most occultists. And what she says here about the temptation of the left-hand path explains a great deal about the lives of the magicians. In the Kabbalah, the world of magic, Yesod, the moon, is on a lower level than the world of intellect and imagination, Hod, or the vital, creative forces of nature, Netsha. Certain people possess natural magical faculties, but unless these are subservient to intellect and imagination, they will tend to be used in the service of negative emotion, malice, envy, and so on. The result is character degeneration. Most people possess magical faculties. Most people are, fortunately, unaware of it. It is interesting to observe that the vampire bat seems to have been named after the legendary vampire, rather than vice versa. Until recent years, little was known about the creature. When it was finally studied by zoologists, it was discovered that the bat is not a bloodsucker, but that it laps blood as a cat laps milk. Unlike Dracula and his confreres, the vampire bat does not leave two tiny punctures. It slashes an incision in the skin of the victim with its incisors, then its tongue flickers in and out with great rapidity, drinking the blood as it runs. The cut usually continues to bleed after the bat has finished drinking. The only attribute of the vampire bat that sounds at all supernatural is its ability to make the incision without causing pain, or waking a sleeper. Men who have been attacked by vampires, in tropical countries, wake up to find that they have bled onto the bed sheets. Scientific observers have noted that animals stand quite still while the bat makes the incision, apparently quite unarmed by the attack. No one has tried to explain why this is so. It will be interesting to observe whether the legends of vampires change their character as the facts about the vampire bat become better known. A story printed in the Daily Express in June 1970 reveals that the vampire legend is still alive. Armed with a wooden stake and a crucifix, Alan Farrow prowled among the tombstones of a graveyard. He was hunting the vampire of Highgate Cemetery. And 24-year-old Farrow told a court yesterday, "My intention was to search out the supernatural being and destroy it by plunging the stake in its heart." Farrow pleaded guilty at Clerkenwell, London, to entering St. Michael's Churchyard, Highgate Cemetery, for unlawful purposes. He was remanded in custody for reports. Last night, Mr. Sean Manchester, leader of the British Occult Society, said, "I am convinced that a vampire exists in Highgate Cemetery." Local residents and passers-by have reported seeing a ghost-like figure of massive proportions near the North Gate. Until the year 1953, it was generally assumed that magic in England came to an end with the dissolution of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the mid-30s. A Crowley disciple named Francis Israel Rigardi published a full account of the Golden Dawn rites in 4 huge volumes between 1937 and 1940, and the few remaining members of the society decided it was hardly worth going on. But in 1953 a book called Witchcraft Today by Gerald Gardner created an immediate stir. Gardner expounded the well-known Margaret Murray theory that witchcraft is a survival of pagan cults, after which he went on to reveal that witchcraft is as common in England today as it was in the 15th century. "Modern witches," said Gardner, "worship a horned god and a moon goddess." Readers of Witchcraft Today observed a certain gusto in the accounts of torture and flogging, and may have concluded that Gardner's brand of witchcraft had strong sexual overtones. Francis King, in Ritual Magic in England, says frankly that Gardner was a sadomasochist with both a taste for flagellation and marked voyeuristic tendencies. Gardner, who died in 1964 at the age of 80, seems to have been a distinctly flamboyant character in the Crowley tradition, that is to say, something of an exhibitionist. The son of a highly eccentric timber merchant, who used to remove all his clothes and sit on them whenever it rained, Gardner apparently developed his taste for voyeurism and being spanked during boyhood travels in the Middle East with a buxom Irish nurse. He lived in the East until 1936, when he returned to England and became a student and practitioner of magic. He joined a witch coven in 1946, according to his own account. As a result of his book Witchcraft Today, a number of Gardner covens sprang up in England. Their purpose, according to Gardner, was to practice white witchcraft, curing the sick, performing ceremonies to assure good crops, etc., but there was a heavy sexual emphasis. In Man, Myth, and Magic, a journalist and photographer named Serge Kordieff described his own involvement with a witch coven that sounds distinctly Gardner-esque. On arriving in a large Victorian house, he and his wife found themselves in a cloakroom whose pegs seemed to contain complete sets of clothes, including underwear. The ceremony, in front of an altar with 6 black candles, had strongly melodramatic touches, with oaths signed in blood and the sacrifice of a black cock. The master, a naked man shining with a red-colored oil, placed his hands on their genitals. On another occasion a girl was ravished on the altar by the master, as a punishment for betraying confidences. Kordieff claims that his luck changed abruptly for the better while he was a member of the coven, and suddenly for the worst when he broke with it. Man, Myth, and Magic, issues 30 and 31. Gerald Gardner's rites also included ritual scourging and sexual intercourse between the high priest and priestess. He insisted that witchcraft, or Wicca, was a healthy cult, and should be regarded as a religion. Whether he is right remains a matter of controversy. Some investigators feel that there may be a certain amount of invention in his 2 books, and Francis King states that he forged a witch's rulebook called Book of the Shadows. In his will, Gardner left a witchcraft museum in Castletown, Isle of Man, to Mrs. Monique Wilson, another well-known contemporary witch, known in witch circles as Lady Olwen. Mrs. Wilson now runs the museum, together with her husband, and weekly coven meetings are held in Gardner's old cottage. She asserts that a sex rite known as the sacred marriage is performed only once every 5 years, and insists that English Wicca is basically the worship of the mother goddess, the earth. Francis King states that there has been a recent revival of interest in the Golden Dawn and its rituals. Rigardi's 4-volume work is now almost unobtainable, and when it can be obtained, is likely to cost as much as £80, $192, but a book on the inner teachings of the Golden Dawn has recently been issued in England. The Golden Dawn, Its Inner Teachings, by R.G. Torrens, Neville Spearman, 1969. The new converts, according to King, are young Red Brick University graduates, and the leaders of the 2 leading groups both claim to be the reincarnation of Aleister Crowley. An order flourishing in Wolverhampton and the Midlands calls itself the Cubic Stone, and seems to be more closely related to Crowley than to the Golden Dawn. A long quotation from the Monolith, the Order's magazine, given by King seems to indicate that its magical invocations have been remarkably successful. On various days the room was permeated by a blue glow, a rose-colored glow and a golden glow. Voices were heard, presences felt, and blasts of cold air swept through the temple. In King's opinion, the members of the Order of the Cubic Stone are to be regarded as serious and painstaking students of the occult, pursuing the Enochian method. It would probably be safe to say that there are now more witches in England and America than at any time since the Reformation. The best known among English practitioners are Patricia Crowther, who runs covens in Sheffield and Manchester, Eleanor Bone, who runs covens in Tooting and Cumberland, Monique Wilson, and Alex Sanders. Sanders, born in 1926, claims the title King of the Witches, and has reintroduced into modern witchcraft some of the flamboyance associated with Crowley and Gardner. He was initiated into a coven by his grandmother at the age of 7, and introduced to Crowley 3 years later. He explained to Frank Smith, the author of Modern Witchcraft, that he had deliberately used black magic to achieve money and sexual success. It worked all right, he explained. But he then made the discovery that it all had to be paid for. Several members of his family died of cancer, and his girlfriend committed suicide, after which, he set about purifying himself by magical ceremonies. Since 1967 he has held meetings at a flat in Notting Hill, London, and achieved considerable notoriety via newspapers and television. Like Monique Wilson, he insists that sexual rites are kept to a minimum. But, as with the majority of modern covens, most of the rites are performed naked. Madeline Montalban, who also knew Crowley, describes herself as a magician rather than a witch. She runs a correspondence course in magic from London, teaches levitation. Even my young pupils can levitate one another, but it is a perfectly useless exercise, and bottles demons, which occasionally explode the bottle. For her, magic is a strictly practical and rather cheerful affair. Magic should make life easier. That's what it's all about, she told a reporter from Man, Myth, and Magic. To summarize, modern witchcraft seems to be far more varied than its earlier counterpart. Some witch covens are undoubtedly an excuse for sexual orgies, and have a large element of showmanship. Others are distinctly puritanical, and treat witchcraft as a pantheistic religion. Some are conducted in a spirit of research, with the aim of finding out how many of the traditional rites actually produce results, either objectively or subjectively. Perhaps these latter deserve to be taken the most seriously. For reasons we do not understand, certain rites do produce results, at least, when performed by the right person. This must mean that there are certain laws underlying the phenomena. In earlier centuries there was no curiosity about these laws, because the devil and his cohorts were supposed to be at the back of them. By the time the age of scientific analysis arrived, witchcraft had vanished. And now, when faith in science has been eroded, magic is seeing a revival. The timing, at least, is excellent.